Attention! Attention! You are listening to a pre-recorded episode of The Curious Realm. Curious Realm is busy traveling the vast void of time and space to find the best paradigm-changing content the universe has to offer. Enjoy the following transmission, and remember, stay curious. Coming to you from the City of the Weird. Exploring topics from the esoteric and unexplored to dimensions unknown. shining a light of truth on the darkest corners of our reality. Welcome to the Curious Realm.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome to Curious Realm's official coverage of MUFON Symposium right here in Covington, Kentucky. We are very pleased to be joined by Klaus Sven. He is the chairman of Archives of the Unexplained. Welcome.
Nice to be here, Chris.
Absolutely. Whenever I saw that you were speaking, I was very excited to meet you, number one, and also hear more about this because as founder of Curious Research, people who are out there archiving these phenomenal happenings in the world and making research available, I think is one of the most important things out there right now. That's a huge part of my talk, is so many of these communities are so compartmentalized that it's sometimes hard for them to share data across boundaries.
Agree.
But it's coming to a point scientifically with everything from paranormal to even cryptozoology, all kinds of stuff where these boundaries have to be crossed. We have to find a way to communicate with each other, to share data. How did you first come to be involved with the archives to begin with, Sven?
Well, it's now a long time ago. Many things are when you're getting older. I started my interest in UFOs in the late 60s, but the Archives for the Unexplained was founded in 1973. And I met with those guys who founded it a couple of years later. So I've been around now since the late 1970s. And my role as chairman is to see that we can save files from all around the world. And as you pointed out, it's not just UFOs. It's so many other things. It's paranormal stuff. It's cryptozoology. It's strange anomalies in astronomy. It could be folklore. People's stories from 1800s, 1700s.
Yep.
And all this, in a way, probably is interconnected.
Oh no, that's just it, and that is one of the huge things that we bring up regularly on the show. Is since the Nobel Prize was given a few years ago to quantum entanglement, science has been running to para, to everything para. And it's fascinating to see because one of the quandaries I brought up regularly is when you're an investigator and a story comes in, an account comes in of, let's say, Bigfoot walking through a portal in the middle of the woods or Bigfoot appearing with a UFO. Man, where do you start investigating? You now have two anomalies that are happening simultaneously, and it's fascinating to see how many of these anomalies and issues across the paraspectrum really do cross over, and how many experiencers, especially of UFO UAP experience, begin experiencing other things in their life.
That's right. And when you came across things like you are describing right now, you could be sure of that there is someone around in the world that has done research on that, but you don't know about him or her. So what we are doing, both me and you, are trying to help people to find the facts, to find the research that have been done.
Yeah.
So you don't have to do it again. And maybe you can have better material, you can have a better database when you are drawing your own conclusions.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think especially, like you said, the idea of folklore being a part of this as well is massively important. To lose those traditions, to lose those histories and those oral concepts to begin with is sufferable to humanity. You literally lose a part of where your culture came from. And the example I give is I'm Cajun by upbringing. And much of, in one generation, we've almost lost our language. We've almost everything. And it's fascinating to see how rapidly a rural community of people can almost lose an entire cultural identity in one generation.
Wow.
It happens so fast. And we have our music, we have all kinds of things, but a lot of where these traditions came from is starting to begin beginning to get lost at some point.
That's so sad.
It is.
It's really sad. I mean, most of this have been in people's stories. People have been telling for generations their stories, experiences.
Yeah.
And when they stop telling them, we are losing them.
Yeah.
But I saved, I saved a couple of years ago a huge folkloristic archive in Sweden.
Mm-hmm.
One of the most well-known Swedish folklorists passed away. I was his friend, and he was the head of a folklore department of a big museum in Sweden. So now AFU has his all files with stories from people, mostly from the 1800s, telling about meeting little people, gnomes, elves, sea monsters.
Yeah, fairies.
Fairies, for sure. I have this fantastic story, which is a new one really. It's just a couple of years ago. I met this man who had been sitting up in Dalekarlia, which is in the middle of Sweden, in the morning. He's sitting alone outside, waiting for the sun. The sun is going up. There's still snow on the ground. And suddenly he sees this barn door opens, and a small entity comes out with a grey clothing and a very grey beard and some sort of hat.
Wow.
And he walks in front of him and he stops, turns around and looks at this guy and says, "It was better before when there were animals in the barn." And then he walks away.
And even to think about that, the idea of how that culturally translates, and even how that comes to show a modern society concept of, something from the past coming in and saying, it used to be a whole lot better.
Yeah.
I don't know what you did over here, but the animals should come back. That's fascinating to think about. And
it's still around. I mean, in this modern society where people talking about aliens and and high-tech stuff.
Yep.
And suddenly we are back to the 1800s.
Yeah. Well, and that's honestly a lot of what my talk here at MUFON is about the boundary phenomena that UFO, UAP is, how it crosses cultural boundaries, how it crosses religious boundaries, how it crosses philosophic boundaries across the whole globe throughout time. And it's fascinating to think of our experience as human beings, how we come to, as a former seminarian, one of my fascinations is how we come to the point of belief in anything.
Wow.
Is it indoctrinated in us? Is it a point of spiritual growth? How do we get to a point of understanding what we believe to be another part of the universe and our place in it? That is a huge concept to even construct in a human mind.
Yeah, you can clearly see that beliefs are being found when a society says it's okay.
Yeah.
When enough people believe in it.
Well, and that's just it. Right now, that's a huge conversation point within the UFO UAP community is whistleblowers, things like that, and the whole idea of how do we create an environment that allows these stories to come forth, because for so long you're talking about a culture of ridicule, you're talking a culture of point and laugh at the person with a tinfoil hat who has had an experience when, like I'll show in my presentation, there's a reason why the scientific method is on the front of all my books for curious research, because it's not just the scientific method. That's the method of the experiencer. The experiencer follows the exact same path. You saw something. You witnessed something. You had an observation. You had questions. Yeah. You formed an opinion and did research. So it's the exact same path. The only difference is, did the experiencer buy a ticket to the science train when it left the station, or are you still eating a Twix out of the vending machine? And as a scientist, are you remembering the joy of experience, and are you remembering the fact that your job is to search for an anomaly in a data set? Not to confirm your belief as a scientist, not to confirm your belief as a believer, but to focus on that 5 to 8% anomaly that's happening.
I would very much like to focus on the facts. The beliefs are interesting,
Yeah,
but down the line, it's only the facts.
exactly.
And sometimes you wonder if an experiencer tells you, I was abducted. Okay, that's his or her truth.
Yeah.
Is it the truth for everyone? I mean, I was in contact with a guy in Sweden for a year. He said he was abducted from his bed during the nighttime. He traveled to this ship where he met people from all around the world. He was sucked up in a system that he was thinking he was crushed into, but he wasn't. He came out alive. They landed in Africa, and he could get out of this craft, and he saw the savannah. And then he flew back. Now, a week ago, he writes me again and says, now I have experienced it again, but I understand now it was not an abduction. This was something else.
Yeah.
So which truth is true? I mean,
And that's just it. Truth that people think that truth is concrete.
no.
In no philosophy is truth concrete.
No.
Truth is like time. It's relative to the observer. My brother and I both experienced the exact same Christmases. You ask us how we experienced receiving Castle Grayskull. We both have a different independent experience despite being in the same place at the same time and receiving the same gift.
Yeah. That's what we humans do.
Yeah.
We are creating our own little universe inside our heads every day.
Yes, exactly. And like I said, we eventually come to the point. I always quote our good friend Earl Grey, who's a MUFON investigator who used to be on the show regularly. He would always say, I don't believe UFOs exist. Belief implies faith. I know they exist because there's a 5 to 8% anomaly in the data set that shows us there's something else there.
Yeah.
And that's a beautiful way to put it because, yeah, I believe, no doubt. I've had my paranormal experiences, and I get into that in my talk. But just because my experience is later explained does not remove that moment of change. It doesn't remove that moment where you had a question that took you down a path and made you research something, So if you can learn to remove, I guess, that point of belief from experience, that integral point where it becomes something that is so unchangeable in a mind. Like it's beautiful that the experiencer that you've spoken to now sees his experience through a different light.
Yeah.
Because frequently we can, the brain will even repress all kinds of things and give you the comfortability of this is a different experience than what you've been through because of the trauma you've been through. So it's interesting the ways that our minds mask things in that way.
And it also shows that the stories are not the end. It's
Exactly.
the beginning of research.
Yes.
It's a fundamental stuff that you work with.
Yep.
But at the end, you may end up in something else.
Well, and this is one of the great examples that I give is cryptozoology. The idea of remnant species, old species. We never knew that Komodo dragons existed. That's within like the last 100 years of science.
Yeah.
We were told stories by natives for a long time about the dragons that lived on this island over there.
Yeah.
Beware of them. Look out. We didn't find them for a long time. Same thing with the lowland gorilla, the panda, all kinds of things. We searched for these things for years. Didn't find them. But now we have them in zoos.
Yeah. And the beauty about science is that science is something you are evolving. You are searching all the time. I know a lot of scientists, and no one says they have the truth.
Yeah.
They have this truth right now.
We have a lot of data.
Yeah. But tomorrow, it may be something else.
Yeah. Well, and that's just it, Klaus. And that's something that we bring up regularly is the idea, especially within these para communities. A lot of the big reason that I wrote or came up with the data log is the idea of if you come to it, we as experiencers and we as investigators have to learn the protocols and specifically the terminology of science because they have done protocoled work for decades. If you come to a scientist and say, I have evidence, look at this, they are going to eviscerate you. Klaus. And it's their job to.
Yeah.
It's their job to eviscerate you. It's their job to use their rapier and poke as
Yeah.
many holes into your hypothesis
They
and
must
see if
ask
it
the
still
tough
floats.
questions.
Yeah. So, but if you come and you say, I have an anomalous point of data in this data set, and I can't figure it out, suddenly the table is turned and there's a totally different two-way conversation with that scientist because it's no longer confrontational.
No,
as soon
because
as
you have done a job.
well, and you've also said, hey, this is some curious data.
Yeah.
Would you mind examining it to see if you have the same result? Hey, that's the actual scientific process. If you jump to the end and say you have evidence, buddy, they're going to come at you and come at you hard.
And they must do that.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Exactly.
a lot of the UFO community, they start at the wrong end, I think. They
Yeah.
start with the belief,
Exactly.
and they stop at the belief.
Yes, precisely.
I think there are fewer and fewer real investigators. So many people are now waiting for the government to tell them what
Yeah.
it's all about.
And what's safe to investigate.
Yeah. And I don't do that. I'm not waiting for that. We
Yeah.
are doing our research in UFO Sweden, which is the research organization I also work with.
Oh, fantastic.
We are interviewing people all the time. We are looking under the stones. We are looking
Yeah.
for what's ever happened. And when we find the answers, we tell people. When we don't, it end up as a UFO.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And once again, that idea of explaining to the experiencer what is in the red circle can sometimes be a very delicate process. And I try to explain to people, I've spent 30 years of my life editing video and doing photographic recovery, things like that for people's memories, keepsakes. So I can spot a lot of fakery. I can spot when things have been altered, stuff like that. And it's a very delicate hand to tell somebody what you have found, but never forget, even though we found something here, what you've done is contribute to the scientific world that's called the known quantitative, which only further narrows the gap of the unexplainable. So you
yeah.
have fully contributed to science here. Thank you so much. Keep looking up. I'm glad you're curious now.
That's good. And the guy I talked about, this abductee who may not have been an abductee,
Sure.
he sent me this email telling me that, oh, sorry, I kept you busy. It's over now. I said, no, now I want to talk to you again.
Yeah.
Now I can learn something.
Yes.
Very important, probably. And I also say that to believe is one thing, to know is something completely different.
Yeah.
That's really my way to work.
No.
And that's the way UFO Sweden works as well. And that can be hard to understand for witnesses sometimes.
It can be.
But I tell the witnesses that we are not here to convince you that we are right or that you are right. We are trying to find an explanation.
Yeah.
If we do it, fine. You may believe us, may not believe us, it's not important.
Yeah.
We are not trying to alter your view.
Exactly, and that's a huge part of it, Klaus. Is we can't try to, and I think too many people on all sides of society right now are way too busy trying to bring somebody over to their paradigm instead of having an open worldview and a willingness to just have a conversation.
Absolutely.
I'm not trying to convince anybody of a paradigm. I have no need to provide you with proof. Zero need. We are having a conversation. And a philosophic back and forth. There's
and that's really the thing about AFU. We are supporting the believers, the scientists, the skeptics, the curious.
well, and it's no different than any scientific thought experiment that happens every day in a lab. You know, like the whole E = MC squared was not even proven when Einstein put it out. You know, as a matter of fact, he was very worried because there was another guy in Switzerland who was an actual mathematician, which Einstein was not. He was a theoretical physicist. He was not great at the math, much better than most. But at the same time, there was a mathematician in Switzerland that was chasing the exact same equation, and he was very worried that this guy was going to actively have the answer when he was just putting out a hypothesis and a theory. You know,
Wow.
But it's one of those, if he hadn't have published, if he hadn't been curious, if he hadn't put it out, where would we be now? You know?
You must stick out your neck from
You
time
do.
to time.
You do.
And the more you have behind you in facts, the easier it is.
Yeah. Precisely. And I think right now is a beautiful point in humanity where we have come to a point that there is enough empathy that people are ready to come forward with stories, and it's really fascinating. What are some of the things, especially with UFO Sweden, that you guys have come up against? Do y'all come up against any, I guess, political barriers, government barriers, things like that? Kind of like we do here?
Not too much, really.
Okay.
No, I think we have worked in a way that we have been trusted for many years.
Okay.
We got so many thousands of pages, formerly secret pages, at our disposal. They know that we are serious, that we are not believers, that we are really trying to find something.
Yeah.
But of course there are files that we are not seeing, of course. But I must tell you something. We knocked doors during a couple of years, talked to 1,600 Swedes all around southern Sweden. And out of those 1,600, 10% had seen something in the sky they didn't understand. And nearly no one had reported it to anyone. We are 10 million people in Sweden. 10% of 10 million is 1 million. We have 22,000 case files at the AFU, Swedish.
Wow.
We don't know nothing. I mean, there is 1 million out there.
Yeah.
To be harvested, to be interviewed.
And that's just it. You know, when you start looking at the numbers of people who believe in whether they believe in extraterrestrial life or the fact that aliens have visited Earth, the numbers have grown, and the numbers have grown a lot. And even one of the slides I show in my presentation is not just the number of people who believe, but the number of people who actively distrust the government. And the growth of that.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting to see the tranches that are coming out right now from the U.S. Department of War, that kind of stuff. And even in the communities, the very visceral reactions to it. And like I keep trying to explain to people, these files are not for us. They aren't for people like you and me, Klaus, that have been looking into this stuff for 20 years.
Yeah, there's nothing new, really.
Exactly. But to the other 45%,
yeah, even more,
40% of the population,
it's new.
People like my dad who are like, what are these Senate hearings? Why are they wasting all this money about little green men?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, it's because they've found billions of dollars that have been spent looking into little green men, and they still don't have an answer.
Yeah.
So are you okay with your billions of dollars being spent? That's the question. And until we get to a point that we can track down where the money goes, the only way you choke out a black budget program is with the purse strings. That's the only way you can do it, is to remove the funding.
Yeah.
So if we can find where the money's being spent and why, then we can maybe at least, I'm not going to say we're going to get some answers, because they don't have the answers. Even they're saying the same thing that MUFON is saying, that New Fork, that just about everybody comes to. There's a 5 to 8% deviation that we do not understand.
That's also my understanding, that I don't think the governments know the answer.
No,
I
they
think
don't.
It's a problem for them.
It's the same question that we have, which is what is the 5 to 8%?
Yeah.
Because there's an anomaly there that we have zero scientific answer or explanation for. And it's fascinating to think about that.
And I will, in my talk, I will talk about two of the cases in this, Pentagon files that came out now this year. 2 cases are from Sweden.
Okay.
And I will talk about those 2 cases. They may not be that well known here in the US, but they are in the files from the intelligence community.
Okay. Well, let's get into one of them real quick in the last few minutes. What is the first one you'll be talking about?
I will be talking about the 5th batch that was released now.
Yep.
There was one observation from 1946 of a ghost rocket. The ghost rocket is, as you can understand, it's an elongated thing with wings or without wings that flew over Sweden, mostly Norway and Sweden, in 1946, even after that. On August the 14th, 1946, there was this air crew flying from an air base in the middle of Sweden on a training mission. And they suddenly encountered this ghost rocket coming on a cross course in front of their aircraft. So they are trying to fly after it, trying to pace it really, but they were outflown by it because it flies faster than this aircraft. And this case is in the files, but very, very anonymized. And I have talked to the pilot, and I have researched that case, and it's a very, very interesting case because in daylight, several minutes, an air crew, and they see this object, and there was no Swedish aircraft in the sky at that time.
Wow.
So it was a real object, and nobody knows really, and it vanished into a storm cloud, which the aircrew tried to avoid because it was dangerous.
Yeah. Especially an aircraft at that point, that's the last place you'd want to be, is in a storm cloud.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like an airplane nowadays where they can pop up over that storm cloud and find settled ground. They weren't to that point yet. And like you said, 1946, that predates Arnold.
Yeah.
Here in the United States.
And Roswell and
Roswell, everything. So that's fascinating to think about, because that is that's an interesting day. Are there any other cases like that in
it was more than 1,000 reports to the Swedish military that year.
In 46?
In 46.
Wow.
And of course many of them were just lights in the sky and things like that. But there were also crashes into lakes. And the thing about the crashes into lakes are that I think at least 10 of them are interesting. It says it was 100 crashes were noted by the military, but 10 of them I looked into. And in broad daylight...
100 crashes?
Yeah, I think that's an exaggerated number, but it says that in the military documents.
I mean, even if it's 20... Klaus, it's not like not like the Swedish Air Force was extraordinarily large in 1946.
No.
Not like there were a whole lot of commercial aircraft kicking around. You know, it's not like today where, hey, you have private pilots, things like that.
Yeah.
You know, 1946, it's pretty early on to be having 100 reported crashes.
And every crash
in a country
occurred in a lake. And the military sent search teams to the lakes and tried to find them. All they found was indentation in the bottom of the lake, or maybe stones thrown up on the shore and water lilies cut off, things like that. And multiple witnesses around every lake.
Wow.
Yeah, so that is really strange. The ghost rockets are still one of the most, I think, strange cases of UFOs ever.
That is really interesting, and once again, to hear that many cases coming out before 47, before we had the term flying saucer or anything like that, and the idea that ghost rocket is a especially whenever you look at a lot of the original reports that were out there of cigar-shaped craft, things like that.
And I talked to those people. I mean, I did my research in the early 80s when people still were alive.
Oh, wow.
So I talked to the witnesses, to the military men, to the researchers. Now they're all gone.
So you actively had access to, were they active members of the military still at that point?
Yeah, there were retired many of them, of course, but I found them. And the documents were classified up till 1986. But in 1984, we got to read them. And in 1986, we could copy them.
And did these even retired members of the military or anything have any fear of reprisal?
No,
anything like that? That is fascinating. That even back then in the 80s, that these guys were perfectly open about experience, that obviously the government wasn't going to come, or the military wasn't going to come after them if they shared their story.
No. We have filmed interviews with them and written about them. So,
Wow. That honestly, man, that blows my mind beyond anything else. The fact that the government is just okay with them talking about it.
Yeah. I have so much more about them, so we can take it another time maybe. I will tell another story in my talk, which is even stranger.
Well, I'd love to have you on again and again, because I love the idea. Anytime I can find other people that are in the world of archiving research, making research publicly available, that is what this is all about. Honestly, the more hands we can shake, the more strings in the webs we can make to connect these communities. I think, honestly, the example I regularly give is we got robots on Mars. within 3 years in one way: healthy competition.
Yeah.
We held robotics competitions and said, this is what we're trying to do. Can you make it? And we challenged people, and those people collaborated, and those people competed and stuff like that. So that across the board collaboration between things is where we get with science. So the fact that you're out there doing this, other people are out there doing the same kind of thing, building archives. It is massively important. How can people come to your archive? Because it is a physical location, like you said in pre-show. You're getting ready to open physical location, which is absolutely awesome. But how can people access this information? How can they get a hold of you? How can they find out more?
Well, they can write to us. We are at afu.se, or they can go to our AFU download page. So there you can find a lot of tens of thousands of documents, magazines that are free to download as well. We have cleared that with copyright holders. But many people visit us, and we got emails 4 or 5 times a week from researchers all around the world, helping them to scan things, to find things.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, any help you ever need, never hesitate to reach out to Curious Research. That's what we're here for. It's been more than a pleasure talking with you.
Yeah, glad to meet you, Chris.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, you are online, everybody, checking out everything from afu.se as well as the archives of the unexplained. Make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That is where you can find all of our episodes, as well as great interviews and pages like afu.se. When we come back from this quick break, everybody, we will continue with our on-site coverage of MUFON Symposium 2026 right here in Covington, Kentucky, right after this.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of MUFON Symposium 2026 right here in Covington, Kentucky. We have the great joy of being joined once again by our good friend Keith Sealand. How are you?
Great, Chris. Thank you for having me. I always enjoy myself at these.
Always a pleasure, man. And honestly, you were one of the people that we met at our very first MUFON in Denver. And it's been great to see your research, where it has come to in the last many years, how the Humaniverse series has grown into the magnanimous series that it is now. How has the progression of that been going for you, and how has the research expanded?
Steady growth, really, all the way along. I can't. I'm trying to relate it to a geometric curve or whatever. It's it just seems to be straight in one direction, and that's up.
Yeah.
So, been able to in my 4 writings to date, continue my largest platform, which is trying to prepare our society for a global acknowledgement, and beyond that, the startings of relationships with other intelligences.
Well, and with that in mind specifically, it's. We were just talking with the founder of, or the chairman of the archives of unexplained, and it's fascinating when you start going through human history, when you start going through so many different cultural backgrounds. How many actually believe, and it's part of my presentation on Sunday. Going back 5,000 years, how many societies have either considered beings in the sky or considered themselves being from the sky in one of those two realms? And it's really interesting to see the number of populations that have been there since 5,000 BC, but also the fact that it's a global smattering of those. What research have you come across that shows connections between those societies?
It's really, Chris, a species related, universal, not commitment, but relationship with the intelligences that, besides living in the three dimensions, may be residing and communicating with us outside those three. The extra dimensions that we're just now starting to scratch the frontier surface of acknowledgement and increasing our knowledge with that. So, yeah, this goes back prehistory, since before recorded human history. As time goes on, archaeologists and fellow anthropologists, we discover more things which can take us back further in time of the human dimension, so to speak. So some things that I've found just recently, and one of them I cover very, very extensively in my new writing, goes back to Göbekli Tepe and a multi-metaphorical, multi-purpose reason for the existence of their temples and altars and the way that they were engineered and architectured and things like that. They are our ancestors. Basically, my motto: "We are them, they are us." Our ancestors from Neolithic times had the same minds that we do today, and that's part of my overall message in teaching us and preparing us for life with ET. The most important, vital thing that we will and that we should learn about these new relationships is learning about ourselves. And that's where I come in, going back to history. So, example with Göbekli Tepe, that's covered in my book. The theory that I have involves astronomy, archaeoastronomy, the sky, the night sky and the day sky, and the web and the connections that are made, again, universally amongst all of our ancestor civilizations. These things have happened amongst all of them. Their connections with their way of life, their moral code, their moral compass, their spiritualism, their cosmology, and the connections that they had with the night sky and those beings that they considered gods, some of them which were ETs. So where the multi-metaphorical aspects come in is that they, the people of Göbekli, incidentally, Chris, it's emerging now. Göbekli is not just a temple, it was an entire community.
Yeah.
I've known that for many years. It's just a case of the formality of excavating the rest of the site, in which less than 10% is done. This is going to probably take 100 years to do that. But there are other sister examples to where those people just coming out of the last ice age, where the climate has gotten better and the Fertile Crescent became the first region in the world to enjoy a better climate, and basically started I don't call it the agricultural revolution, the revolution of the mind. In other words, the connectors are The climate started to improve. Animals stopped migrating or lessened their migrating. Humans observed that. The animals are their food. The humans slowed down their migrating, started to build their first homes. Noticed, and they'd already known how to cultivate agriculture. They were now able to apply it better than ever before due to the better climate. They're building their homes, Göbekli Tepe. They're building their temples, their religious compasses, so to speak, their moral compasses for their lives, and the multi-metaphorical, how they can then establish and remember their ancestors in a very meaningful, intelligent fashion. And the ties and the connections with the night sky in relation to worshiping their ancestors, where their souls went, the creation of heaven, the development of a proto-religiosity, which expanded into full-blown religion and carried through to today, where we still today consider, when we talk about heaven, we look up, don't we?
Yeah.
When we go to hell, we look down, and they had those kind of those same traits too, but their concentration was with heaven. So, but the multi-metaphorical aspects was where they tied in their lives so much more profoundly. The way that at Göbekli, for example, they constructed their not their temples, but their altars, so to speak. There's a geocompass coordination with the sky, basically. They didn't have compasses, but something drew them in their direction to where the oldest building was geocompassly aligned with roughly about a 353-degree axis or direction. The first building, they used it for a couple hundred years. They did their worships, their ritual, and developed and evolved their lives and whatnot. There's a certain purpose behind that. In a second, I'll mention. Then, after a couple of hundred years, they buried that and built a new one, but with the altar in a new direction, roughly 347, 48 degrees. Used that for a couple hundred years, buried it, then did another one, and that geocompass heading was roughly about 332-3 degrees. There's a pattern there, and that's part of the investigation process. The patterns.
Even the fact of which is very simple to me, like that's just following polar drift. In the idea, the fact that north drifts. It's not a constant. It changes.
Yeah. Well, I liken it, Chris, more to it aligns better with a precession.
Sure.
The astronomical phenomenon that is precession.
Sure.
So you have back 10,000 years before, 12,000 years ago. I'm not going to use the religious multiplier or anything like that. So you have a time back then where the night sky was then like it is today. We see it, and we see all the objects move and everything, except for one, the North Star.
Yep.
Okay. Back then, the alignment of their altar corresponds precisely with the one object in the sky that doesn't move. Back at that time, it was due to the precession of the equinoxes, that concept. That one star is located and known to us as Iota Hercules, in the Hercules constellation. So you have this, and you have a placement of Hercules, which is right next to the Milky Way. And all of the accompanying symbols and symbolism and glyphs that are on the sides of the panels on the altars at Göbekli. So you have this presentation to them. Hercules basically was a threshold, a portal for the ceremonies that are the path of the souls in ancestral worship. When one of their leaders passed on, their soul was being guided into heaven, which is the Milky Way. Hercules residing, and Corona Borealis, a sister constellation for identification, and that had a purpose too. But Hercules was the portal, was the threshold, the conduit, the guidance for the soul that the vulture and the other accoutrements, the other navigators that they worshipped, guided the soul into that realm, into that procession, to where the soul then ended up in heaven for eternity. So that basically was their Bible. And where their creation of the soul came from, that's a conundrum that I'll be studying the rest of my life, and I don't know if we're going to get answers from that. I can go back with some evidence from 100,000 years ago and kind of wonder about that. But so in any event, along the way, that's basically how human beings created their moral code, so to speak, their way of life, the direction, their purpose, giving them a foundation and a grounding for how to conduct their lives and how to remember their ancestors, in which those ideas were passed on to us today. And gee, we are them, they are us. We still practice the same rituals, the same psychologies, the same mindfulness that they had 12,000 years ago. And along the way, you've got your ET visitations and those that they thought that were gods, in their eyes and in their time and in their situation.
Yep.
You know, an ET would certainly be a god. Where we have more knowledge. That's the only difference between us and them, is we have more empirical knowledge.
Yep.
But we've carried on the same traditions that our ancestors have.
Well, and you have to ask the honest question, because this is, with work like yours, this is where we get to anthropomorphize, as opposed to typical psychology, science, things like that, where you're not necessarily trying to. With your work, we're specifically trying to figure out why they did what they did and believed what they believe. And that anthropomorphization is, I think, hugely important. You know, there's a reason, and I go into this in my presentation, there's a reason why ancient societies and ancient cultures explained things like a god of thunder and lightning. These were things that, once again, ruled part of your life. They ruled whether or not plants lived, whether or not your agriculture was there, whether or not there were fish in the stream, stuff like that. And when you realize your place as humanity inside of that larger, as another greasy cog in the machine that is the universe, then you kind of begin exploring that point of connection and where you are in that machine, what part you play in that machine. Mm-hmm. And that is specifically, and we've gotten into it with you numerous times on the show, the idea that we have lost connection with the night sky in that kind of way. We no longer, and there are still tons of societies across the globe that do. Even the idea that the Jewish calendar is still based on a lunar calendar, not on a solar calendar, things like that. Even the Catholic Church, our stuff lies in a lunar calendar, not the general solar calendar because of when it came out. But the idea that A, our ancestors are there, but B, understanding that helps us understand not only our place, but how we survive, that important part of survivability as humanity, as a culture, and how do we get to a point of understanding when to plant, when to hunt, when to fish, things like that. All of that is told to us by the night sky. One of my favorite tools I used to have was a Seiko watch that had the moon phases and tides on it. Because
Nice little-
buddy, if you wanted to nail the fish, that was the right tool to have on your wrist. Like you could tell, like, okay, tide's coming in and moon's coming in this phase. Like, this will be good for these insects. And if those insects are there, then fish will be biting.
Yep.
You know, and that's the bait that you should use, is the stuff that's bouncing around the pond.
Yep.
Don't worry about going to the bait shop. Actively go catch what's hatching right now, and you will catch the fish, because that's what they're going after. You know, it's the match the hatch concept in fishing. You know, whatever the fry is right now, that's what you want to fish with. Whatever the bugs are, that's what you want to fish with.
And that all comes from we've inherited all that stuff from our ancestors. They were our first scientists.
Yeah.
They didn't have the in the Western version,
Yeah.
the Greek science methodology written down in instruction form or whatever. They did their own. It was their observations. That was their strongest point, so to speak. Moving to conclusion probably took them longer, but then again, they didn't have the devices with which to be able to make analyses and study better or whatever, but they didn't need those. It just took them longer time to do that.
Yeah.
But we inherited all of our knowledge and all of our science methodology protocols from them.
Yep.
In that they recognized, their minds were allowed them to, the patterns and the cycles of nature. And bringing all of those things together, they were able to refine their hunting spear tips, or to eventually build their first houses, or to even notice, well, I mean, it seems kind of obvious. Oh, geez, the animals stopped migrating. Maybe we can do the same thing too. You know, the ice age has ended. The climatology has changed. Those living in the Fertile Crescent were the most fortunate, the earliest adopters, so to speak, or whatever. But again, in learning about who we were, where we came from, is going to help us so much in our adoption and our recognition and our raising our comfort zone about ET and other intelligences. This is a Copernican generation that we're living in, for sure. And it's a scary one. And I interview people all the time, ask them the survey questions about, so what do you think, you know, is it going to be a shock to us when the global formal disclosure is going to take place and whatnot? And it's pretty unanimous, it's going to be a shock, but that's where I come in. All right, let's lessen the shock. Let's get the disclosure. Let's get all these things out there so that we can feel more comfortable with them, and then we can do the introspection. Hey, look at ourselves and see where we came from and what things they did, what things they used, the experiences they had, and those things are always going to help you along the way.
Well, and especially whenever you start looking specifically, like you're saying, at the idea of that long span of learning. We were just talking a few minutes ago with our last guest about why I put the scientific method on everything that Curious Research puts out. It's not just because it is, the scientific method, but it's also the method of the experiencer. You know, like the exact same thing happens. I mean, even if you're napping flint and making arrowheads, you learn from that process. You experiment, you try different things. That didn't work out. Well, that didn't hold the fish on the end of the spear. What do I need to do different? You know, and even that inquisitive mindset of ancient humanity moving into modern humanity, moving through the realms of mythology to belief, to science and experimentation.
And when you're talking about the scientific method, again, us living in the Western Hemisphere, we're used to the formalization as done by the Greeks. It's never printed in any textbook, and I've gone through 19 years of formal education. 12, 16, whatever. You never see that in a textbook.
Yeah.
The things about the method, but also the acknowledgement that, geez, back when this formalization took place, let me see, Greece was around. Well, Rome was around. Well, hey, Egypt was only a short boat ride away. They were around, and then, gosh, you got the Hittites that had been established. You've got ancient the Hindus, India. You got China. Chris, the whole world was populated.
Yeah.
Greece was only a small portion of that. Humanity lived all over the place. No scientist ever acknowledges any of that.
Yeah.
That these other peoples existed. But you're right on with it's the human factor that we all agree the steps in the methodology. It's just that the Greeks put them on tablets and passed them down to us.
Yeah.
So we should open our minds, and I think that's where another part of the learning for us to discover who we were and to help us prepare for ET is that remembering that the world was a lot bigger than just Greece or just the Western version of everything.
Well, and the Western version and the size of the world brings us right to what Humaniverse Guide is all about, and that's the preparation of the world for this larger conversation. And I think, sadly, we get very myopic in the West in thinking that, well, everybody's the West. They aren't. And when you start looking...
The one and only.
Yeah. And when you start looking at, the rest of global culture, the outside of Judeo-Christianity, dude, that's like a third or more of the world that's outside of that. When you start looking at Eastern traditions, Buddhism, India, all these other cultures, that there would be zero surprise to them. There would be zero question that there are things in the sky. This is just an accepted part of the culture. We've talked about Vimana for 2,000 years. So what's the problem here? Sorry, you weren't on board the train. So even the idea of fortunately your job is not as heaping because it's only the West almost that we have to convince of this, that we have to bring on board. The majority of the rest of the world that comes from ancient culture, things like that, are perfectly comfortable. This is a regular part of their conversation. It's a regular part of their religious history, and not even a part of their mythology. It's a part of their religious history.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And the ancient cultures, the Mahabharata from ancient Hindu, and the Egyptian, the pyramid texts, and going back into ancient China and that. These were all documented. I mean, all of the ships, the Vimanas, like you just mentioned, and every culture has their version of documentation. It's just it wasn't classic language writing. It was phonetics to a point, and then before that, it was the glyphs and whatnot. So though and as I just pointed out by example, their architecture played a big role in being able to decipher who they were, the people who go Göbekli Tepe, for example, or Stonehenge or whatever. So all of those things were communications. The not only the linguistics, but the glyphs, the symbolisms, and in their architecture. And that's where, circling back to what I meant, the multi-metaphorical aspects of their lives, was that they were so more acutely genius.
Indeed.
In being able to do those things.
Well, and the last part of my presentation, not to ruin it for everybody, is about epistemology, and how do we as people in humanity, come to understand what knowledge is? How do we learn to, on an individual basis, accept what knowledge is? How do we define what knowledge is? But also, how do we reconcile being able to hold two conflictory concepts in our mind and still hold both of them as true, Keith? Because it's not impossible. It's not impossible. These people did it for millennia.
And often both of them are true. At least
Absolutely.
in this case, that you've got this big world and this time frame of millennia in which all of these ancient cultures, which many of them lived at different times along the timeline. Egypt had existed for the current civilization of Egypt existed 2,000 years before the Greeks finally came along and they broke away from the Mycenaeans and whatever. In ancient India had existed for thousands of years, China and whatnot. So they all, in that time frame, were all able to have their experiences. And then in subjects like this, there's potentially many interpretations, but the basic realities were the same, that they had their day-to-day lives and their generations and their experiences with the gods and ETs and their inventions and the change of ecology and the evolution all along, to where no one is absolutely right that it probably is best to describe as a mixture of all of these events and things coming together that shape the human dynamic.
Absolutely. That's just it. We're all rainbows of light is the easiest way to put it. Like, you put us through the proper refraction and you get all kinds of colors, all kinds of spectra. But aside from that, we are a combination of these various things that make us up. We are a hodgepodge of not just belief, but understanding, and how we understand that belief in our daily life. And it's really fascinating.
But it's not hodgepodge. Kind of, that word kind of gives an intonation that, we're subject to biases or imperfections or things like that. It's like the light prism. All again, and through all of our ancestors' experiences throughout a long time frame. All of these things are factual, are reality, are truths. And all the civilizations, and putting all those fractions of light together, form the white light.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. And we are a mosaic of things, every one of us. And you remove, it's the example I give is, if any facet on a gem is not flat or polished, the whole gem doesn't sparkle the same. And it's the same way with humanity. It's the same way with each one of us individually. We are all made of various facets of understanding, and without that one side being polished and focused on, then we lose a sparkle.
And that is our modern man's biggest single, probably that's our only issue. But it's a big one. It's
a huge one, and I think it's one that truly your work is hugely changing. I think it's a big point that we need to get to, the not just understanding of each other cross-culturally, but the understanding of where we come from as humanity, the understanding of how we got to understand and believe what we believe, even personally, because that's what helps us open our mind. That's what helps us have that point of empathy and understanding, which is what will get us to that larger conversation.
I like to bring this from talking about humans and the different civilizations and different, I'll just say, characteristics or whatever that supposedly make us different. Well, say, for example, any two people, if one person had an illness or whatever, and the other one was able to save their lives by way of a transfusion or donating an organ or whatever. Doesn't matter what color you are. It doesn't matter what gender you are. It doesn't matter the abstractions in your mind, whatever, where you came from, how you were brought up and taught to live in this world or whatever. We're all the same. We're all human beings. And that's where I think that's what's lacking right now to help us learn about ourselves.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Keith, thank you as always for
Okay.
your time, brother. It's
All right,
always
Chris.
great talking. Let everybody know where they can go to keep up with all your work, where they can go to find out everything about the Humaniverse Guide.
Yeah, Humaniverse. My whole brand is under the humaniverse.org. That's the website, but you can keyword the Humaniverse, and all of my work will pop up from there. All the books
Absolutely.
available. The standard booksellers pretty much worldwide now. So, and
Awesome.
the website and social media is also the same. YouTube and the whole bit.
Well, fantastic. Keith, as always, thank you for your time on a very busy conference. Can't wait to see what comes next, buddy.
Oh, okay, Chris. Thanks. Thanks. I'll let you know on the other side of a
Always.
couple of trips I'm taking.
Absolutely. While you are online checking out everything from Keith Seelan and the Humaniverse, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That is where you can find all of our episodes as well as the YouTube channels of all of our guests. Stay tuned through this quick commercial break, everybody. We will be right back with our continuing coverage of the MUFON Symposium right here in Covington, Kentucky, right after this.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the MUFON Symposium right here in Covington, Kentucky. We have the great pleasure of being joined by the amazing Katie Page. Welcome to the show for the first time. How are you today?
Thanks, Chris. It's a pleasure meeting you in person.
Absolutely. We have revolved around each other in social media for years, and I'm so glad to finally meet you. We have so many friends in the same research community.
That's right.
How did you first come to the world of UFO, UAP research, Katie?
Yeah, like so many, people that are involved in these topics, we have things that we can't explain happen to us, and that happened to me really early on in my life. Went through life like many of us do, raising a family, going to college, paying the bills, all that stuff. I got addicted to watching Ghost Hunters way
Okay.
back when it first started,
All
because
right.
I kind of started in the paranormal world,
Yeah.
actually. So I had a lot of paranormal things before the hitchhiker phenomenon was really the hitchhiker phenomenon. I didn't know it had a title. So I never connected what happened to me on the ranch as a child to what was happening to me at home. And again, like so many people do, I got really hooked on documentaries and books and anything I can find on these topics of UFOs and cryptids and ghosts and things like that. And learned about MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network, through that. And I came in right as a field investigator in that was 2012.
Oh, wow.
And then kind of worked my way up to Colorado State Director for. I'm no longer actively with MUFON, but I love MUFON. It feels great being back here, actually,
Right.
at the MUFON Symposium. There's so many wonderful people here. So I just started trying to answer questions about what was all that on the ranch.
Yeah.
And it was like the second year in, our Borders bookstore was going out of business locally, and I came across a book called Hunt for the Skinwalker by George Knapp and Colm Kelleher, and I read
Yep.
the back of the book, and I'm like, wow, this sounds so much like what happened to me when I was a young girl, and bought the book, came home, started reading the book. I got to a chapter called Other Hot Spots and started reading about the ranch in my childhood. And my sister, my mother, and I never knew anybody knew anything about it. We were threatened and warned not to talk about what happened out there. We never knew it was investigated. I didn't know it was like the whole county, basically. I thought it was just isolated to this ranch property. My mom actually was dating the guy that owned the ranch, along with his wife, who he never divorced, and this other mysterious character by the name of John Duke.
Okay.
And it's important because one of my questions all along has been how much of this is like military black access projects going on out there at the time, how much of it is actual paranormal UFO, phenomena.
Yeah.
This is where Linda Moulton Howe got her start out there. She was an investigative journalist. There were animal mutilations, unmarked helicopters, all that going on. And so now for over 15 years, I was still finding things out and learning things. And I'm a person who loves documents and archives and research, so I'm always looking for that. And so that's really how I got my start, just trying to answer questions to what the heck was going on back there. I'm 9, 10, and 11 years old at the time. So when all that started.
Let's start getting into that real quick, because part of this is in the book Snippy the Horse, UFOs and Mutilations. Let's get into your family's experience and what that was like for you.
Right. Like I said, I did not live there full time, thank goodness. The oldest boy, my mom's boyfriend, his name's Jack. All the adults now have since passed away. Okay. So what I learned was that there were 3 PhDs that investigated the ranch, along with APRO, the Aerial Phenomenon Research Organization. Dr. Leo Sprinkle was part of APRO. John Durr, PhD, and Peter Van Arsdale were also out there investigating, along with a psychic named Clarissa Bernhardt was out there as well. Yeah. So I was able to go to Laramie, Wyoming, and pull all these original documents from the case. And when APRO got the case, it was known as Clearview because they didn't want the location out. They also changed the names of the people, but they didn't change them very much. So I was like, okay, well, here's the real people. So my mom was dating Jack. Jack was married to Betty. Betty was dating John. Jack, John, and Betty bought this ranch property, 60 acres in Elbert County, Colorado, in a town called Kiowa. As soon as they moved onto the property, these loud hums started up. However, I think those might be natural phenomena, actually. Okay. Because my research has shown that there's 2 aquifers that meet right at the ranch property. So we have the Dawson and the Denver coming together with a lot of void, like caverns and spaces under the ranch. And in the reports, it actually says when the wind kicks up, the hum gets really loud. Well, if it's windy and it's running over, very similar to the San Luis Valley with the great sand dunes, you can have, in like Taos, New Mexico, you can have natural acoustic phenomena. Absolutely. So I think that one we can check off as okay.
As an audio engineer, I thank you for that.
But it set the scene for all the other happenings. I mean, there's no doubt we had the animal mutilations going on. The Colorado Bureau of Investigations was involved. This was a widespread phenomenon, not just only on the ranch there, but across Elbert County and the whole area, and basically the whole Midwest. So that phenomenon was for sure. Then we had the strange helicopters. Along with these, we had balls of lights and orbs and UFO sightings, many paranormal things, and cryptids as well. So there was a whole array of things happening. So just because we can debunk the sound, perhaps, doesn't mean not everything else was going on at the same time. For me personally, what I witnessed, what my sister and I witnessed, because the 2 younger sons lived with us during the week because they went to a bigger school district, the Cherry Creek School District. So my mom was a computer operator for United Airlines working at the Denver Tech Center, and that's where she met Jack. Okay, so they worked together in the Denver Tech Center. He moves in with us, and the 2 younger boys moved in with us for 3 years during the height of all the mutilations and stuff. The older boy stayed at the ranch. My sister actually went to prom with them, and she had her own intense night after prom, after high school. But one thing my sister and I really remembered very vividly was it was like a typical spring day. Snow came down, but the sun's shining. It's a nice day, and we're bored at the ranch, so we go flip the Frisbee. This is the 70s. We're flipping the Frisbee. I'm a little girl. And we look down, and we're like, wow, this is so weird. It's just dry dirt. And it was a perfect circle. Okay? And it was just really strange. And we both remember it to this day. Well, come to find out, we get the EPRA report, and they talk about there were 2 75-foot in diameter circles, and in one of the reports it said, and there were drops of blood in the snow outside the dry snowless circle. So it was documented and reported and measured. And what I find really interesting about that, there was just There's just a documentary out, I believe, on Netflix called Investigation Alien with George
Yep.
Knapp. And the very first one is on animal mutilations. And there was a rancher in there from, I believe it was Oregon, who actually witnessed a craft shot at the thing, had mutilations going on just recently, and a 75-foot in diameter circle was left on his property as well. And then I'm a co-host on UAP Studies podcast with Jason, and we had Dr. Joshua Pearson, and he did his dissertation on the UAP phenomenon. And one of the things he found with disc-shaped craft sightings and landings is the 75-foot diameter circle. So I'm
Interesting.
like, interesting. That's pretty
Yeah.
cool. So
Well, and one of the things that I brought up, like I said, I'm an audio engineer by trade, and to me, the whole universe is nothing but vibration. It's just vibration. It's plain and simple. But when you start getting into specifically the technologies that would allow a craft to phase in and out, allow people to phase in and out of a craft, allow a craft to perform the things it can perform, you're looking at some very high order vibrational and frequency technologies. And when you look at that, it's interesting the way that those frequencies and fields change physical matter. The way that the example I give is if you get an analog watch near a magnet, it'll never quite tell time the same again.
interesting.
It'll forever, those cogs will forever partially be magnetized, and it'll forever lose a little bit of time. And when you've been in proximity to something like that, or even that kind of technology, something shifts. Be it in the person, and like you said, that hitchhiker phenomena, that weird thing of experiencers of UFO phenomena begin experiencing other things. It's almost like they are vibrating that meniscus of the other realm right there, and that they're always kind of magnetized in that way now.
That's so interesting, and that kind of leads me beautifully, actually, into just another recent discovery that has really. Let me back up first.
Go ahead, please.
Let me back up and tell you the most intense, basically frightening night at the ranch.
Please.
It was the boys' mother's birthday, which was Betty, and all the adults were in the front of the ranch house. It's small. When I first went back for Beyond Skinwalker, I'm like, well, the house is in the same place, but it looks different. That's because they added to the left, to the right, and to the front, and changed the siding. Okay. But I recognize the tree and the silo and all the other things. But the heart of the house is still there, the original house. So when they did that crystal radio experiment with me, where I'm communicating with the house, and I was getting feedback back. What they don't show you on that, I was able to repeat that several times, even without the radio. I was just communicating with the house directly, and it was communicating back to me. It was, and what happened that night, though, and I want to find like reasonable explanations for things. So what happened that night? The adults are playing. Me, my sister, and the three boys are hanging out and being kids. I'm the youngest of all of them. And I just remember all the power going out. I remember seeing a really bright light out the boys' window. Okay. And it faded. And so no power. That hum sound starts up. So I don't know if it was windy outside, but the hum did start. And it's in the APA reports. And that's when this disembodied electrical sounding voice like echoed through the whole house. And it was terrifying. And and what I remember are the adults like, what the heck, where's that coming from? And they're trying to look at the old, remember the old stereo consoles and all the stuff from the 70s? They're trying to figure this thing out. But in the APRA report, it basically says the quote of what the voice said, which was like, for me and my sister and my mom were like, holy crap, there it is in writing. It said, "Attention, we have allowed you to remain. We have interfered with your lives very little. Do not cause us to take action which you will regret. Your friends will be instructed to remain silent concerning us." And that my mother took to the bank. I mean, after that night happened, she's like, you do not talk to your teachers, you do not talk to your friends, you do not talk to anybody about what's going on out at the ranch. Now, in investigating this, I learned of a technology called, and maybe you can help me with this or anybody listening, plasma ball technology. Okay. And it's where they pipe sound out from a distance, right, through like a laser.
Yeah.
And when I heard that on a YouTube, it sounded electrical sounding.
It is, yeah.
and that's what the voice sounded like.
Because it's being carried by photons without being carried inside of a medium. And it's very interesting if you've ever listened to a laser microphone.
Okay.
Like what the FBI uses to listen to a window across the street with an infrared beam. Because
They do that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
No.
you can absolutely use light. I mean, it's how fiber optics work.
Okay.
The only difference is instead of the glass thread maintaining that sinusoidal signal, it's kind of jaggedy on the edges because there's nothing there keeping that laser in a tight focus. So it's going to have
So it
radiation
sounds
on the
electronic.
edges. Yeah,
Do you
it
think
sounds
they were
like
work-
static.
Yeah.
It sounds like static coming through and things like that aren't actually there, but it's a fact of you've got the infrared laser, you have infrared light coming from the sun and other sources.
Right.
So it's kind of like radio interference happening in an optical signal.
Interesting.
And as someone who works in the world of targeted individuals, things like that, there
Do
is
you
a
th-
massive amount of voice to skull technology out there, Katie.
Do you think
massive
they
amount.
were working on this technology in the 70s?
Absolutely.
Mid-70s.
Pre-70s. Literally, we found out about some of this technology during the MK Ultra hearings and the church committee hearings.
Okay.
That's when we first started hearing about programs where, we had means by which to communicate with people, means by which to head, and feel free to look up John Hall, folks. He's a good friend and on the show regularly. But the idea of being able to heterodyne somebody's brainwave signal at a distance, hijack that, and literally implant the message in while it's going.
Okay.
So very, almost like personalized binaural beats just for your head, and using the fact that your head is constantly receiving radio signals as an organic receiver.
I'm
so
so
it's
glad,
fascinating.
I'm so
it's
glad
fascinating.
I'm having this conversation with you because you might be filling in some of my blanks. So
Yeah.
that again leads me back to where I was beautifully into the MK Ultra piece. So
Yeah.
So this came about, again, we were interviewing somebody. And I'm just featured on Amazon Prime. I'm going to give a plug for
Plug away.
Ryder Lee on Amazon Prime. A new film just came out called Psychic Agent, The Gate Program. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, the reason I'm in this film is because we had a guest, and they mentioned binaural beats and the gateway tapes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, all right, I love all this stuff, right? So I put on my headphones, my Bose, and I'm listening to the gateway tapes. Mm-hmm. And it was like the third one in, right? And I'm like, holy beep, this sounds exactly like a program I was put in right after my ranch years, okay? Called the biofeedback, okay?
Yeah.
And so you know about biofeedback. It was run by Thomas H. Badinsky, okay? And thank you to Chat and Grok, because I'm like, well, this sounds just like the Gateway tapes. I want to know more about Thomas H. Badinsky and the Twilight Learners. So I was put in the Twilight Learners. And Thomas H. Badinsky was an internal navigational engineer out of Area 51 working on the SR-71 Blackbird.
Yep.
So for over a year, I'm put into this program. So my mom's work in the Denver Tech Center is right here at United Airlines facility for their computer operations. The Biofeedback Institute's right here. All right, right there. A person approaches my mom and says, you need to put Katie in this program. So I went into Twilight Learners, and I found out Thomas H. Badinsky worked with the Monroe Institute, the Menninger Foundation, and one of the questions I had, and I'm sure my sister's fine, if she, we wondered why I had the hitchhiker phenomenon like my whole life, and she did not, and why I would have all these paranormal things, and I'll talk to you about something more personal.
Yeah.
I'd love your feedback on
Absolutely.
after this show, but why is that? And I think it was the Twilight Learner training. I was taught to raise and lower my hand temperatures, to basically astral travel. Plus, I had a lot of trauma, so I was disassociated anyway. So where the GATE program in this film talks about the gifted and talented kids always being pulled out, I was being pulled out not only for the biofeedback Twilight Learners, but also because of the trauma stuff. So I was like dyslexic and learning disabilities and hyperactivity. So, I always thought those were the gifted kids that were super smart, but I was taken out for the other, like, you can't stop me. But it's kind of coming full circle now, because I'm like, wow, where did this start for my family? Was it the Navy? Was it my half brother who was in Chicago State Hospital, Pueblo State? You know, how are we connected in here? Because I'm certainly putting the pieces together now that what you just said, being targeted in some way or studied or whatever, was certainly going on. And this is all new information for me. So, you know, it's just personal stuff. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is all starting to make sense. And what was really going on out there at the ranch. In the documents from APRO, they talk about soldiers coming from Camp Carson. His name was Warren. His last name was redacted out. He said he visits the ranch. So question number one, why is he visiting the ranch? And he said he was behind the ranch house. Something took over his mind, made him walk towards the woods, would release him, and he'd run back, and this did this to him 5 times. They talk about taking legal LSD. They talk about having vagrants come to the ranch. And then there's the strange boxes. So that's another thing I encountered in the daytime, was this strange box. Is this extraterrestrial in nature? We hear other boxes in UFO cases around the world, actually. Or was it military connected? I'm not sure. And that's just it. These things, it's dendrites. It's the only way you can put it, as somebody who's a fan of geology. They run across each other and they run into each other. And it is a huge tangled web. Right.
Katie, and it's fascinating, and like you said, the idea of being an experiencer young. Once again, those things I firmly believe, just personally, those things change you in a different way. They tune you in a different way, and there are those that are very sensitive to such things. You know, especially being in the remote viewing community, things like that. That I am. There is a protocol remote viewing, and like I told you earlier, pre-show, there are people who are natural Michael Jordans, who like, you just give them a basketball and hey, you know, as long as they play an hour a day, they're great, you know. But there are people who, like me, lettered in basketball, but I managed the team because, well, I'm no Michael Jordan, and even 8 hours a day. I can still shoot a basketball. Right. I can still do it, but I'm no Michael Jordan. And much like that with remote viewing, I am just like in college. I am a C+ student. Do I expect to become an A student? If I study really, really hard and work hard, sure. But at the same time, hey, my C+ is pretty amazing. Like, just the fact that I'm able to even rank in the world of remote viewing, and not being a 20-year remote viewer or anything. The fact that I'm able to do it is fascinating, and leads to a lot of other points of investigation.
And I think, you know, there's many different ways people can disassociate, whether it's through trauma, whether it's through near-death experience, whether it's through meditation and practice. So it is something that's teachable and trainable. But there's also people like, I know for people who, and so many people go through many horrific traumas as children. You know, sorry, Dad, but I had an alcohol abusive father. And when I was young, he exited my life after the house fire and stuff. But I needed to be intuitive enough to know which dad was walking through the door at the end of the day. Is it abusive, really angry, hide under the cabinet dad, or is it the one that's going to play games? And so when that is so entrenched in your brain very young, and you know, then you do learn to be really sensitive in reading energy and things like that. So yes, I think that is an important piece of the puzzle.
I think to add on to that, the example I give regularly is myself, and the fact that I used to, a former seminarian, I used to be able to drop into a point of ecstatic prayer in a heartbeat. Katie, give me 5 minutes of silence, and it was a one point of connection with what I would call higher self and God. It was beautiful. After years of, I guess, too much empathic help in the world, it came to the point that I needed to help myself. I'd gotten to a point of wanting to silence that so much that I used and became an addict in a lot of ways to silence that, because I no longer wanted to walk into a room and feel who I needed to help.
I always said it's like unplugging an outlet. You have to learn.
The problem is getting the same juice out of the same outlet now. Because, literally, I decided to disconnect myself from that connection.
Right.
And trying to rebuild that connection to that point is a massive amount of work.
It is.
It's a massive amount of work. So, you can traumatize yourself in the opposite direction in wanting to disconnect from that.
Yeah.
And it's fascinating even to see that.
Have you noticed? Now I'm interviewing you.
No worries.
I'm interviewing you. But have
Hosts tend to do that, Katie.
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
That's all right.
So have you noticed, though, when you really get involved in a case or a study of a certain thing, and you're tuning yourself back in, that
Yes.
it'll amplify back up again?
Yes.
So it's a process of how much do I let come in? When do I unplug it? When it's controlling basically what's uncontrollable, but you have to try, because when you're taking everything on, right, you turn to alcohol, to drugs, you turn to whatever, just to shut it off.
And not just that, this is a big part of what I get into in my presentation here is, as an investigator, we have, and I am a big time in the fact of, if you are out investigating, specifically the same location, things like that, you should not be diving into YouTube videos about the location the night before. You should have a rote checklist of your gear, and do I have my map to the location? And that's it.
That's it.
Go play Sorry or chess or something for the evening. Don't think about that, because you may very well be influencing that location.
Yeah.
You may be fully charging that location with something. And even that gets into a whole different world of paranormal and UFO, paranormal and everything. Because I have a rote phrase that I use on the show and when I speak, Katie, and that is, I believe that there is a large hominid being known as Bigfoot roaming the woods of North America and beyond. But I think that there is also something else that is fully willing to use the tropes in our mind and our want of experience as a point of ingress to this dimension.
Okay.
So that full hijacker syndrome of, no, and this is kind of my danger and caveat with things like CE5, is I think you should be very, very adept spiritually if you're doing that. I almost made Curious Realm answer boards for pendulums a couple years ago for swag. And I was like, no, we can't responsibly do that, because you could be giving that tool to somebody who shouldn't be using that tool. Or who may be bringing something in that they aren't aware of. You're fully giving somebody the key to the window to open it.
Right.
And that can be dangerous.
It can be dangerous. And it's interesting because this whole new Twilight Learners, and there's actually, on YouTube, if you look up the history of biofeedback, there's a video about with Thomas H. Badinsky and Monroe and Menager and all that. And towards the end of that video, there's a little boy who was in the same program I was, and they have him all hooked up and everything, and his name's Kevin, and it's in the film, actually.
Okay.
They're like, Kevin, can you make the rocket launch? Kevin, can you make the rocket land? And Kevin's like, ugh. But there's a responsibility to that, because I was just on his podcast, and I haven't publicly spoken about this very much, because it's kind of this whole new, this might be all connected. And he's like, well, what happened to you after that? Through your high school years?
Yeah.
And I'm like, ooh, how much of that do I want to share, right?
Yeah.
Because it wasn't good.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, we're going to have all this trauma early on, and then the ranch years, that's trauma too. And then we're going to put you in this program, and then we're just going to go, what?
Yeah.
Whatever. Good luck. Good luck, girl.
Yeah. Hope that works out for you.
Hope that works out for you. Well, it didn't. It didn't, and I had my first son at 19, and thankfully I had my family in my home and my career, and I focused on that until later when they're a little older. I'm like, what was all that craziness, right?
Yeah.
And that's what started it all. It kind of full circle back. So yeah, it also brings in the question of reality itself. What is reality? And I love that this is a new topic that's coming up, because I'm like, that answers a lot of it, doesn't it?
No, it normally in my presentations, this one doesn't have it, but typically right at the very top is the image of two entangled photons that won the Nobel Peace Prize. Because it's like, since entanglement and spooky action at a distance was proven, science has been running to the para.
Yeah.
It's been very fascinating to see. There is a seed change. There's a difference now Suddenly science is very interested in what's going on
Right.
with UFO, and even the idea of the switch from UFO to UAP.
Yeah.
I'm one of the few that's a fan of it. I know
Yeah.
it was done very sneakily and under the table by the government, but I like the change because by changing it to phenomena, you bring science in kicking and screaming. They have no choice now.
Yeah.
Because it's the job of science to eliminate phenomena from the data set. So it doesn't matter if it's a
point.
5% phenomena. The example I give is if I was a chemistry student and I said I have solution 1, solution 2, we're going to put them together and make solution 3, and suddenly 5% of both solutions disappeared, did it off-gas? Did it become set? I have to account for that
Right.
5% loss.
Yeah.
And if I can't, then we're going to scientifically repeat that under the same conditions, and somebody else is going to do it to see if
Right.
the 5% remainder is still lost.
Right.
Because that's science, and you have to account for the 5%. And we have a 5 to 8% anomaly in the
Right.
data set of UFOs
Yeah.
that we can't explain.
No, I like that. I'm in doubt. I use them interchangeably. So
Yeah,
I'm like UFO,
same,
UAP, doesn't
same,
matter.
same.
I don't have an opinion.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't need any more drama in my life. I just don't care.
If that's what we're going to get stuck on, folks, I think that's why it hadn't gone anywhere in a while.
So you bring up season 1, something they don't show on the air, and I'll send you the picture if you want to add it to this
Sure.
episode. But that night we were supposed to get some snow, and we did get some, but not as much as we did. Like it came down, it was falling hard and fast. You can see it on the episode. And what the viewers don't know is because you're filming for a week, they get it down to
Yeah.
like 33 minutes. I was taking the film crew back behind the ranch house where I had my box encounter, although my box encounter was during the day. And we had police officers that witnessed the box, a couple of them, other adults witnessed the box. Like this is like,
Wow.
it was well documented. I didn't talk about it for years because it sounds so crazy. Anyway, so that's where I'm walking them. So we go over the barbed wire fence. I actually was not prepared for the amount of snow. I was wearing my blue jeans. I fell forward, right? And my jeans were soaked. I was freezing cold. Take them to the box site. The next day we had off filming. So I'm with my daughter and we're at Red Robin having a burger. And all of a sudden I'm like, wow, something's really wrong with my shoulder. Like it's burning. It's bad. And I had like a sweater, a shirt, a vest, and like I had many layers of clothes that the night before on the ranch. And so we go to the hotel room and my daughter, I have the video of all of it, and it's basically a radiation burn that looks like a handprint. And it's this large. It looks like this. And it blistered. It was hot to the touch. And I called the producer right away and I'm saying, I just want you to know that this happened to me. And then, of
Katie.
course,
Oh, my God.
and then I had on, I don't know if it was episode 2 or 3, I'm at the landing site where we had that big circular thing. And that's where, the guys from Oak Island came out and they looked underground. It was like normal and then completely blacked out under there.
Yeah.
They don't know what that was. That's where they shot the rocket and it didn't even record that it launched, but it launched, and it landed right there at the landing site. So they were setting up that table to do instrumentation work and sky. I was really excited for it, but I was having like a medical, like I couldn't. My
Yeah.
blood pressure shot up. Another thing they don't say on the episode, Hillary had just put new batteries in everybody's microphones. And so when I'm having this event, I'm trying to be tough to get through it. Mine went from 100% to 50. By the time they walked me back to the barn, it was nothing, dead. My sister's having similar things, but she didn't want to speak up. Her phone's going berserk,
Yeah.
so we're having this interference. Well, after these shows aired, I had people reaching out to me like, you have to protect yourself. You're getting attacked. The things that you were just talking about. And that's a very interesting, delicate thing because
Yeah.
I didn't feel attacked. See, I felt protected.
Yeah.
And in my head, I'm like, what if something, when I fell forward in the snow,
What if
something were trying to help me
I was
up?
just about to say, what if something was pushing you out of the way?
Or
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
I've never...
Or trying to get your attention.
Yeah, I appreciate people's concern
No,
because it is
absolutely.
kind of scary. But I'm like, but I've always felt somehow protected in a way.
Yeah.
But then I wonder if there is
Is it that
military
location?
involvement.
Is that location in particular somewhere that you personally feel safe?
No. Now, when we were just there a couple weekends ago with ions and we did this
Yeah.
experiment with the CE6, and it was the best I felt. We were right there at the landing site, right?
Okay.
but I wasn't fully, like everybody else felt really good, and I'm just still like a little, maybe just because of all the past stuff that happened there. But there are certain locations throughout Elbert County where I can literally drive through and I'm like, okay, this feels off. Like there's that feeling. And when I visited Blind Frog Ranch years ago, that's what I want. I wanted to feel how it felt. If it felt like the ranch in Elbert County, and it didn't. It felt really good at Blind Frog. It really, and I sat in the waters before it's funny. I'm sitting in the little chair. The water's really cold, and I'm at Blind Frog Ranch, and I'm seeing bubbles. And I'm like, "There's something in this water.
There's something
Get
in
out
here
of here!"
with
And
me.
it's freezing cold. And then right after that, they shut it down because there was like a big eel thing in there. And I'm like, "Oh my god!" That was awful.
Wild.
Anyway, but the energy felt there better. I've never been to Skinwalker, so I don't know what the energy there feels like. But certainly, like many of us, we go to different locations, you can just feel, and I'm sure you have that since you're sensitive like that. So it's that same kind of feeling.
Okay. And that was just a curiosity, especially with the handprint and things like that.
Yeah.
Like it's one of those. Do you feel safe there, or do you feel on edge? Do you
on
feel
edge. On edge.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Now,
not in the day though. Like and the family that lives there now, they've lived there since Jack and Betty and them sold it. So, and that was like when I first approached them, I left them a note in the box. I'm like, I don't know if you know the history of this location, right? And they reached back, and then COVID shut us all down. And I wasn't going to tell them over the phone.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to just like call them up and go, hey, blah, 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 blah. Here's the report. I wanted to meet them face to face.
Yeah.
So, and then the rest is history. When, COVID let up and History Channel called and said, will you meet them for the first time on camera? So that's legit.
incredible.
Yeah. But
incredible.
some of it, like the hum, might have been faked. I'm like, what are the chances of that? They don't hear it for 30 years and then they're filming and the
It
hum?
pops up again.
And it wasn't the same. It was higher pitched. See, my memory, it's much lower. It's
Interesting.
like I can't. It wasn't that high pitched.
Yeah,
So
almost like the hum that numerous people have reported around the country in the Midwest, things like that,
it's
where it's
lower.
almost like a low mechanical hum.
a low mechanical hum. What
Interesting.
they show on Beyond Skinwalker's higher, and what makes me a little upset. I hope they didn't fake anything, but
Yeah.
if they did, they didn't let me in on it. And it would upset me if they did. Because this is like my whole, like, it's...
Absolutely.
So
And it
not.
will be, there's all kinds of interesting things out there with production like that, Katie.
Right.
So
I know.
I don't think that they would necessarily in that kind of way. But you never know.
You never know.
And folks like you who have experienced it before and experience a difference in it,
Yeah.
it's an interesting point to say the least.
Yeah.
But it is also one of those, like, those things can change. Like that pitch could change with the speed of the wind.
That's true.
That's things
true.
like that.
I would hope they wouldn't do
with
that. 'Cause-
it could change literally with the humidity.
yeah.
Oh, so all kinds of things affect those frequencies.
That's true. And in all fairness, like Dave Carr,
Yeah.
the producers, the team, everybody fantastic. So,
Well, I want to thank you so much for taking the time
course.
today, stepping aside. I can't wait to see a very busy conference. It's
Yeah.
going to be fantastic. Thank you so much for coming.
Well,
Before
thanks
we
for
let-
having me on. Yeah.
Absolutely. I want you on again and again. I love your work. Like I said earlier, we have been
yeah. Right.
do-si-doing around each other on social media for the last few years. So
That's
it's
right.
great to finally meet you. Let everybody know where they can go to keep up with all the work at Rocky Mountain Research, where
Right.
they can go to...
You can go to RockyMountainRanchResearch.org, and we have a fantastic, we're actually debuting it here. It's been a work in progress for over a year, the Rocky Mountain Ranch Timeline Tool.
I love it.
So check that out, and our publications as well. And of course, you can always visit Katie Page, and that's PAIGE.com, which is my personal website. And my YouTube channel on Rocky Mountain Ranch Research with Katie Page on YouTube, which finally just monetized after a while.
Yay!
So I lost it. I lost my channel like a year ago, and I've been slowly rebuilding. And I got to the point where like I don't care anymore.
I lost my monetization level when I switched from Dudes and Beer to Curious Realm about 5 years ago. The algorithm on my channel changed. I lost a certain number of viewers, and it was like it was fighting tooth and nail for 5 years to get to the point of monetization back. So I
know.
feel you.
I know.
feel
It's
you.
painful.
Absolutely.
But
Thanks so much again.
thank you.
While you are online, everybody, checking out all the amazing work of Katie Page and Rocky Mountain
And Ranch
Research. Make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. /videos is where you can find all the video pages of our guests embedded right there. So it's nice and easy to follow and subscribe their YouTube channels. When we come back from this quick break, everybody, we will continue with the Curious Realms on-site coverage of MUFON Symposium 2026 right here in Covington, Kentucky. Right after this, folks.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the MUFON Symposium 2026 right here in Covington, Kentucky. We have the great pleasure of being joined by Steve Foss, founder of Techno Signature Intercept Grid, TSIG. Let's get right into it, because this is a fantastic concept of device that gives real-time data for techno signatures of anomalies in the sky. So let's start ironing out, how did you get involved in this kind of research to begin with? What brought you to creating TSIG, and what is it all about?
The Techno Signature Intercept Grid is a device that is tried and true. Although this is a new platform, it is essentially Fran Ridge's idea of the MADAR device. And I worked with Fran Ridge for a number of years, Chris, and I'm kind of the face of the company at that point. I was the one coaching owners, operators on how to read data, how to find data, such as yourself, number 256,
That's
correct?
Right.
Yeah, so I've been in communication with all these people over the years, and I just was so fascinated with the people and the concept. And as a chief investigator for MUFON for the state of Florida for years, and regional director of the Middle East, and CMS coordinator, ERT team, CAG, briefly, I learned an awful lot about how the MUFON system works. I probably know just about as much about CMS as anybody that ever did it. And I see a correlation between what happens with investigators. There's two types, ones that dive into a case immediately and ones that kind of, meet the deadline. But essentially what I saw with investigators is that the first thing we're trying to do is debunk cases.
Yep.
And I'm not disparaging anything about the system, but the first thing we have to do is look at the weather and anything related to the case. If they're saying it's a light in the sky, we're looking at aircraft and satellites and celestial events and stuff like that. So the first thing we're always looking at is prosaic explanations, and then they get to interviewing people. But what I have learned with the MADAR system and now the TSIG system and our intercept device is it's capturing real-time data every minute of the day and recording this. and it's submitting it. It never forgets the data. And for instance, the MUFON or the MADAR system already has 600 million lines of data that can be researched from past.
Wow.
But every device is sending data once a minute from all the sensors, and there's 5 sensors, but you can hook up a Geiger counter, and it has a relay that can trigger cameras at the same time. So anyhow, what I saw is a problem is that this data is real time, and investigators aren't jumping on it at the first minute. So if this is being fed into the Andrus system, I think that the Andrus system should be able to immediately identify any devices, the closest 3.
Yeah.
They may be 300 miles away, which isn't significant, but it may be 17 miles, it may be 3 miles. So if the Andrus system can immediately inject into the case the closest 3 units, and if 2 of them are within a 50-mile radius, it could escalate a case to a case of interest immediately and alert the state director that we have something going on that may have real-time anomalistic data recorded. And so the system has 5 sensors, and if more than one is triggered, it's what we call a multi-sensor validation. You've probably heard that phrase through the MADAR and Fran and myself talking with us over the years. And if we have a multi-sensor validation, that's what we call a case of interest in our field. MUFON has their case of interest classifications. So if it detects something that is anomalistic, it sets off an alarm. Number 1, it goes into a code blue, the light lights up. If you have a speaker attached, which you can buy one on Amazon, it would alert you through audio. Yep. And then if you are a registered owner, it's going to send you a text and an email. It's going to send all your data to my website, which it's already doing. But immediately, when an alert is triggered, it starts recording once a second for 3 minutes. If the stimulus goes away, it goes back to once a minute. But if the stimulus remains, it continues to record once a second and send that data. Yeah. So it's very detailed in its fact-finding mission. Yeah. And then, so that data is stored and sent. The alerts go to MUFON. So my ambition is that when a case gets submitted into Andrus, that it identifies the closest 3, it escalates it to a case of interest, and the iron is hot right then, and people are alerted to get on that case. The state director is now invested in seeing that the investigator isn't waiting for it. He's like, get on this one immediately. And these cases happen, but they often, the time goes by and the evidence gets cold,
Well, and, honestly, that's a huge reason why, as Curious Research, I authored the observation log, is based on the concept of the first 48 hours on A&E. And if you've ever known a murder investigator, if you've ever known a detective, it's the fact that beyond 48 hours, everything begins deprecating.
Right.
The strands and the strings start fraying, and they start getting looser, and you're losing data.
Change.
You're literally losing data. The memory of the people who witnessed something is changing, and not that a witness is 100% to begin with. But when you're talking about data like this, like what you're gathering, real metric data in that kind of way, to show something, because that's always, I always say, report often, report everywhere. Report to everybody, not just MUFON. Go to every system and report it, because the more eyes we have on something, the better. And much like any case in the MUFON database or anywhere else, when they get 2 about the same thing, something keys in and a different investigation begins, because now you have corroboration of the event. And if you can triangulate that with a third person, now you've got a totally great data set that you can begin looking at in a different way.
Absolutely, 100%. And reinforcing that is what if we have a multi-sensor validation and you get the alert and can go out. The alert says, Chris, go out and look up.
Yep.
Look up for 10 minutes. UAP have a way of appearing, disappearing, coming in,
going
not being
out.
visible, then becoming visible and leaving. So there's a time trail there as well. It's not just a one-time thing, but the alert says go outside and look up. Okay, so if we can have captured scientific data, measurements of the environment, and we have an eyewitness, and it can trigger you to take a camera or to turn on your camera system, then we can have both a multi-sensor validation on the T-SIG system, an eyewitness report, digital evidence, and Steven Spielberg's knocking on your door.
Yeah.
That's what we're after here.
Absolutely. And, especially that idea, once again, of multi-sensor data. That's something that I get into my presentation tomorrow on, is the idea that even when NASA recently came in and started doing the panels, things like that, they asked, like, hey, National Weather Service, like all of these different agencies, you have sensors that we don't have. You have access to things that we don't have. And even Aero asked the same thing. Like, please, if we have a time and a date and a location, if you have data on that from a weather satellite, whatever,
right,
all of that makes a difference. All of that helps coax information out
Correct.
in a totally different way.
Absolutely. Yeah, so the wonderful thing about the ufology community is how cooperative the people in MUFON are, and the other people who are the vendors, and just creating and sharing. You don't find that in other disciplines, This is a very open, sharing community, and it's fantastic. And I've just been in awe of all the people that I've encountered over the time, which is why I want to continue to see this as being a helpful tool.
Well, and, once again, the idea of building a community of researchers, even if it's the fact, because, hey, we don't all have time to go out and hit the field. We don't all have time to go out and observe all the time. But what you do have time to do is literally 5 minutes to plug in a device and connect it to the internet.
And it doesn't forget your data.
It does.
It's just sitting silently recording.
And I've had the original Madar device, I want to say, since about 6 months after it was released.
Yours was installed 6 after mine.
Yeah.
I was 249, you're 256.
So yeah, it's one of those, it's an amazing piece of device. It's an amazing piece of kit. And to see the data that comes from it, I know I've gotten a few anomalous hits on mine, things like that have registered into the system. And it's one of those, like, it's wicked cool for the fact that it's there doing things while I'm out traveling the country. It's still observing in my locality in that kind of way. And to build a community of nodes in that kind of way, to, once again, be able to verifiably get data that it's not just from one point source. You have other localized nodes that can pick up that data as well. What is the reach of a node?
That's usually the first question that everybody asks, and the technical answer is that there is no reach, because it doesn't reach. It accepts. It's a passive system that intercepts signals. So it's not the strength of the unit itself; it's the strength of the
incoming signal.
For instance, if you had a 30-foot triangle 8 miles away, it might not get anything. If you had a 300-foot one 8 miles away, it could register all sorts of things. It's not picking up. It's the unit primarily could be considered as a CE2, CE3 sort of device. It's looking for nuts and bolts crafts that could have occupants. It doesn't focus entirely on anomalistic lights, orbs, and stuff like that. They don't put off the same signals as a electromagnetic, anti-gravitic travel propulsion system. Those are the things that are leaving evidence, forensic evidence. Everything leaves it. The dog running through the room, you've seen all the crime shows. Everything leaves evidence behind, including UAP. How we detect those, we have 5 different sensors that are trying to, rule out false positives, like the truck rumbling down a street. They don't pick up airplanes. They're not picking up, SpaceX rockets and stuff like that. But they do have sensors that can pick up things in your local airspace. And so, the more we can have out there and cross-reference and triangulate. But, there have been a lot of correlated cases where you have a sighting that is reported to MUFON or Newforce and a Madar or T-SIG unit that records data. And sometimes they don't come together. They don't converge together until the report gets made and an investigator looks it up and goes, oh, wow. But we did have, in Florida, Rusty Hester, the assistant state director, she's fantastic. She was assigned a case by me, and it was a sighting of a woman who was on her balcony, and she saw this thing gyrating in the sky, and she backed inside her sliding door, grabbed her camera, and started filming. And the films never capture good stuff, but you could see these lights flickering and whatnot. And so she sent the stuff to MUFON. Rusty worked the case, and she owns number 270, which was installed shortly after yours.
Sure.
And she went in and looked at the data and said, oh, my gosh, I have a hit on my MADAR device at the exact same time. Yeah. Of course, UFO investigators need to be cognizant of the UTC time differentials and stuff like that. And Rusty would always reach out to me and said, just verify this for me. And sure enough, she had a MADAR hit on a sighting that she was working.
Wow.
Yeah, fantastic.
Wow.
And then there was Reef Station in California, a military craft that I witnessed a football-shaped UFO go by their airplane, and 2 units in California had detected it.
Wow.
Fantastic stuff. Now, getting the people in the military to confer that this happened was a little bit more difficult, but the investigators did a good job working it.
Yeah.
And got some factual stories out of it. And
You'd have to of course, make your FOIA requests for radar data, sensor platform
and trying to
data.
get the pilot to actually admit to
admit to anything. And with that in mind, when it comes to the way that this data integrates into investigation, how does the average person, the person who's not a field investigator,
the enthusiast,
the person who is, just at home, has this, how can they begin to utilize that data in an investigative way? How can they begin to kind of crack that open?
Across the spectrum, I can't tell you that there's any one specific type of person. Everybody has their own interest level in this. Some just want to have it just to provide data. Others,
that was me.
That's where I started.
Yeah.
But there are others who want it so they can evaluate their data. One, for instance, is a man named Tom Johnson, Raven Consultants, and Tom emails out almost every week saying, hey, what about, I saw this, I recorded that, this data, and he's constantly reading it. So the data is available, and I have taken time with many individuals and given specific one-on-one online training how to read the data.
Yeah.
Now, the new system, the website will be more robust. It actually gives graphs where you can look for spikes in the last 24 hours on your magnetometer, your accelerometer, your compass.
Yeah.
It has those graphs, and it'll have an alert graph, but you can look at the last 24 hours, 7 days, 30 days, last year. You can look on a specific date. So it's more searchable and visual than the previous system on MADAR, which was really difficult to read.
It was a little tough in some
different
ways.
people, and so I'll be doing. I will be totally available to every state who wants to have a Zoom call for their investigators and for state director meetings. But any individual who owns one, I'm reachable and approachable, and I would be happy to take the time. That's one thing to say when you have 250, but if we can get thousands of these things going,
absolutely,
we'll have to do more recordings that people can view than the one-on-one that I've done for so many years. But so everybody's different in how they want to utilize the thing. We have actually some MUFON investigative teams that have purchased 7 of them and give them to their investigators.
Yeah.
I have people who have purchased 4 of them and put one in their brother's house, one in their summer house, one in their uncle's house.
And just as a circuit designer, granted, I've never designed anything like that. I do web design, though. I do integration with things. I do circuit design for guitar pedals and synths.
Excellent.
All kinds of stuff. But a couple of use case scenarios. One, this is a very small device. It is not
very
big.
Small, about the pack of cigarettes.
I was just about to pull out a pack of cigarettes
Don't do that.
and literally be
I quit.
no name brand, but it's this big. But literally about the size of 2 packs of smokes put together, a standard index card. But can it be used offline? Is there a way for it to be able to store the data, basically be able to be a handheld device that you could take out in the field?
That's an excellent
question. Store
question.
the data, then plug it in once you're back to civilization. Because if you're out in the middle of the field doing, let's say, a week-long investigation on a property out in the middle of the desert, something like that, you may not have access to Starlink. You may not have access to the internet.
Right.
But if you have this device, is there an offline fashion where either you can plug it into your computer and it works?
The answer is yes.
Okay.
But not yet.
Okay. Cool.
We have every intention of making a mobile field unit.
Yeah.
So the difference is this, and this is what's really important to investigations.
Yes.
Now, for the average enthusiast, that would be cool for them to be able to do that.
Yeah.
And they're not giving the data for investigators, and we want that. But
Yes.
the purpose here is that you get your device, you bolt it down, and you don't touch it because
Yeah.
it's with the accelerometer and the gyroscope, even a little tin on it like that, a cat playing with the cord could move the device and it's going to trigger an alert, and you don't want that. So we've made a new, device that can screw down to the table, slide it in there, and it's locked in place.
Love it.
And the reason for this is super, super important. Let's just say you've got your 256 in your city, in your neighborhood,
Yeah.
and it's recording device that is related to that geographic
Yes.
longitude, latitude. And so a year from now, somebody records or submits a case to MUFON and says, hey, I saw this a year ago.
Yeah.
We can go back and look at the data on
In
that
that
device,
location.
know that it was at that location
Yeah.
a year ago. But if you're moving it around and changing locations, then it can't be correlated to a case specifically.
At least not within that. And that's what I was going to ask to follow up, because the whole idea, like, you can use a home Starlink, for example, but I could take that to my aunt's house in Poughkeepsie. All I have to do is go into the Starlink app and re-register the address of where I'm going to be, and for the amount of time that it's going to be there.
And we should be able to pick up an IP address and know its
Exactly,
location.
exactly.
But to answer your other question about can I take it remotely and record, it's already recording everything inside it. If you have it
Yeah.
powered up, it's recording. So once you hook it up to the internet, it's going to download all that data.
Okay, so
And we don't currently have a separate map to say these are mobile devices and how we're going to do that, but we'll work towards that in the foreseeable future.
But even right now, the use case is the fact of you do not have to plug it into a laptop to use it remotely. You don't have to walk around with it in your hand with the battery. But as soon as it sees power, it's going to power up, get a location, and start gathering data.
Right.
And whenever you connect to the internet, that's going to upload.
Yeah, and with a GPS, and the GPS can not only just tell you where it is, it tells you when it is.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Giving you that.
That's the more important part of a GPS unit is
Yes.
giving the UTC timestamps.
Exactly.
That is irrevocably true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's just just use casing, just the idea of being able to take it into the field, being able to once again tell the system hey, this date to this date, I'm going to be at a different location.
Right.
And
Right,
this is
exactly.
the address of where I'm going to be. So that at least you have a proximity in which to, until it gets a GPS location, something like that.
So that data won't be stored on a static site on the a live map. It would be a separate compartmentalized set of information that's available to certain people for certain reasons.
Now, as far as searchability, personal researcher-wise, how far back into my data can I dig, and how do I do that?
Absolutely a perfect question. So it never forgets data. It's stored, like I said, 600 million lines of data on the existing MADAR nodes.
Yeah.
And so this is going back to the minute each one was installed. So the data is there, and you can go back and search all back to day one. And I have tracked for the past 3 years the exact date that yours was installed. And I looked at them every day, every one that was live, every day. Every morning I would get up and I would see which ones are offline and contact them and say you're offline. But I track I can tell you what days yours was online and offline by looking at my records.
Yeah, you've literally emailed me and been like, hey, your system's offline. And I'm like, dude, I'm so sorry. My wife doesn't know what to do with that thing. I am on the road for another 5 days. I'll unplug it and plug it back in when I get
historically
home.
speaking, your data is available all the time.
Awesome.
It is from the minute it started recording. When it goes offline, sorry, it's not there, but I had tracked that over the years, and I can tell you it was offline from this day to this day, and how many times times I emailed you in between to tell you it's offline, and how many times
Yeah.
I texted you or hand wrote you a letter. But so to access the data, all you have to do is, if you have a registered device, you have access to the data full time to all devices. It's free, comes with the purchase. You have permanent access to data as long as that unit is online and recording and you're active in the system. You don't have to pay a monthly subscription for that. However, and you get live alerts as well. But if you don't want to own a device, we're going to make it so you can subscribe to access to all data. And we also want to make it so a person who's in a hot zone with many devices near them within 100 miles, that they could get a subscription for real-time alerts as well. So a guy in Indiana or Southern California or Hudson Valley, wherever they are, where the hot spots are, doesn't have to own one, but he can get a real-time alert to go outside and look up because there was an active sighting within 50 miles of him. And a item moving at the speeds these things are known to move in, 50 miles is nothing. Such as the the Nimitz sighting of the Tic Tacs dropping from 60,000 feet and being back over to the aircraft carrier in 3 seconds, 60 miles away. 50 miles is a decent radius to be alerted within.
No, that is a fantastic radius. And once again, once you start getting numerous nodes connected together, that 50 miles expands rapidly.
Yeah, it does. And the ambition is to have as many as we possibly can to create that grid and the triangulation opportunities and whatnot. And, so I think it was Robert Bigelow said back in 2008, what we need is not disclosure. What we need is confirmation.
That's right.
I hope I quoted you right, Robert.
And that only comes through data. That confirmation only comes through data. Alex Dietrich is in there right now talking about her experience.
It was a pleasure
on the
meeting
Nimitz.
her last night.
It was great sitting and having dinner. And even hearing her talk about her experience and everything else, but saying the very important fact that what I saw was unknown, that means it's not extraterrestrial. It's unknown.
Exactly.
And to make a leap
we don't know that it's
to make a leap to
extraterrestrial.
that statement is a huge leap.
It is.
And she's
Absolutely
like, I can't
is.
even get behind that. In between those statements is where the science is supposed to be. In between those points is where the science and the data is supposed to happen. And that's a huge effort on my part, honestly, is to get all these communities, man, even beyond what you do, paranormal, cryptozoology, all of them, to understand that it is not evidence, it's data. Evidence frees
data point.
Evidence frees you in court from murder, things like that. Never let it be less than that. Never let the bar for the word evidence be less than what you would give a lawyer to free you from prison.
Well said.
Because other than that, good Lord, what they'll call evidence against you, if that's the case. You know what I mean? Aside from that, it's data. We have data. We have anomalous data within a data set. And that 5%, 8% anomaly bears a lot of investigation and needs a lot of investigation because it's the anomaly that science is supposed to remove from the data set. That's literally the job of science, is to get rid of the anomaly. And it's people like you that are giving investigators the tools to identify anomaly, to say definitely beyond what anybody saw in the sky, beyond any account, beyond any sensor platform known as a camera that's not a camera, it's just a sensor platform, that these are points of data and that this is how you gather it. And it's fantastic to see that you are helping to continue this passive data gathering system in that kind of way.
Well, I'm also honored that MUFON respected the product well enough to try and incorporate it into their system as well.
Well, it's hugely
it's not going to be without challenge. We'll get it worked out, but we know it's already recording and posting on the map. And so, I'm not technologically savvy enough to describe exactly how it does what it does. And I'll be honest with you, I'm a restaurateur by trade. I've done this forever, but I've immersed myself in the system deep enough that I understand what the sensors are, what they are supposed to do, how to read the data,
what their tolerances are.
And in my history, I've surrounded myself with the people who could do the things that I couldn't do. And
Yeah.
that's how I became successful all my life, was having people do the work for me, just giving them the liberty to do it and paying them well to do it.
No,
and I
what
have
Steve Jobs
two
did.
partners. Exactly. You know, I mean, with 1,200 employees, I always tell them, hey, do something where you can make money while you sleep, you know. You put people to work for you. And that's great advice from me.
Yep.
But I'm surrounding myself right now with people who can help us get the technology together to advance this beyond a 5-sensor unit, doing what it does for MUFON. We have ambitions of doing the Intercept 7. And I've spoken to many of the MADAR people already, including Armando Landrian, who gave me so much input on other sensors that can be added. Tom Johnson and many others have just said, hey, wow, this is great what you're doing.
Yeah.
Thank you. I've had thanks from so many MADAR people for continuing this project and keeping the Fran Ridge dream alive.
Yeah.
And before he did pass, I didn't know what to think of it at the time, but he sent an email to his trusted advisors and said, in the unfortunate event of my demise, Steve will be the director of MADAR. And I laughed about it at the moment. I was like, yeah, right, as if.
Well,
and I forgot that he had written that until it was about a month ago. Phil Leach sent me the email saying, Steve, remember what Fran said?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
Well,
So here we go, and my heart's in this to see to it
that
the
obvious.
community is getting what it deserves from Fran's work for all these years.
Well, and that's just it. It's how do you pass on that passion and verve for something? And I think that he truly found somebody that could.
Yeah,
Steve,
there's one little known thing about Fran Ridge that just came to light in the past couple of years before he's passing, and nobody knows this. But one of his early MADAR systems actually, this was like an ENIAC computer system in his office. It was huge. I mean, we didn't have the components that we have today to build these things. He had this massive system he built in there, and he discovered recently that he actually captured the WOW signal.
Awesome.
He has evidence of it in his office currently. I shouldn't be telling everybody that because
That's
I want to
epic.
go get that.
That's epic. Epic.
It is epic.
Wow.
It's just fascinating that he did that. And so that's the history of this system and what it's capable of doing.
Well, I want to thank you so much for your time today. It's been a very
The
busy
pleasure's all
conference.
mine. And it's so well received here. I'm just in awe.
Well, I would love to have you on every few months to get updates,
That would
things
be
like
awesome.
that.
Thank you.
Technology like this is what we love exposing our audience to, because it's not like, and don't get me wrong, folks, all right? I understand, especially in the world of paranormal, the want of use of a spirit box. But as an audio engineer and somebody that does RF coordination, there's something about scanning through white noise of broadcast and finding signals that there should be a scientific problem with. That's just me. If you're talking scientific data, that will immediately be smacked down because all you're doing is scanning a radio band and finding some pareidolia inside of it. And Staticom is a great example of technologies that are moving forward in that kind of realm, but instead of using the white noise of broadcast, they are using like their own private white noise generator that they have created so that you aren't picking it up off broadcast. You aren't just like, this is a generated white noise. So if something is happening, it's happening inside of that circuit. It's not being, you aren't just catching radio waves that, and like moving the radio dial left and right, you know, to pick things up. So people like you who are bringing this kind of stuff to a different level, that are bringing this passive technology, that are bringing scientific means to gather data, I think is massively important. So thank you so much for everything
Thank you, Chris.
you're
It's
doing.
a real pleasure, and I look forward to talking with you again soon.
Again and again and
And
again.
thanks for your support in the MADAR system and now the
absolutely.
T-SIG Intercept 5.
I am so happy to see that it's moving forward. Let everybody know where they can go to find out more about T-SIG, where they can go to get their unit.
tsigpro.com is the website we have created. This is all brand new because Fran passed away just months ago and didn't leave us any blueprints for anything. I had to track down one of the Madar operators. I did not know who he was. I knew his name because I email and text.
Yeah.
I mean, Linda Napolitano is one.
Yeah.
There's just so many names. It's like they were just a name to me and a operator.
Wow.
And
Wow.
there was one, Rick.
Name and node number.
Yeah, and that's how I knew them. I didn't know their involvement in the ufology world and stuff like that. And it's just I keep learning every day.
Yeah.
And listening to Peter Robbins last night, who's like the Forrest Gump of ufology, he was there for all the big events. You know, it's just like he was there for the Nike shoe.
That is a beautiful analogy to that. Yeah,
he's so interesting to listen to. But anyhow, I forget where I was going with that, but we're going to be successful in making this happen, and we're just blessed that MUFON is embracing it. And thank you again for your time.
Hey, always. While you were online, everybody, finding out more about T-SIG and getting your copy or getting your unit, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That is where you can find links to amazing products like T-SIG that can help you in the world of your investigation in the field. When we get back from this quick commercial break, we will continue with our live on-site coverage of the MUFON Symposium 2026 right here in Covington, Kentucky. Right after this, folks.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the MUFON Symposium 2026 here in Covington, Kentucky. We have the great pleasure of being joined by our good friend and guest, Bob Spearing.
I'm doing good. I'm not used to the headphone.
No,
hearing myself in the headphone.
It's right there in your head, isn't it? It's nice when you get the ESPN quality where it blocks all the noise out, things like that. But you were actually here today. We had you on all of a few weeks ago talking about some of the cases that you were discussing. But you were here discussing the cases of interest presentation. Let's get into some of those, Bob.
Okay, one of them that we had was a video that was analyzed by one of our photo analysts, Larry Tyree, and it was a large cloud-like object that was moving north to south off the Western Australia coast over the Pacific. And you can see the cloud banks, and nothing's moving. And we used mathematics, Larry's a mathematician, to estimate how far out the cloud bank was, and it's very, very, the wind was 31 miles an hour going north, and this big object was going south, and it looked like a cloud, and you would think that a cloud would disperse, all right? And it was traveling at 91 miles per hour, this cloud, into a headwind. And ahead of it were three small dots. And we looked in flight radar thinking it may have been fighter jets and something else. And there was nothing, which doesn't mean that they were an aircraft. But fighter jets need to go faster than 91 miles an hour to stay up in the air.
Yes.
The cloud and these three small dots were moving in unison at 91 miles per hour.
A cloud, and I don't know, maybe it's just my realm of knowledge of physics and understanding of clouds and cloud structure, which I'm no meteorologist, mind you, Bob, but I find it very odd without tornadic activity or something for a cloud to be moving at 90 miles an hour without some sort of deprecation to the cloud,
Right.
without it breaking apart. And even at that point, like, most of the time with thunderstorms, it's so thick, things like that. That's why it maintains through a hurricane or a tornado. But this instance of a cloud just moving 90 miles an hour by itself,
Well,
it's fascinating.
Larry is a photo analyst, so basically he took one frame and he kept enhancing it, enhancing it, and it turns out it seems to be like a disc with a cupola, but it's 156 feet in diameter. So it looks like a cloud disc with a cupola. So we don't think it was a cloud, especially since it maintained its cohesiveness.
Yeah.
But when it was enhanced, it actually looked like a discoid with a cupola on top, white, pure white, and it was 156 feet in diameter, which is bigger than a 747.
Wow.
Yeah, 747 is like 114 feet.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is a massive craft that's large. And once again, 90 miles an hour, when you think about that, I mean, just I want to say 150 miles an hour, 100 miles an hour, something like that is what you need for like a Cessna, you know, just like a small general light aircraft, something like that, like a few, maybe couple hundred yards of runway to get up to speed, you know, but the idea of sustained flight at 90 miles an hour.
Right. And we
not
don't-
gliding, not floating.
No, this thing was booking across the sky, and we don't know what the little white star-like objects were. It was towards sunset, so whatever they were, it was like a reflection, right? So they
okay.
were probably metallic. But fighter jets can't go that slow without falling out of the
Yeah,
sky.
yeah. Most aircraft can't go that slow.
And there were no transponder readings on Flight Radar 24, so we don't know
Interesting.
what these four objects were.
And now, granted, let's bring that up real quick because I'm a big fan of Flight Radar 24. I've been using it for years, even before I got into MUFON. I've been using it. It was just a nerdy thing as someone who traveled 30 weeks a year that we technicians would do like, ooh, look, Southwest is going somewhere. And it was cool. But there's a slight issue sometimes with Flight Radar that most people don't realize, and that's that, yes, you know, there are some aircraft that do not necessarily appear on there. And that's something I think important to point out. Not that it is a military aircraft. Like we said, anything like that would likely be needing to go much faster to stay in the sky unless it's a dirigible of some sort. But even then, a blimp going 90 miles an hour,
Right.
good luck with that.
Well, you know, some people think that maybe the triangles are some sort of balloons with an anti-gravity propulsion system.
It's interesting, Bob, because one of the things that we show on the show regularly, there are high-altitude, high-speed balloons that are out there, and they're V-shaped. They're massive. They are like the size of an airplane hangar. They're huge, but they're aerostat balloons, and they are made to go at speed and slipstream and stuff like that, and stay aloft for a long time. So
Yeah,
it's,
I've seen them. One of them's called the Telos.
Yeah.
It's a surveillance vehicle. It's a Chevron.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
And they can be big.
yeah,
Yeah.
huge,
Yeah.
huge.
The
So-
problem with Chevrons, and I brought this up in the presentation too, is that most of the time people don't see them except out of their peripheral vision because they're almost transparent. So the theory is if it is sort of an American craft,
Yeah.
maybe there's cameras on top filming the clouds above and projecting it on the bottom to make it look almost invisible.
Yeah, the reflective camouflage, things like that, which you know they definitely have experimented with and done plenty of work with to see if that is viable, and especially now because a lot of the problem previously technologically was how do you get those panels? How do you make those panels? How do you bend those panels? As somebody who works in the industry that I do, like I have now seen fully wrappable LED where it is about as thin as 8-9 pieces of paper put together, a small piece of cardboard, and it'll wrap 360 around a column, and there's video. So it's now fully lightweight. It's now fully bendable. And it is 2 resolution, much less if you're looking at it from a distance, you know. But even at a close proximity resolution, like a high resolution LED wall, you got to be a good 30, 40 feet away to catch full resolution, or else your eye starts seeing the strips of pixels, you know, things like that. So the technology is out there. There's tons of stuff like that is even commercially available now, much less in the world of militaria.
Oh, well, yeah, the people that are trying to take out the flock cameras by putting like all sorts of wraps on their car, right?
Yeah,
So-
yeah, exactly. So let's get into the next case real quick.
Okay, well, I talked extensively about the missing scientists and generals and contractors.
Yes.
And what's interesting about that is that the majority of them were connected to NASA in some way, shape, or form. The majority of them disappeared in New Mexico. All right. Some of them were working on deep space exoplanet sensors, looking for, say, liquid water or maybe pollution.
Yeah.
All right. And then the general was the first one that disappeared. This all happened right after Bigelow apparently spoke to Trump on the 5th of February. And that didn't come out till August 5th on Knapp's podcast. But right after that is when Obama made his statements. Trump put his foot in his mouth when someone said, so there is aliens. And then he says, okay, I'm going to release everything.
Yeah.
The next week, General McCaslin disappears.
Yep.
Wipes his phone, takes his gun. Nobody's ever seen him again. Melissa Casais, who worked at Los Alamos, same thing. Anthony Chavez, who was working on a quantum physics experiment where matter can exist in two places at the same time,
Yeah.
like by location. Colin Firth in Disclosure Day holding the artifact. And the connection was all with NASA. And interestingly enough, it connects to the Trump assassination attempt in April because the fellow who tried to kill him interned at the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. So it just gets weirder and weirder and weirder.
Wild. Yeah, and it's interesting because all of a few years, I'm not going to say a few years ago, I want to say it was closer to 2015 or so, there was another spat of deaths like that with NASA, to the point that, like, I remember there being news reports of, like, it's dangerous to become a NASA engineer.
That was one of my slides. Career tip.
Yeah.
Don't work for NASA if you want to live. you know?
Yeah, because like literally the odds were insane. Like it was close to like a 10 percentile of scientists that went to work for NASA died. It was like, even if that is of natural circumstances, that's still a large number of people. That's still a massive number. So, yeah, it's interesting to see that. Now, when it comes to those disappearances, Bob, what were you able to track anything down? Were you able to find any additional data as to things that they may have been working on, that kind of stuff?
Well, Anthony Garcia was working on the bilocation experiment.
Okay.
All right? Monica Reza, who disappeared on the hike in Angeles National Forest, who had worked for McCaslin. She had invented an alloy called Mondelloy, and basically it was for rocket fuselages. And prior to that, we were getting that metal from Russia, and she sort of put them out of business. So I have a couple of theories, is that one, this may have nothing to do with UFOs at all, and that maybe it was a national security issue.
Sure.
Maybe they got the phone call, Trump's releasing the files, because McCaslin was gone the next week. But everybody that disappeared before him, they all disappeared in a 3-month period in 2025, from May till August. Okay, so that, and they were all in New Mexico. That's not a coincidence. And so when Monica Reza disappeared, she had worked for McCaslin. So my one theory is that they had to go to a safe house, because maybe they got the word Trump's going to screw everything up, something like that, or maybe they were compromised. Maybe they were working for somebody else at the same time they were working for us, and the hammer came down and they tried to get away. I know that Melissa Casais was very agitated the week before she disappeared. And also Anthony Garcia disappeared from Los Alamos. So I think that those two were connected also. That was the bilocation experiment guy. 2 out of Los Alamos, and the other one's from NASA.
Well, and the bilocation experiment specifically is very interesting because the one thing I say regularly, and I normally bring it up in my talks, is since quantum entanglement won the Nobel Prize, they have been science has been rapidly coming not only to the field of UFO, but to the field of psi, to the field of para investigation. It is really fascinating to see that pivot turn of science in that kind of way. And I honestly think it not only to that, but oddly, and I'll get into this tomorrow, Bob, not to ruin it for everybody out there, but that's one of my favorite things about the change from UFO to UAP. And I know it was done dirty. I know it was done under the table. I know we lost a few years of FOIA requests that had to be rewritten because people were like, hey, you got anything on UFOs? Like, no, we don't.
Right.
Because we look at UAPs now, not UFOs. But the plus side is that last word, or the last two, anomalous phenomena, which it is the direct duty of science to remove from a data set.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, like I always say, it brings science and kicking and screaming to the topic. And since the time of quantum entanglement winning that Nobel Prize, so many things that they've been unwilling to, like within string theory, they've touched it. Within some theoretical physics, they've touched it. But they've never really wanted to, like, reach out and try to touch it. And once that was proven, it really showed a different connection with a lot of things. So the idea of bilocation, the idea, even the hypothetical thought experiment of how do you possibly create a shutter that's fast enough to catch an electron in motion.
Yep, that's the fascinating thing.
You know, because it does the atom know to slow down to be photographed and then go back on its way? Does that imply consciousness in an atom?
Right.
You know, but much less can an atom or can a particle exist in two places simultaneously? You know,
Spooky action at a distance.
absolutely, absolutely, and it literally is one of those, like, that is a huge noodle scratcher when you start to think about it.
Sure, if you have a particle on one end of the visible universe and another one on the other, and they can instantaneously interact.
Yeah, instantaneously interact and instantaneously share data, and that's a lot of the reason why science has come over to psi, honestly, because, like, yes, they're probably of any community I belong to, I think that there is more actual hard laboratory data on the world of remote viewing than anything else, Bob, because it was born in a laboratory. And that in and of itself is, I am a C+ remote viewer, man. But the fact that I can remote view with some level of accuracy, period, is just mind-numbing to me. Mind-numbing. And I can do it. It's strange and it's weird. And it's one of those, like, how are we getting that non-local information if we aren't sharing that data cloud?
Right.
You know?
Right.
So, yeah.
I've been interested in taking the Monroe Institute course on remote viewing.
Oh, well,
it's fascinating.
Let me know. I'll get you a code.
Okay.
I have codes for all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it really does change things, and that's honestly where things like Chris Bledsoe and psionics and orbs, CE5, all these things begin crossing over, and it's, as I say in my presentation, it's a boundary phenomena that crosses all kinds of boundaries between scientific, philosophic, religious. It's incredible.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, in one of the Stringfield status reports, there was an incident at Mauritius Bay in, I think it's 1980 or 81, where they used mediums to bring in a boomerang.
Yeah.
And then they used an electro-pulse weapon called Gabriel to take it down. It was a mass sighting, and they took it away like Jake Barber with the helicopter. Large boomerang. Yeah. But the mediums, according to the Stringfield report, all died. So one of the things, me and Greg Sisko, who's our MUFON historian, we're going to start looking through newspapers.com to see if we can verify that side of the story.
Yeah, because the whole idea of that, I am a fan of all kinds of things in the world, Bob, but there are some things, and when it comes to CE5, no offense, I know many practitioners, I know numerous people. I have the CE5 app. I've just never been to a meeting. I always go to our good friend Earl Grey,
Earl,
who shared his CE5 experience on our show, where that led to a not so pleasant experience after.
That's the one where the wall opens up and they come through the wall. You know, do you know how many times that happens? I have like close to 200 reports. Yeah. The wall just opens, machines come through, entities come through.
Well, and the thing is, though, that experience was invited.
He invited
that experience.
Yep.
So, you know, it gets into some, once again, some wild religious areas and things like that, as far as even the work of Joe Jordan. And the idea of the name of Jesus Christ stopping abductions. Not all of them, but some of them. You know, so yeah, it brings about some very interesting concepts.
I spoke at one of his conventions. I stayed at his house.
Oh, yeah?
His house is across the pond
Yeah,
from
'cause-
the Apollo 11 building. All right.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, I spoke on the practical side
Yeah.
of ufology.
Yeah.
And then he brought out all of these people who had been experiencers. And they all gave their testimony that when they called the name of Jesus Christ, the
it
abduction stopped.
It stopped, yeah. And he is a former MUFON field investigator. Like
he's just,
I don't know if
for
he
Blue
isn't
Origin.
I don't know if he isn't still current. But yes, he does work for Blue Origin. He's a great guy.
Yeah.
I see him at Roswell every year. Hey, Joe, sorry we didn't get to get an interview this year, bud. But that is some valid work to look into and a valid concept because, like, I even talk about on my show regularly that so much so that I have a rote phrase that I believe that there is a large hominid being known as Bigfoot roaming the woods of North America and beyond. But there is also something else that is willing to hijack the tropes of our mind of what we would be comfortable with, married with our want of experience as a point of ingress into this dimension. Take that how you want.
Yeah, I mean,
but the idea of you have opened the window for something to specifically come in.
yeah, I think somewhere along the line in the past 100 years, we did some sort of experiment that started opening up portals, okay? Because we got all sorts of stuff coming in from the sky and from bedroom walls.
Well, never forget, this is a little known, very nerdy fact, but Ghostbusters, the whole ceremony on the roof and things like that, was actually from a working. That was an Amaranth working. That was part of a series of workings that happened with, my God, his name just left my head. The famous Golden Dawn person here in the United States. He worked with Prushing and all kinds of stuff.
Prushing was the remote
Or
view?
not Prushing. Geez, I can't remember. I can't believe this just left my head. The alien lamb. The being lamb.
Oh,
came
yeah,
through.
I brought him up.
Yeah. Which is
Alistair Crowley.
Yes, Alistair Crowley. Thank you.
Okay.
Agent 666.
Let me tell you something about my presentation. So it was about the missing scientist. And it all connects to NASA, especially the Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
Yes.
The guy that started the Jet Propulsion
Goddard.
No, Jack Parsons.
Yes,
Jack
that's it, Parsons.
He belonged to the Lodge.
Yep.
The Lodge is a group of occultists
Yep.
that included L. Ron Hubbard and
Yes,
Alistair Crowley.
exactly.
And Alistair Crowley was opening up portals, allegedly trying to speak to this
That-
being. What was the being's
Lamb.
name? Lamb. And
Well, lamb is what came through. But the whole concept of like trying to bring about a change and a seed in humanity and like what happened in Ghostbusters was like, oh, they were a crazy cult on top of the building trying to summon the end of mankind. That's what they were trying to do. And it happened in Central Park West. Like one of the ceremonies took place in Central Park
Really?
West. Yeah. Like that whole situation is based on an actual event. But those were the workings that begat Lamb. And it's very interesting when you look at that time frame. It's right up around the same time that things started happening. It's right up around the same time that abductions started happening. And it's also, Lamb is very gray looking.
Yes,
you
very
know,
gray looking.
very gray looking when you look at a picture of him. So the idea of, is there something else? And is there also something else that's guising as the something else? You know, is there something that, once again, would gladly use our trope of what we would be comfortable with, very much in that, like Steven Spielberg did in the movie, where the experiencers as children saw a gingerbread house and reindeer and bunnies instead of the beings, because, well, that's something that they would be comfortable with.
Sure, and 500 years ago, these women that would come back from being missing, saying that they were in a castle in the sky, they'd be burned as witches, all right? But maybe they were abducted.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah, no, exactly. And I think that there are numerous cases like that throughout time where, through the parlance of their times, that's the best as they could explain it.
Right.
You know, it's kind of like, and I'll give the example tomorrow of Thor, god of thunder and lightning, things like that is the best that an ancient civilization could do to explain that phenomena happening around them that fully affected their life in every way, shape, and form. How you ate, how you fished, how you hunted, whether or not you had fire that night. Like,
Right.
Rain affects all that.
What was what was the figure in Mesopotamia that came out of the water and taught knowledge to mankind? It could have been.
Yeah.
Could have been. But I think maybe
Yeah,
it could have been a
the
human
fish-
in a
yeah.
submarine coming and teaching them stuff and going back in a submarine.
And even the fact of that creature itself had a fish-like appearance.
It had a fish-like appearance,
Things
yeah.
like that. So yeah, it's very interesting when you start going back through humanity and seeing many of these continued tropes in that kind of way. Even now the idea of reptilians and scales and that kind of stuff. So it's fascinating. Now, when it comes to these cases, Bob, we've got about 5-10 minutes left. How does a case, because you're former director of investigation, international investigations, let's go through a case process real quick, and how something gets to becoming one of these cases of interest.
Okay, great. So basically, we have a database with 150,000 cases in it. We've had it 25 years. It's at the end of its lifespan, so we're going to a new system September 30th called Andrus, named after our founder. So essentially, in the old system, a witness would send us photos, they'd write a narrative, and it would take them 45 minutes to do that and submit. Today, the new system is only going to take 8 minutes. So when a case comes in, so I think we're going to see a surge in cases because it's going to be a lot easier for people to report. When we get the case, the CMS coordinators vet it, look for pornography, any sort of hoaxes, and they eliminate them. Then they're sent out to the state director wherever the event happened or the country happened. That state director, in turn, will review the case and then give it to the field investigator closest to the scene, especially if they have to go out in the field to collect evidence. Basically, they do phone interviews with people. If we get photographs, we have a 6-man photo analysis team headed by Mark D'Antonio, and they'll do a deep dive. And I've seen some of these guys going back and forth for weeks over one photograph. All right, they really analyze these things. We also have a laboratory in Missouri, and we can do all sorts of electron microscopy. They just got a DNA machine, so when people give us implants or samples of dirt from, say, a landing area, we have the ability to scientifically analyze it using the scientific method, and then we come to a conclusion. In the new system, we're going to a new scoring system. It's got to be X, Y, and Z. It's going to be broken up into non-human intelligence, different types of things. People can pick visuals if they see an entity, what type of entity, what type of craft. It's all going to be visual graphics, not like check boxes we had in the old thing. And then we just eventually come to a conclusion. Was it an unknown? Is it identifiable? Was it a hoax? Is it not enough evidence to make a decision either way?
Well, and I think that's an important point to bear, because I belong to a lot of online communities, and something that I have to remind people of regularly, because they'll be like, hey, I submitted my file to MUFON, I've submitted my case to MUFON, but I've never heard anything back. It's like, well, if it doesn't go past a certain level, you're not going to hear anything back. Well, in that kind of way sometimes.
Because we're a volunteer organization, there's some field investigators that are great, and there's some field investigators
Absolutely.
We're supposed to tell people dispositions. So to avoid that in the new system, once a disposition is generated, it's automatically going to send an email to the witness saying, we decided X, Y, or Z.
And that's what I tell them, is that what happened is your case was filtered down to a field investigator, and if they needed more eyes on it, then it was taken to another field investigator. And technically, it's up to that field investigator to follow up with you. MUFON themselves, as a whole entity, are not going to be the ones sending you that. It's Jimmy James in
not
Florida
anymore. Now it's going to be the system.
and that's great. That's great because it does. I mean, hey, we're all human. Things happen. But the fact of being able to get that is hugely important, I think.
Absolutely.
And that's what I've always tried to let people know, is if you were given a case of, I wasn't given a case number. It's like, well, I don't know if you finished that process then. Because I'm pretty sure it kicks you out a case number, and you should have some, and it's like you should be able to reference that, and at the very least, go to the website, contact them and say, I have case number this. I would like an update on my file. Things like that. So
now we just added another layer, regional directors, where somebody's in charge of 5 states. So if the state director or the field investigator isn't doing their job, their main job is to keep those cases active, go through the process, get them done on time.
Yeah, exactly. And man, it's great to hear new things going on. It's sad to hear many people who have been with MUFON for many years and have done great work have passed here in the last year. But it's great to see where things are moving. It's great to see that there is still momentum, that things, despite the loss of leadership, were not rudderless. They were never rudderless. They still move on, march forward, and grow. So,
we're moving into a new era, a modern, new database. We have a library coming. It's amazing what's going to happen with MUFON.
And I truly love the fact that y'all are working with FOSS on getting
the real-time alert system.
Getting that real-time
Global
alert
network.
system being built into that. I think that especially the fact of being able to pull that data from numerous locations and bump a case up immediately.
And it will connect to Andrus. So their data will go into our map app.
Yeah, so if something happens in the same proximity as a sighting that's happened, you can now bump that up in the rungs.
Somebody reported to us, and it matches an alert at the same time on the same day.
Because like we've said numerous times whenever we've had you on, Bob, and you are a proponent of this too, which I love, which is report. Report often, report everywhere. Report to everybody, because the more eyes on it, the better. And if you don't report, then Johnny and Poughkeepsie's report may not be verified, because we need more eyes on it. And if you're in the localized area and see the same thing, now we have two cases talking about the same object, and we can bump things up to a different rung. So the fact that you're going to have automatic data that can do that can automatically, like, oh no, on this date in this proximity of a GPS ping, we have 3 nodes that picked up data. So that's no different than 3 witnesses that saw it in the sky.
That's right. And basically, to get back to your question, what makes a case of interest?
Yeah.
Okay. When you have multiple witnesses, either grouped or through electronic means, and it's all connected, that brings it up a notch.
Exactly. And especially the fact of not only do you have a witness at that point, you have verifiable electronic data. You have sensor platform that has picked things up. So it's no different than having a radar reflection. No different than having, information from the National Weather Service or something like that. That is good, verifiable data in that kind of way.
And a lot of these websites, like Flight Radar 24 and Weather, they're going to be integrated using AI into the Andrus system sometime by the end of the summer.
I love it. That's fantastic. Bob, thank you as always for the time, man.
Always a pleasure.
Always great sitting back, and just hanging out and talking like we were a while ago. Before we let you go, let everybody know where they can go to find out more about MUFON, where they can go to join and even become a field investigator and start helping.
So simply go to MUFON.com. If you'd like to be a member, memberships are as low as $6 per month. Just MUFON.com/join. We also have in our 4,000 member cadre of people 700 field investigators. So if you're interested in joining us and investigating UFOs, you get this book. It's a manual. You study it. You take an online test. If you pass, we start giving you cases. Some cases are boring. Some cases will make your hair stand up.
Yeah.
All right. And right now we're at the MUFON Symposium, and we have it every year. Next year it's going to be in Kansas City.
Yep. Can't wait.
So
awesome. Once again, Bob, thank you as always. Always a pleasure. Well, you are online finding out more about MUFON at MUFON.com. Everybody make sure to stop on by CuriousRealm.com and CuriousResearch.org. CuriousResearch.org is where you can get your copy of the field observation and encounter log. And if you're a MUFON field investigator or a MUFON member, use the code MUFON. Save your money. When we come back from this quick break, we will continue our on-site coverage of MUFON Symposium 2026 here in Covington, Kentucky. Right after this, folks.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, This easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the MUFON Symposium here in Covington, Kentucky. We are greatly pleasured to be joined by the all-new Director of Investigations, Seth Feinstein. Welcome to the show. How are you today?
I'm doing great.
Well, we got into a great conversation last night during the benefactors reception about the presentation that you gave regarding fakery, how to spot things when it comes to investigation, when it comes to images, video, forensics, and such ways. How did you first come to this field of study, Seth?
Well, very interesting. I have a bachelor's degree in fine arts with an emphasis on photography and filmmaking, also 3D sculpting.
All right.
I couldn't find a job when I got out of college in the industry, in the film or television industry. So I ended up, while I was in college, I worked as a shoe salesman. And when I was in high school, I worked as a shoe salesman. So I ended up working on the 58th floor of the Empire State Building for an importer, for a shoe importer.
Wow.
So what happened was I actually had a very successful business career in banking and finance.
Okay.
And hadn't touched any photography or film type of work exposure through my entire working career. So when I retired and became an investigator for MUFON 6 years ago, I had a case that turned into 7 cases and had over 500 images of that needed to be investigated and needed an analysis on it. And at that time, I couldn't find anybody to help me to do that. And so what happened was I'm friends with the New Mexico state director, and I asked Stacy if it would be possible for her to have her photo analyst expert, Dennis Fryermuth, help me with the case, and she asked him to help me. And I spent 6 months doing training on it, and it's just the most loved and passionate position I have within MUFON is doing photo analysis and photo forensics.
Yeah.
And the photo analysts at MUFON are all very highly intelligent people who have vast experience in investigations and doing photo analysis. So I became part of the team, and I've worked over the last 6 years analyzing. I analyzed over 600 photo analysis cases, most of them for MUFON and some for industry professionals within the UFO community. And even with all that work that I've done, I still don't consider myself an expert yet.
Yeah, yeah. And it's interesting you bring that up because as we were talking in our conversation last night, I skirt a lot of communities. I'm in a lot of communities. And I loathe the term expert when it comes to any of this because I just don't scientifically think you could be an expert in something that we have yet to prove. Mm-hmm. You know, like even theoretical physics has proofs and has mathematics and things like that you can become expert in. But when it comes to the field of ufology, when it comes to parapsychology, cryptozoology, any of that, to say you're an expert, you may be an expert on the lore, the stories, something like that. But to say you're an expert on the creature or that you're an expert on the craft, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. So even for you to humbly say, even after your years of doing this kind of analysis, that you do not consider yourself an expert in that kind of way is a huge statement.
Well, I'm motivated by learning.
Yeah.
I want to continue to learn.
Yep.
And I get a lot of satisfaction out of learning. I'm not wired for like these interviews or for public speaking. I can do it.
Sure.
I can do it, but I really prefer to be working.
Yeah.
And to be accomplishing. So I get my greatest reward in life is by working and accomplishing results from the work I'm doing.
Yeah. Well, and the idea specifically of results when it comes to that, the idea of learning to properly cull data, learning to be dispassionate in investigation, learning to not be looking at data as a point of confirmation of belief in that kind of way. Even all of that takes an extreme amount of discipline and personal courage, because every time you go into an investigation, you have to ask yourself the very honest question of, why am I investigating? Like, that should be question number one in every investigation is, why am I personally investigating? Am I investigating to confirm a personal belief, or am I investigating to examine an anomaly in a data set?
Right.
You know.
When we go into an investigation, we take a look at the evidence that the witness provided. And we attempt to use a critical thought process where we will look at all of the possibilities of what we could be looking at, and our job is to investigate all of those possibilities.
Yeah.
Only when we can't prove any one of those are the answer do we have the possibility of an unknown.
Yeah, exactly. And much like, sadly, much like Arrow would say, much like just about any investigative body out there would say, there is like a 5 to 8% anomaly. There's a 5 to 8% data set of unknown. And that means, like, even our government, who has spent billions of dollars researching this, that 5 to 8% is unknown to them too.
Right. Right. So that's really the numbers where I would think that somebody who's well trained as an investigator would end up with the results.
Yeah.
5% unknown is really the I would say the model figure of what it should be.
Yeah, exactly. And if it starts straying into 15, 20%, you'd be very wary of that. Be very wary of that data, you know, because it may be confirmation biased in its own way of, we've biased the information because this is the data set that we are looking for, you know, and very cherry picked in that kind of way. So as an investigator, as somebody, let's start getting into those critical thinking tools to begin with, because the first tool is your filter to start off with. But how do you recommend the average person beginning investigation start looking at photographs, start looking at media? Let's start that process real quick for somebody.
Well, the first thing we would say is we need to teach people how to take pictures of when they're seeing anomalous events.
Yeah.
Because especially with cell phones, as soon as you zoom in, you create sensor noise and artifacts.
That's right.
And the biggest thing is when people are shooting at a faraway object, which is almost always the case.
Yeah.
In low lighting conditions, which is almost always the case, and the object is moving pretty fast,
which is almost always
the case. What you have to do to get a picture that can be analyzed is you cannot zoom in.
Yes.
You have to include scenery like trees or buildings in the foreground so we can measure the the speed and see the movement of the object, and without zooming in, you minimize the possibility of sensor noise and artifact.
Yeah, and specifically, folks, on your cell phone camera. We've gone into this before. I have a few presentations online. Your cell phone camera is a series of sensors. It is not by traditional means a camera. It is not capturing an image on a piece of emulsification and pulling that out through a chemical process later. There's no negative by which you can put it in photo negative mode, but it's not an actual negative in that kind of way. And as shown in Samsung phones, things like that, your phone will gladly use the AI software inside of it to try and correct something, to put interpolation behind something, because it doesn't think that's a shadow. It thinks it's part of the object, so it will gladly fill in that space for you and put in data that is not there whatsoever.
Well, there's two. That was an amazing, knowledgeable statement
Thank you
just made. But what it also does, in low light conditions, typically the cell phones will take 4 images of what it's looking at. Like the first one may concentrate on the blue sky behind it or the dark sky behind it. The second one may concentrate on the bright object in the middle, on the foreground, whatever. It does 4 images, and then it uses the AI functions
to stack them
and put them together.
Yeah.
In addition to that, the other problem with taking images with a cell phone is the rolling shutter effect. We all know how a copier works, where the light bar moves across the paper and takes the image by scanning the image. That's what the rolling shutter does in cell phone cameras and also in security cameras.
Yep.
So that takes time for the arm to roll across the screen.
Yeah.
And so you got multiple images stacked, you got the rolling shutter effect, and then you have the sensors, which aren't really too good. We don't have the right technology yet.
Well, and that brings up a huge point, and that is the fact of just sensor platforms in general, and the fact that most of what we have, even on industrial scale, like Arrow said that in their panel with the government, like, hey, National Weather Service, if we would love to cooperate with you. You have sensor platforms that we don't have access to. And he was even like, I have access to the NSA, but I cannot turn those instruments into America and look inside of the borders of this country. It's illegal.
Okay.
He's like, I have some of the most advanced sensor platforms out there, but it's illegal for me to use them in that fashion. So if you have sensor platforms that are looking down from a satellite, let's talk. Give me access to that data, because like I legally by the Constitution can't point by instruments inside our borders.
Right. Well, even though Arrow doesn't really share their data with the public.
With nobody.
But they do set the standards in photo analysis because they do both the analysis side and the forensic side.
That's right.
And that's the way it has to be done.
Yes, exactly. And especially that forensic side, when you start getting into the forensic tools necessary, let's start getting into a few of those things at different digital platforms, different things that you can use to process images.
Well, I'm writing a manuscript.
Okay.
It's going to be somewhere between 400 and 500 pages. So I'm developing the tools, the free tools to use. Well, I'm not developing the tools. I'm discovering the tools to use to do all these forensic processes.
Okay.
And the book isn't going to include ones I don't use. It's basically processes with the instructions and how to interpret the results by using each of the processes. So it's I study and work on it maybe 3 to 4 hours a day every week.
Yeah.
And probably 5 days a week. And then I do my MUFON work maybe 3 to 4 hours a day, probably 6 days a week, an extra day. So I'm working on this manuscript because the way I was brought up, and being Jewish, we believe that everybody is a teacher, and what you know is shareable with anybody who wants to know it.
Yeah. And I think that is a hugely important point to consider. You know, people, even like I came up with the media inspection tool with Curious Research, where you can upload any photo, upload any video, and take a still frame and examine it. Even put in a piece of audio, and it'll tell you, the noise floor here does not match the noise floor here. I think this has been edited. You know, I think that something has been copy pasted in from a different source because the room tone doesn't sound the same between these two things. And the idea of, like, my wife asked me, how much are you going to charge for this? And I was like, absolutely nothing. Like, every investigator should have access to these kind of things.
Well, let me share with you
Please.
A few things with MUFON.
Yeah.
I was part of a team that put together the new investigation process, which is being introduced in about 30 days.
Oh, nice.
It's called the Andrus AI,
Yep.
named after Walter Andrus, one of the founding members of MUFON back in 1969. And it is modernizing the entire investigation process. It is making things more scientific.
Good.
For instance, we added a scoring system to help determine if an object was a known or an unknown. We have 20 different items or factors that are scored pluses or minuses
Yeah.
towards reaching a conclusion.
Well, and the main thing is not that the AI gives you the conclusion, but the idea that the AI tells you out of the 50-point score, this is a 40%. You should look at it more.
Right.
You know, things like that. Where much like mine, this is a heuristic. This it and the keep doing your research, but this is the path that you should be going down.
Well, one of the things where we brought up 5% should really be,
Yeah.
we believe our belief system is 5% of what is cited may be an unknown. Well, we also, in our investigation process, especially with using photoforensics, we may determine that the object is inconclusive, that we can't determine what it
Yeah.
is. And I think where some investigators go wrong is they take what's inconclusive and they say, well, I can't figure out what this is, so it's an unknown.
Yeah.
And that's what helps drive up the percentages
Yeah.
or the answers. Of,
Well, and you know, even that is a very important point to bring up, Seth. The idea of the difference between inconclusive and unknown. Because unknown is conclusive that you don't know what it is.
right. Right.
It's like, we conclusively do not know what this is. We've sent it to numerous people. They don't know what it is either. We've sent it to experts in the aviation field. They don't know. Like, conclusively, we know this is an unknown. And that's an okay conclusion. And there's a point of epistemology that I'll be getting into my presentation tomorrow of being able to hold two conflictory ideas in your head and being resolved with it and being okay. And that's a huge point of resolution that you have to get to, is that unknown is conclusive in that kind of way.
I'm going to use
it
that
can be,
in my training.
yeah, because it's an important concept that, like, we don't have to know. Most of what we're going to be investigating will lead to more questions. You know, even most of science, a good scientist will tell you, like, we just don't know yet, man. We have tons of data on it, and we're working on it, and we're culling it, and we're experimenting with it. But we just don't know right now. And it's okay not to know. And I think that's a big point that a lot of investigators have a crisis of conscience with, because they want to give an answer. They want to give somebody an answer. And sometimes that answer is, we don't know right now.
And then the other factor involved with that is we're dealing with real people who
Yeah.
made the reports.
Yeah. Who want an answer.
And who want an answer.
Yeah.
And sometimes the investigator develops a friendly relationship with that witness, and they don't want to disappoint them.
Yeah.
And so they would turn an inconclusive or don't know into an unknown. Because they don't want to disappoint the witness.
Yeah. And you know, that's just it.
And that's not science.
No, it is not.
You have to go by the data.
That's right, exactly. And you've got to get, like, in the truest sense of the deck of cards, you've got to call a spade a spade. It's not a club, it's not a heart.
Right.
This is a spade. And you've got to be willing to say that. You've got to be willing to say, like, we are inconclusive on this. We've all looked at it, and none of us can decide that it's an unknown. None of us can figure that out. So,
right.
And that's a huge step, even in science, because even Alex Dietrich said that in her talk today, that I observed something. Trained observer.
Right.
Spent millions of dollars training her to fly billions of dollars of machinery on the daily.
Right.
You can't get more trained, all right? But she's like, what I saw, I cannot identify. What I saw is unknown, but I will not say what I saw was extraterrestrial.
You can't do
because
that.
That's a leap that leaves the science out.
Right.
And in between my citing in my statement and in between extraterrestrial and that verdict lies the science that needs to be done.
Right. So in MUFON, we have to come up with a disposition.
Yes.
And we first write what would be like a summary and conclusion, which is to prove that we have utilized the process of investigating all of the theories that we had.
Yeah.
And then to list all the data that we gained that is leading us to make the conclusion we're going to make.
Yeah.
Right? And in the new Andrus AI system, we added 2 new categories that we didn't have, which were really important. We added an NHI category, non-human intelligence category.
Yeah.
And we added a psychological perceptual category, which was a category we never had either.
Yeah, and that's interesting, the psychological perceptual category, because you know, there is a whole range of situations where your brain sees things that are not there. One of them is night blindness.
Right.
You know, like as a nighttime astrophotographer, things like that.
Do you do that?
I do. I am just nerdy enough.
I'm a photographer, and I have all this stuff to do that.
Hey, I'm no Mark D'Antonio, all right? But I have my toys, and I have my fun. And it's one of those, with that in mind, you have to know that before you go outside, you need to be outside 20, 30 minutes before you start looking through things. Because your eyes have not even adjusted to the darkness outside. They've gone in from the light. So you're not going to be able to process all the fine points of light in the sky in the same kind of way. You know, like if you're stepping away from the campfire to go out squatching and you see something 10 minutes after you step away from the campfire, your eyes have not adjusted to dark. Can you trust them? Can you trust them at that point? Because you're suffering night blindness. There's a part of the nighttime spectrum that you're not going to be able to see because your eyes haven't adjusted to that yet. So even biological things like that, where it's like, were you in the proper circumstance to begin with? Like we were saying in our conversation yesterday, the person who came to me from a ghost hunt in Texas and was like, I took this video, I was walking through the graveyard, felt something, pulled my phone out and started recording, and suddenly and it was all corrupted and funky looking and blocky and pixelated and, you know, like color swatches coming through. And I'm like, well, when was this recorded? All we know is the location, Spring, Texas, just north of Houston. Outside, in a graveyard, daylight. He gave me the date. I was like, the average temperature outside that day was 105 degrees. You had your phone in your pocket. Look up the tolerance of the actual chip in your phone and what the heat tolerance is for the camera chip.
Right.
Because guaranteed your pocket and the phone in it was probably closer to 115, 120 degrees.
Like being in a
with,
hot car.
With the combination of your body heat being in an enclosed location and sunshine shining on it. So when you pulled it out, it began to work and then suddenly hit the heat barrier of what it's allowed to do. And what you're seeing now is the corruption of that, is the actual sensor hitting its heat barrier. And he was like, oh, I had never even considered that. I'd never even considered the tolerance of the equipment that I'm using and the circumstance I'm using it in. You know, like can your stuff handle the humidity of a forest in Florida in 100-degree heat, 60% humidity? You know, will it perform to its utmost? No, it won't. Not if it's a $30 palm quarter. You need something that's made for major field work, to be out doing documentary work in the middle of the Sahara Desert. That's what you need to get quality audio in that circumstance.
Right.
You know? So it's what level of equipment are you using, knowing the tolerances of that equipment, and how to read the data and the errors from that equipment. And a lot of times that only comes from time. Like, people bring me things sometimes, Seth, and they're like, you figured that out so quick. It's like, I've spent 30 years behind the lens of a video camera, everything from VHS to super VHS to digital now, and been editing from the point that it was deck to deck, almost splicing film, to now recovering photographs for people's treasured keepsakes and converting them to video, you know, forensically recovering audio recordings for lawyers, things like that. So when you've spent 30 years doing that stuff, you can spot anomalies real quick. You can explain them real quick.
Right.
You know, whereas the average user that's using their stuff an hour a week, 2 hours a week on an investigation, you just don't have the metric time on gear that somebody who spends 40 hours a week for 20 years doing it.
I haven't done it for 20 years. Mark D'Antonio has done it for 20 years.
Exactly, and that's just it. And that's the importance of understanding not only your equipment, but the process and the process by which things are gathered. You know, so...
Well, you've also got to have the curiosity to want to know things.
Exactly.
So if something doesn't work the way you expect it should work, you know, you have to have the curiosity to research why it isn't.
Exactly. Seth, I want to thank you so much for taking the time, man. It was absolutely awesome getting to meet you, getting to meet the new director of investigations. You are the kind of people that I love talking to, because when it comes to this, and when it comes to the general public wanting to get involved, there's some data that you need to know. There's some things that will only help you along the way, and the further you get without knowing those things, the more damage you're actually doing to your investigations.
We're the new MUFON.
Yeah.
I think the world is going to be surprised. The board has come out and said they want to share the data. We have 147,000 cases in our case management system, and we want to figure out a way to share it.
And that's just it. Without that and don't get me wrong, competition in science is important, but cooperative competition is what's more important than anything. You know, you can ask Barbara Sobani, who works in robotics programs with college kids, things like that. That kind of healthy cooperative competition where even people competing are still sharing information with each other, like, oh, you ran up against that problem too? How did you solve it? You know, those kind of things are what further an industry. And the more that and believe me, as I've said numerous times in this episode and others, report everywhere, report often. The more eyes on the data, the better. Forget the partisan stuff. It's about the fact of the more eyes on the data, the better. And yes, as soon as these different investigative parties can start to learn to share and pool that data, and even come up with a 5 to 10 step mark process where, as long as these 10 steps were followed and you end up with this result, feel free to pass it on to the next agency. Now we have more and different eyes on it and on the same case. You know, so these are important.
We don't want to compete with other reporting entities.
No,
We don't want to do that anymore.
It only sets up an us versus them mentality, and it skirts some. I'm not going to say dangerous parts of human mentality, but it definitely, like I said, builds an us versus them instead of let's all get together mentality.
Right. We want to do the way the company was founded.
That's right.
And the company was founded to do scientific research.
That's right.
On UAP sightings for the benefit of humanity.
Yeah.
Not for the benefit of MUFON.
Exactly. There is not a more beautiful sentiment to end this on. So, Seth, thank you so much for your time. And I will say your first time, because I would love to have you on again and again to talk about this important topic. I think especially when it comes to examining data in these investigations, it is one of the most important and onus points that we have is to properly look at the data in an unbiased way. So thank you for joining us today.
You're welcome.
Absolutely. Before we let you go, let everybody know where they can go to join MUFON, where they can go to find out more info. And if they are a member of MUFON and want to get involved, how they can get involved with the photo analysis, things like that.
Well, to become a member or to make a sighting report, you go to MUFON.com and click on the right buttons to take you to the right places.
Yep.
We're always looking for good field investigators all over the world. Currently, we have approximately 1,000 volunteers who are doing the work across the world.
Incredible. Awesome. Well, once again, thank you so much. I appreciate the time on this very busy MUFON Symposium. While you are online, everybody, checking out MUFON and filing your report, if you have one, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can find all the embedded YouTube channels of our friends and guests like MUFON. That's where you can get your copy of the Field Observation and Encounter Log from Curious Research and find your link to CROMFIT, the Curious Research online media inspection tool, where you can begin your world of forensic investigation into paranormal. When we come back from this quick commercial break, we will continue with our coverage right here at MUFON Symposium in Covington, Kentucky. Right after this, folks.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the Field Observation and Encounter Log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the MUFON Symposium here in Covington, Kentucky, 2026. We are glad to be joined by Bob Whitworth. You were actually giving the field investigator training yesterday, and I was sad I did not get to make it this year, but I'm planning on taking the test this year so that next year I can come take the class, which is very in-depth and goes into a lot of things that are not necessarily in the field manual. So let's get into the beginning of it, Bob. How did you first come to work for MUFON, and why?
Well, I had always had an interest in it. I think my grandfather had some UFO books going way back in time, meaning the 50s and so on. and I would read those, and I would find them interesting in that. So I was, always to a certain degree interested.
Sure.
I never ended up seeing any sort of sighting of my own.
Okay.
And that, but I was always interested. And then I was a engineer with GM for 40 years and that. And after I retired, I had a little bit of free time. And so I decided, let me look into this sort of UFOs and let a little bit of the paranormal side of things. And I think part of that is, when you're an engineer, you're sort of pretty much locked in.
You're always asking questions why. Like that's literally your job is to why did this break? Why did this wear out? Why is the question?
Right. And you're always data driven.
Yeah.
But at the same time you think about it with paranormal, you're by definition, you're outside the normal.
Outside.
You're sort of outside the laws of science and that.
Yeah.
And you have a whole different set of rules, and maybe you hardly have any rules when you're dealing with paranormal. So I find it sort of a little bit mind opening.
Absolutely.
To do something like that. And so then after I retired, and I had always been the type to watch some of those TV shows and this kind of stuff. And I decided, well, maybe this is something I could be, actually get involved in. So I remember going out there and checking, was there a MUFON chapter in the state of Michigan? And I checked, and sure enough, there was. And they routinely held their meetings about 5 miles from where I live.
Wow.
Right. So I said, "Wow, okay, yeah, this is, this is destined."
Yeah.
So my wife and I started attending MUFON meetings along around 2010. Then as time went on, I ended up taking the test to be a MUFON field investigator, and that was in 2018. So I've been a field investigator since.
Okay.
So a good 8 years now. And as part of that, I think I'm up to about 165 cases that I have been either primary or secondary investigator.
That's a big stat.
Right? And a lot of people drop out after a couple years on that. So, but I find it interesting and that. And so then when I was with GM as an engineer, part of my job was determining what's the best process to do something.
Yeah.
So what's the best business process?
Yep.
So therefore, I was trying to apply that to the job of a field investigator, wanting to put together a process that made everything consistent, comprehensive, and I was doing that for me.
Yep.
I didn't care about anyone else. I was just trying to do it for me.
Yeah.
And so then what I did is, as time went on, I had other people asking for some of the tools that I had developed. So then I went on from that, and then they asked me, Bill Konkoleski, our state director, asked me if I could go ahead and put something together for this presentation. I told him I was glad to.
Yeah, yeah. And, you've brought up a few really good points that we bring up regularly. Number one, you do not have to be a witness or experiencer to be a field investigator. You don't. You don't have to be a believer to be an investigator. And I almost recommend in any para research field that you almost not be a believer in that kind of way. Because, and I'll be getting into this in part of my presentation tomorrow, the idea of how do we remove ourselves and how do you check yourself as an investigator? Because the first question you need to ask yourself, period, is why am I investigating? And that needs to be your primary question every time you investigate. Are you investigating to prove your belief in something, or are you investigating to unbury the anomalous data in a data set? What is your motivation for investigation?
Your motive should not be, let me find something real exciting here.
Or even to disprove in that kind of way.
But you need to have a certain skeptical mindset. You're looking at data, and what you're trying to do is pick up all the data you can. Some may be in favor of this being maybe a unknown, or some of the data being, against that. And what you're doing is just in a critical fashion trying to assemble all of that data, putting it together, and then making at some point some sort of a determination of what actually fits the evidence. And in MUFON, they have what they call a confidence level.
Yeah.
And for someone to be a case to be actually decided as being unknown,
yes,
that is a very high bar. In fact, MUFON says to go that route, you have to be not just 90% sure, you have to be better than 90% sure.
You know, it's interesting because we were just talking with the new director of investigations, Seth, and that was something that we brought up, and that I think really bears to witness is that we have to bear when we witness things, and that is that there is only like a 5 to 8% range of these phenomena that are unknown, and the very, very distinct categorization of unknown versus unidentifiable or things like that. Or I'm trying to remember the designation before unknown. With MUFON specifically.
Well, other things can be, let's say, identifiable.
Yes.
An IFO, identifiable flying object.
Sure.
But they have other categories too, such as information only.
Okay.
They have insufficient data, which is a small amount, and then hoaxes.
Oh, absolutely. Which are just downright hoaxes.
Which are a small amount. But then again, even in hoaxes, I looked at that is a fairly high bar. In other words, you have to respect witnesses, so you don't end up immediately going in that direction of saying, well, I think this is a hoax.
Well, and specifically, I think, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but specifically the idea behind calling something a hoax, much like you have to have that very defined 5% anomaly to say something is unknown, you also have to have that 5% or 95% certainty, rather, that somebody was attempting to deceive you on purpose. That's the hoax, is that they were fully trying to deceive you. Not that they misinterpreted something or that they took a picture of something and it wasn't what they thought, or that beyond pareidolia, apophenia took place and they started assigning patterns now and associations to this thing that they've misidentified through pareidolia. So those are all different factors that are not hoaxing.
Yeah, the standard that MUFON says is you have to have a proven deception.
Exactly.
Now, they don't put a percentage to that, which is interesting. They don't say that it's greater than 90%, but they say a proven deception.
Yeah.
So the way I look at it is it gets to that point where you pick up bits of data, and each one of these I call a yellow flag, all right?
Sure.
It's not a red flag, but it's a yellow flag. And on any case, you could have a couple of yellow flags.
Yeah.
Little things that don't match up, that's not consistent, missing data, non-cooperation from the witness, other things like that. And that may not mean anything. But at some point, it can happen that you have enough bits of data there that, as if you weigh that scale and it's going way in that direction, that there is something really suspicious here. Now, I've only had about 3% of my cases that ended up being hoaxes. One of them was a photo that it appeared that the photo was actually hoaxed. That there was something fake
fabricated
in that photo,
and made.
Fabricated. The other ones were also fabrications, but they were narratives. It was the story someone told.
Yeah.
And so what you try to do is see, is there any evidence that supports their case?
Yeah.
Or is there more evidence or more, let's call it, holes in their story that ends up pointing to it being a hoax? So what's important is calling something a hoax is not the first conclusion you get to. It's the last conclusion that you get to at the very end when nothing else fits, and this seems to be the case. So, because in the long run, what we have to do is respect the witnesses.
That's right.
So I've never told a witness, I think you've got a hoax here.
Yeah, you're a liar.
Yes. You can't do that.
That's just it. That's just it. And I literally had this private conversation with a research friend the other day. And she asked me, like, point blank, how do you know somebody's lying? And I'm like, I intuit it. There's a little intuition in there. I really trust my gut in a lot of ways when it comes to that. I was like, but more than that, I go straight back to being a youth minister and assistant teacher.
All right.
And when you've worked with enough kids, age 14 to 4, you learn the way that a brain tells a story. You learn the way that a brain remembers a story, and when there's way too much gross detail between each step, there's something there. There's something there that like you've crafted this way too hard. Your buddy doesn't have the same story. Your buddy has some broad strokes about what happened.
Right.
You have some very detailed information, like every single step of the turn. And that's not necessarily the way that the brain remembers something in that kind of way.
And it's funny. It's funny you mentioned that because when I was in my presentation there, and when I was getting toward the end of the hoaxes, talking about hoaxes, I had a slide which was if you're doing an interview with someone, even if it's a phone interview or in person, here would be things to look for. And I had a page of things, and I told the audience, I don't think this is a exclusive list here. I think there's other things here. And I told them, each of you already have your list that you used when you were interrogating your kids after an event happened.
Yeah. So who broke the window? How'd that happen?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's things you looked for there. And it's some of that is not, let's say, hard evidence. Some of it is what it comes back to. But and what you have to do is if you have a case and you suspect that it's a hoax, but if there is something that what we call a more prosaic explanation, a non-unknown, that if there's something like that fits, go with that.
Well, and that's just it. It's one of those. I will always say, Fourth Amendment wise, sorry, cop, I don't trust your hunch.
Okay.
However, here's the difference there. When you're talking about a cop's hunch, because I've had people on talking about body language, all kinds of things.
Yeah.
Hey, Tammy and Joe Franks, things like that. People who own polygraph companies, that kind of thing. And how do you route that out? It begins with the hunch, and from there, the investigation goes with the hunch. It's not that the hunch is the data. The hunch is just the branch on the tree. From there, leaves grow, and things get pruned, and things get cultivated as that branch grows, and that's just it. It's another part of when you have that hunch, you now have to branch your investigation and follow those same investigative steps with the narrative that they're giving and the hunch in parallel in order to route out what's what in that situation.
Well, sometimes something just doesn't pass the smell test.
Exactly.
Which leads to something. Now, I want to make sure we're aware of something. Here it is, we're talking about hoaxes, and I've had, again, about 3% of my cases that I declared were a hoax. What that means is, and I've had I think it's a little bit more than 8% of my cases unknown. All right.
Okay.
So therefore, there is a big percentage there that we're not addressing. Which means that these are people that have made a report that maybe in some cases, they really believe that what they saw was unusual. In other cases, they just say, oh, that's a little odd. I wonder what this is. I'll report it and see what they tell me. All right. There's a lot of those, and the people accept. If I say, well, there was a plane or a satellite that match, they say, oh, okay, it's good to know. I had one case where a individual was seeing things around his farm. So my wife and I went there the one evening to see if we saw anything, and he pointed out something at a distance that was pretty bright in the night sky and that. I pulled out my phone, and I went and held it up, and I went to the website Skyview and held it up, and I said, well, that's Jupiter. It told me that was Jupiter. Well, he didn't believe me. Right? And, of course, I wondered, well, if that's not Jupiter, where did Jupiter go? All right, but
if it's not in that,
if it's not
preordained location today,
where is it today? On break?
We've got a pretty good lock as to where the planets are and when.
So we literally got in his pickup truck and we drove east about 6 miles. We never got any closer to Jupiter. So there's some people that just misidentification.
Absolutely,
they want it. Plus, there's some people that when they have an interesting story, they're sort of popular. People listen to them.
Yeah.
And therefore, they sort of want this to be true.
Yeah.
But it's just a case of misidentifying,
Yep.
normal stuff that's out there. And I've had that. I had one case not that long ago where someone had taken a video, and there were like 5 seconds out of a minute and a half video, nighttime, and it looked like a 5 or 8 whitish objects that were sort of blinking on or off, sort of moving along in the night sky. Well, I looked at it enough, and I said, that looks like a flock. And so I did some checking and so on, and this was in the middle of the evening. The sun had gone down, but it hadn't hit nautical sunset yet.
Yeah.
Meaning the sun is below the horizon, but it can still come up and hit stuff up in the sky.
Still illuminate objects.
And I think what that was, and I've had cases like this before, that was a flock of birds.
Yeah.
And they're, flapping their wings. So at times, and it's the white bottom that they have that almost looks like a light, but it's dim, and it's going back and forth.
Yeah.
And, getting dim and going black and then coming back white again from second to second. So therefore, it gives that misinterpretation of what it is.
Yeah.
So therefore, someone looked at it and they thought, well, that looked unusual, and it did. But you look at it a little bit more, and it's something natural.
Yeah. Kind of like the undulations that you get in video from insect wings.
Oh,
things
yes.
like that. The famous rod images.
Yes.
Things like that, where it's like, no, that's really a beat per second of the insect's wings matching the beat per second of the frame and the exposure rate of what's happening in the image.
Yeah. And I've had cases before, and you get these all the time, where someone uses their cell phone to take, a video of something in the night sky, and they zoom in, and before you know it, all you have is a hazy blob, and it looks like there's a smiley face there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And people want to believe, yes, they're smiling at me or something. They know I'm here, but
I have a clip. It is not in my presentation on this one, which is strange because it's in almost every single presentation I do, Bob. But it is an image. I'm a backyard astrophotographer.
All right.
Love it. I have an 8-inch telescope. And one of the processes with a telescope, folks, especially a tracking telescope, is a 3-star alignment.
Okay.
You choose 3 stars in the night sky. From that, it finds its position, and it can lock into the rotation of the Earth. So the 3rd star I was aligning to that night was Sirius.
Okay.
Sirius is a big star, bright star, and also a pulsating star. It's a star that will pulsate between colors and wavelengths. Now, what you see in the video, and this is what the example I give, if I went to any social media group and posted this and said, I recorded this last night in my backyard, the comment list would go huge. It'd go massive. What you see in this video is a very bright ring of color, undulating with a black sphere in the middle. Dead black sphere. Doesn't change, and it moves from the top left to the bottom right of the screen rapidly. And then the video loops. Now, once again, if I just post that cold, no information, and believe me, folks, if you see a social media post and somebody's like, undisclosed location, undisclosed date, they are trying to deceive you, period. Hands down. If they will not give you that data, you aren't giving me the data I need to investigate. So I'm going to call that just you are trying to fake something. Out of the gate, if you are unwilling to cooperate and give information that is very basic, none of that is protected, not one bit. Like there was a person on social media recently that was like, this was recorded over Austin, Texas, date undisclosed. And I'm like, well, that helps 0% of investigation. I can't check radar. I can't check anything without a date. There's just a picture of nothing in the sky now. But the video that I have, like I tell them, if I give you very basic data, if I recorded this on this date, at this time, facing this direction, and the object was this far over the horizon, it would not take rocket math to figure out that that was the dog star Sirius in my video. And that what you were looking at is the movement of it is literally the rotation of the Earth. sped up by 8 times,
Okay,
magnified by 8 times, because it's an 8 times telescope.
All right.
So yeah, you're looking at literally the speed at which the Earth rotates, magnified. That's all you're looking at is the star. Because if I'm not fast enough, I got to recenter it and say, found it. Boop.
Right. Well,
Yeah,
you have to have enough data there,
Exactly.
and enough of a foundation, at least to start with, to do
Yes,
an investigation.
exactly.
Now, I'll say this: I've had a couple cases where the witness didn't cooperate, and I ended up calling it a hoax.
Yep.
I've had many more where the witness didn't cooperate, and I found some other solution to
Sure.
it. So just because the witness doesn't cooperate, doesn't want to be interviewed, doesn't mean that I call it a hoax.
Yeah.
You know, that's again one of those last things that I may end up using. But because anytime you call something a hoax, you're disrespecting the witness.
Okay, and I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
And once again, it's one of those where any kind of identifiable video. It's nothing more than a blob on the screen right now. Nothing more. That's all you've provided, and you will provide no other information.
Right.
So that gives us no road of investigation. My immediate thought is this is an attempt to deceive. Like that's just immediately where my mind goes, and maybe I'm wrong in that.
Well, you know, it's on the one hand, you know, you hear about the fact that everyone has a cell phone now. So why isn't there hundreds of pictures every day? But you know, a cell phone, I tell people, are made for selfies.
Yeah.
They're not made for scientific photography at all.
You want something, and I tell people regularly, it's a series of sensors. It's not a camera.
Yeah.
Cameras have actual lenses. They have actual focal distances, and you have something that hits film and emulsification. Even a digital camera is by definition a series of sensors in that way, and it's liable to a lot of bad information. It's liable to get a lot of bad information. A literal point and shoot, crank across disposable camera will get better scientific information than you zooming in on your phone. At least at that point, you're locked down to a perspective. You're probably going to get a building in the background where we can at least get, hey, that's 15 stories tall. We know most buildings are 8 to 10 feet in height.
Per floor,
Per floor. So we have a known quantitative of height at that point. We can now get a distance from something with trigonometry. Like there's all kind of math you can apply at that point if you have an actual frame of reference to scale in the image.
Yeah, I think it's a problem that cell phones have created basically a lot more noise than what they have actually helped in terms of investigations.
Absolutely. I have no applause button on here, but I wish I did, because that would be the moment for it. Because truly it is the fact of, yes, everybody now thinks that they have this uber accurate tool in their pocket. It's like you could not have a more error-ridden tool in your pocket that you think is the answer to all of these problems.
And so it's a shame. People are depending on that.
Well, and even when you ask about, why don't we have a clear photo? Trained cameraman, 30 years, know how to breathe from my diaphragm and hold the camera steady, not breathe from my shoulders and get the video game effect, things like that. Even as a trained cameraman, it takes a second to get something in frame, in focus. Like when you're talking most experiences happening within a 30-second time frame, you're gobsmacked for the first 10 seconds before you've even decided to pull a phone out. So you're talking maybe 10 seconds of video that you're going to get. You know?
Yeah, and so you inherently you have that wobble that you just displayed. You know, you don't think about bracing yourself, you know, against the side of the building or whatever it is in order to take something. You just don't have time to think about something like that.
That's just it. And for any of you out there that are like, I watch NFL every week, man, they keep that football in focus. That is a $90,000 lens that is made specifically to keep that small moving object in focus.
All right.
Doing the job it's doing. So unless you got that $90,000 lens out in the field with you, Sorry, that kind of accuracy just isn't happening. And even then, you still got to see where it's at and get on shot and get in there and do it.
Right, and that's rough.
And 30 seconds ain't a lot.
So I would say this. In my 165 cases, I probably have less than 5 where I've had a photo that really meant anything.
Yeah, yeah. And that is one of the big points I bring up regularly, is that old phrase of a picture's worth 1,000 words. No, not to science it's not. What science needs is 1,000 words.
All right.
If you show a picture to a 4-year-old of a wedding and people toasting, they've never been to a wedding and a reception. They have zero frame of reference. You have to actively explain what is happening in that image, what a bride is, what a groom is, what the event is, what a toast is. They're drinking champagne. There's so many points of detail. And if you don't give that to science, you've given them a singular point of data, an image. That's it. There's not a lot more to go on other than that singular point of data.
So what that means, in most cases, and by cases I mean MUFON cases, all right, what evidence you have is what the witness tells you.
That's right.
You know, there's nothing piled up in front of you in most, almost never, that right here is this is something which is significant. Instead, it's just what that witness has said. And so the believability, the detail. So as you're looking everything up and trying to find out what that thing might be, you know, you're looking across multiple websites. So thank God of that. I'm not sure how people would do investigations, 30 years ago. But so now, a lot of what we do is going out to websites and looking up things and trying to see, to a certain degree, is almost eliminating things. We pull up planes, flight radar, and see, is it a plane? Is it a satellite? Is it a fireball or a meteor?
Known quantities. Known quantities.
And try to see if any of those things match. And, of course, nowadays with drones, there is no drone radar 24 out
Not
there.
Yet.
Yes,
not yet.
There's a drone fly zone site that shows where drones can't go, and will show where there are some areas where drones are allowed or encouraged. There's some of those, but in most cases that doesn't apply to what it is in your particular case. And so it's really rough to know that is one of these big unknowns anymore, drones.
Absolutely.
And again, because of the fact that I'm not an expert in drones. I've never flown a drone, so therefore, in terms of really understanding, I look at videos and YouTube and this kind of stuff. But I have to use what the witness is saying versus what I've heard through these other means and try to do a comparison. And it's rough to necessarily know all the time. What it actually is.
That's just it. There are so many, and this is something in closing this segment up. This is something that I try to explain to people all the time, especially as an experiencer. My experiences are I've had a couple of sightings in my life, but I wouldn't call those experiences like what I'm talking about. I have had full-on paranormal experiences that I cannot explain. But even if those were explained someday, it does not remove that experience. It does not remove that moment that magnanimously changed me and made me question the keyhole that had just been widened by a crowbar.
That emotional experience is still there for you.
Exactly. So. And that's just it. I think more than anything, one of the things I have learned to do with people that come to me, or even that I see on social media, and through my many years of being a videographer and editor and archivist, things like that, that I can explain to them what is in their red circle.
Okay.
I am one of the few investigators that says, please, more red circles. Let's get more red circles. The more we explain what is in the red circles, the greater quantity of known quantitative we know, and the more we are narrowing that gap of unknown. So logically, it's a great thing. What we have to do is get the experiencer to understand that just because we explained your red circle does not remove your experience. Keep looking up. Keep being curious. You're curious now. Don't stop. Please, whatever you do, don't stop being curious.
Excellent.
So, Closing this out, what advice would you give for anybody that's looking to become a MUFON field investigator? What processes should they go through? What should they be looking forward to in that process, Bob?
Well, for me, since my background was engineering, and I always try to have a consistent, comprehensive process. I try to have worksheets that I use both for doing the interview of the witness or witnesses, plus as I gather data. So it's basically doing a repeatable kind of a comprehensive process, doing everything right, filling in all the blanks, and then after you do that, then you start looking at the data to come up with, possible solutions. So a lot of it is not so much what you get from your heart, but what you get, basically by looking at sites and looking at the actual evidence and what it seems to prove to you. So don't get carried away. Don't have it be a wish fulfillment that, oh, this sounds good.
That's right.
Let's accept it.
That's
what
right.
you have to do is it's all evidence-based.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, precisely. Where can people go to get because the field investigator guide is publicly available. I have my copy of it. Where can people go to get their copy of the field investigator manual, begin reading through it, and then ultimately take the test?
Well, I guess I would try MUFON.com, MUFON.com. I think a copy is like $100.
Yeah,
I think
I
think it's up to version 7 now.
It is,
and there's a lot of stuff in there.
Yeah.
Plus, as time goes on, they also have what's called MUFON University.
Yeah.
Other things that have out there that can help investigators, and right now they're working on putting out a new case management system that will be more intuitive, a little bit easier to use, and will link to other sites to gather information and do research. So that should make things easier.
Exactly.
In other words, we're sort of moving from the 2000s to, trying to be ready for the 2030 type of era. A little bit more AI and that type of thing.
And not just that, from the compartmentalized to the cooperative. And that's what I love.
All right, okay.
That's what I love, is the fact that we're coming out of the compartmentalization of this data and into the open-handed sharing of this data, which is what science needs. And that's beautiful.
I think it's this. MUFON should not consider themselves like being a secret society. They should be there open for everyone.
That's right. Like a public museum.
Yes, that's right. We're trying to help everyone here. So
exactly.
So let's be available out there. Let's make it easy for people to see what it is we're doing.
Absolutely, Bob. I want to thank you so much for your time. It's been great talking over the last couple days.
I enjoyed it,
and I'd love to have you back on again and again to talk about the importance of proper investigation out in the field in everything para. That's what people don't understand is that there is a whole world of protocols out there that need to be instituted. So thank you for that.
All right. Thank you very much for inviting me. I enjoyed it.
You bet. While you are online, everybody, checking out what it takes to become a field investigator with MUFON at MUFON.com. Make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That's where you can find all the video channels of our good friends like MUFON. That's also where you can find your link to Curious Research and the all-new Curious Research online media investigation tool, CROMFIT. Stop by, check that out. Begin investigating the forensics of your data today. When we come back from this quick commercial break, we will continue with our live on-site coverage of MUFON Symposium right here in Covington, Kentucky, right after this.
All right.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's waning coverage of MUFON Symposium right here in Covington, Kentucky for 2026. We have the immeasurable pleasure of being joined by our good friend Peter Robbins. Welcome back to the show.
Great to be back, my friend.
It has been it was actually my first MUFON conference where we not only met you, but had you on the show for the first time, and I've been very remiss in not having you back since. But you gave a presentation the other day about your many years involved in the ufology community, and it was an amazing time machine, number one. And I heard somebody make a reference to you the other day that I truly loved, and it was like he's like the Forrest Gump of ufology. He's been in every picture. He's been with everybody. And I was like, that is a beautiful analogy. The fact of, like, he's been in every moment of it. He's been there along the way. So
my old friend Richard Dolan refers to me sometimes as a Zelig of ufology.
Well, inside of that time, Peter, you have worked with Bud Hopkins, of course, to great acclaim, and I love his work with experiencers. And you spent years working in that. You yourself are an experiencer.
Not really.
Well, witness, but
yes, most definitely.
Yeah. Let's get into that experiencer work real quick, because that is one that is very near and dear to my heart, and something that I've been working on in the last couple of years. Is how do we begin some way outside of normal means to begin groups, to begin ways to literally normalize the paranormal, and to make people understand the empathy of experience in that kind of way.
Good question. Number one, I think the most important thing is that the general population have an opportunity to become more educated on not necessarily the UFO phenomena per se,
sure,
or the fact, as many of us feel unquestioned, that some, as Stanton Friedman said, underline, not all, some UFOs are in fact advanced technology from parts unknown, under intelligent control, coming and going with impunity, and we're left to wonder about the particulars.
Yeah.
The jump from that to human beings being taken, a very intimidating thought. And for anyone who's generally anxious about or not predisposed to the general subject of UFOs, anxiety-provoking, to put it mildly.
Yeah.
I guess, for me, the most practical and most hands-on way to move toward more achievement of this goal is to give experiencers and abductees the respect they deserve.
Yeah.
What that means, in essence, is about an hour and a half ago, a gentleman came up to my table and started to tell me about some UFO experiences he had, then started to show me photographs. I simply listened, but listened with positive intent and respect. Going back to a volunteer job I had many years ago, working on as a volunteer on the busiest suicide hotline in America, in New York City, and actually during the AIDS crisis.
Wow.
We were trained not to become fake mental health professionals, but to help steer steer the individual toward the pain. So rather than helping them escape it, steer them toward the truth, so to say.
Yeah.
But the most important thing that we did was become extremely good listeners. I can't stress enough how one person who has the patience, goodwill, respect, training to be a good listener to an individual who is struggling with something that happened to them or that they saw that they know in their logical mind is impossible.
Yeah.
Absolutely defies any realism of the way we grew up and the way that we think. But that one person, just being a good listener, with no facial expressions, no eye rolling, no body language that's disconnected or disrespectful.
Or dismissive.
Exactly. The fact is, this is happening.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but in all the years I've been doing this work, and for me, my primary interest is the welfare of individuals who've been through this. I'm a humanist, and Bud in part set the model that I follow, which is you care about people and you want to be of assistance. In this work, it can seem extreme or romanticizing and science fiction-y, but it's simply true. And without any special fanfare or flags, bells and whistles, that people like you and I continue to educate as well as we can, listeners, viewers, and anyone that wants to avail themselves. For me, to even recommend a reading list, or if they have decided that this memory for them is authentic, or maybe, and that they do want to get closer to it as opposed to whatever it is. I'm fine that it's stuck over there in my consciousness. I have no desire to go into the details.
Or to dig deeper.
Yes. And in fact, over the decades that I saw, I'm sure several hundred people literally approach Bud with that idea in mind. And I would like you to put me under hypnosis and regress me, and we'll explore this. Bud's first response was always, "Are you sure you want to do this?"
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, you are aware that it can bring up possibly a joyous beatific experience that will inspire you for the rest of your life, or the most frightening, unusual, completely upsetting experience.
Yeah.
And you can always do this another time. But to make sure that people had an opportunity to make sure that they wanted to do it, and to do it, I don't know, to say for the right reason simply means to do it because you feel it will be of assistance.
Yeah.
And better to know than not to know.
Yep.
Where other people, and we also remember a number of times Bud sitting with somebody, me off to the side, saying, how can I say, beyond you can always do this, better do a quick edit right here because I'm losing my train of thought on this. That an individual has an opportunity to fully explore their experience in hypnotic regression, which today I hear a lot of criticism about.
Yes.
And part of that is, like they say, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. The hypnotic regressions that come to the surface or that people talk about are often the controversial ones.
Yeah.
What do we look for?
Yep.
In a positive experience? Number one, the practitioner. What's this person's angle? And you and I know an assortment of people who have qualified, are trained, are certified, not hypnotherapists, but regressive hypnotists.
Yeah.
That these folks, their intention is honorable. Sometimes it isn't. And when I say dishonorable, it's like, I just want to help you, but in secret, I want to write a book, and I'm going to base a character on you.
Yeah.
And you're just a widget to me.
Or much like any card teller or healer, something like that, where it's like, don't forget to come back next month, and we're going to need to do this 10 or 12 more times, and digging for money in that kind of way, that kind of stuff.
Brings
horribly victimizing.
The criticisms that I've heard over the years, many of them are valid.
Sure.
And I'll give you a perfect example.
Please.
One about 20 years ago. I was speaking at a conference in Liverpool, in England. Nick Pope was also a speaker, and the two of us had been in correspondence with a gentleman, I'll say somewhere in the United Kingdom, who lived and worked in the small village where he grew up. He was the law enforcement. He was the police officer. It was that small a place. Respected, knows the people since childhood, seems happily married, but a lifelong abductee who wrote to Nick and to me and wanted very much, ideally, to come to America and work with Bud. But knowing that nobody, his family, his wife, knew about this or suspected it.
Yeah.
And to even mention it to them might jeopardize not just his marriage, but certainly his career.
Absolutely.
Relationship with everybody that he knew.
Yeah.
And what we worked out, first after expressing that we both took him seriously, was during the conference, Nick and I disappeared for about 2 hours. This gentleman took the day off from work on some pretext, came to Liverpool by train, and we met at a pub at a pre-appointed hour. Honestly, Chris, I think we sat together for about 2 hours. We each had a beer in front of us. I don't know if anybody took a sip. What he brought with him, among other things, was a dream journal and a notebook that he'd been keeping for years.
Oh, wow.
With the understanding that I would personally bring that to New York for Bud to read. And based on that, they would work out whatever they were going to do.
Sure.
Well, what can I say about the gentleman? He was serious, respectful, certainly not in uniform, but everything about him seemed honorable and straightforward. The last thing he was looking for, of course, was publicity or being on TV or writing a book. And I did bring those things home. Bud felt his authentic case, but see if we can find somebody qualified to work with him within the UK.
Yeah.
The whole thing of disappearing to America for a week or two on some pretext is more difficult than a day in Liverpool.
Yeah.
What we were able to do was Nick located a psychotherapist in London who we never had heard anything bad about, who had expressed a serious interest in the abduction phenomena, who had, I won't say registered with us, but at the height of Bud's active work, we had a separate Rolodex with almost 100 people who had come forward and said, I'm glad to assist if I can. Psychologists, a handful of psychiatrists, psychiatric social workers, psychiatric nurses, a number of different qualified counselors, and we contacted this gentleman and sent our guy to him. Now, the way those records were kept, our Rolodex records, might seem counterintuitive to some, but we were less interested in what the professional had to say
Yeah.
about the individual, then the individual had to say about the professional.
Exactly. I was just about to ask that. How was it received? Because that's the litmus test right
Bingo.
there, is how do they receive that? Because it's not necessarily confrontational, but it's definitely let's get more data. And are they willing to share that data?
And what happened was very interesting. First, our experiencer, he wrote to us at length. He said, number one, I think it was a psychologist, extremely nice, respectful, what I would call contactful, and enthusiastic about this. Takes the time to put him under, but our experiencer felt he wasn't completely under, and at the same time was a bit embarrassed to say to the guy, I'm not really hypnotized yet, maybe work a little longer. And it was at that point, after, of course, hearing the narrative leading up to the abduction, that he started to ask the right questions. Tell me about the weather that day.
Yeah.
Where were you standing? All that kind of stuff. And then getting responses. And it was at this point that our individual said, I became uncomfortable and asked him to take me out of the hypnosis. And he seemed very nice and all that, but I'm not really interested in going back. I said, well, what happened?
Yeah.
He said once he had set the scene, working from information I had given him, and I'm looking at this, dot in the sky that's bigger than a star, but there it is. His question was, tell me what the spaceship looked like. We don't know it was a spaceship.
Yeah.
We don't make that deduction.
Yeah.
We certainly don't put that out there to start with.
That's right. That is a very loaded question. That is a very guiding question.
Well, we contacted the psychologist, and again, he's working as a volunteer. Certainly not pathological, but what he did was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And
methodologically, hugely wrong.
Yes, exactly. And he was incredibly apologetic, but he made an admission that we wished he had made earlier, which was, in fact, he was so interested in the subject that he was hard at work on a book and looking for case material. And his card came out of the Rolodex and, But we're not mental health professionals.
Yeah.
Bud and I are trained in the visual arts.
Yeah.
But I will say this about Bud. He was the best self-trained investigative writer I've ever met or imagined. And he was such a good writer. He also, more than any writer I've ever known and been exposed to works leading up to a major work, he was the best first draft writer I've ever come in contact with. And I know that because I read a lot of those first pages first. Anyway, all these efforts put together may help advance the legitimacy of people making that, not jump, but that passage from, that sounds like the craziest damn thing I've ever heard in my life, to, whew, this may well be happening.
Yeah.
And if it is, everything I thought I knew is now open to question.
Yeah.
I think that's really one of the main mantras in the understandable resistance of the human race.
Yeah.
I know as a 14-year-old, having recovered my memory of my sighting back then, one of the things that was going through my mind ferociously was, I know flying saucers aren't real. Why? I would say to you, I intuited from the adult world. I knew they were real in the black and white movies I was seeing at the Fantasy Theater on a Saturday morning. But I also knew that as an aspiring adult, and at 14 I took myself quite seriously, that it's fantasy.
Yeah.
Except that there they were. And when I say there they were, I mean 5 silvery white disc-shaped objects in a upside-down V formation, and close enough to make out regular detailing around the edge of each that 14 plus years later, when my sister and I first discussed it, the immediate agreement was the only way we could describe these things was the way that windows would look on a commercial airliner at an appreciable distance. But I shut down on it. It was my repressed memory from childhood, although I do joke with people that if I have other repressed memories from childhood, I don't remember them.
Well, and I was just about to honestly say that is one of the dangers that you come into when it comes to regressive therapy. And I had, hey, Terry Lovelace, I had friend and guest Terry Lovelace put me through a regression session a few years ago. He was like, would you like to be hypnotized? And I was like, only if I can record it for my show. And we do an episode on it. And I've never had I've had sightings in my life, but it was never anything that I blocked out. But that was something that came up in our conversation was how frequently, because that's a danger that you have to fully inform somebody of, is we may run across other memories that are not associated with this.
That's right.
That you've buried that are traumatic to you. Yeah. Or that you may have even, to use, I've been robbing the term from the remote viewing community lately, but have you analytic overlaid an experience, an alien experience over a traumatic event?
There you
because go. you would much rather have that than this horrific event that happened to you.
It wasn't horrific as much as just completely disorienting.
Sure.
And pulling the rug on my little logical thinking mind. As the years progressed, I continued to have zero interest in the subject. I will say, having come of age in the 60s, and certainly one of those people of my generation who used LSD and mescaline and peyote.
One of my generation also, so.
And was fortunate in that my experiences were positive learning experiences.
Absolutely.
But on my very first LSD experience, and I should say LSD was still legal in the United States at the time, so there's no paranoia.
Yeah.
A very distorted version of this memory came up.
Oh, wow.
And again, as a young artist, before we all set off, the small group I was with, under the supervision of another pair of friends who had that experience earlier and were the designated drivers for the 24 hours that this thing...
Okay. Yeah.
And I will also add that this was manufactured by Sandoz Pharmaceutical in Switzerland. This was the real deal.
Wow. All right.
But I had partly prepared for this new experience by having a lot of my art supplies laid out. I certainly was right in assuming I'd want to experiment with materials. I actually did a series of watercolors of, again, a very sort of cute version with a little extra forced happiness in it and things, and did it kind of in the spirit of a simple children's book. I put captions under the pages and then put them away and went on to some other drawings. Forgot about them. Some years later, I pulled them out of one of my portfolios, and this is still some years before the memory returned. I can only say, Chris, I was very upset when I saw them. And my logical mind said, bad art, very poorly executed. I don't like them. If I'm hit by a bus tomorrow, I don't want these to be found in my portfolio. And I destroyed them. I absolutely destroyed them.
Oh, God.
I tore them in pieces and threw them away without a second thought, and then just went back to my life as it was. I think that we're having this opportunity to have kind of a freewheeling conversation here.
Absolutely.
This may be of value to some people, or just give this whole scenario a bit more grounding. Why did this memory come up when it did?
Yeah.
Well, I think one given is that I seem to be ready to deal with it, and my mind allowed the memory to come through.
Yeah.
However, I lived in New York City's Chinatown for a bunch of years. I loved it. And every February, Chinese New Year's, and in the old days before former Mayor Giuliani cracked down on the firecrackers, it's, pretty low-level crime. And it's about a 5,000-year-old tradition in China.
Yeah.
And the cops always look the other way. Anyway, living down in Chinatown for 48, 72 hours once a year was like being in the DMZ.
I'm sure.
It was, they didn't stop at night.
No, it's
And
round.
a lot of the kids, they'd get what we call mats of firecrackers. It might be a string of firecrackers 15 or 20 feet long.
Yeah.
And they would light it and weight one end and throw it up over a street light. So it would just, for minutes on end, and you're walking around ankle deep in shredded paper.
Chaff.
Forget about Chinese food smell as normal. It's cordite.
Exactly.
I didn't sleep much, so I was a bit sleep deprived. Also, a week or so before, I had done a very intensive human potential weekend workshop. I think those factors all working together.
Yeah.
Cued by this. Sometime before this, my grandmother gave me a small portfolio with maybe 50 plus drawings that I had done from the time I started visiting Grandma and Grandpa when I was a little boy up until I was about 15 or so. This was not the time in American parent culture where parents saved every drawing that their darling did.
Yeah.
My parents didn't. Grandma did. And I do joke with people that it was before refrigerator magnets were invented. So, but I was looking at a drawing that I had done when I was about 14. Had nothing to do with the subject, but it had to have been done within a month or two. And those factors triggered something. I can say I have nothing else to compare to this. And in a kind of Mr. Spock eyebrow-raising sense, it was fascinating, but it completely undid me. It was as if in a single moment, a railway train had driven into my consciousness and was roaring down a track with reliving every aspect of that compressed thing that had happened with my sister 14 plus years before. I couldn't stop it. My logical mind reacted within moments, essentially saying, wait, there's no way that any sane human being could have forgotten the most extraordinary thing that they have ever seen in their life. You're obviously having some kind of mental breakdown or, a mini stroke or something. I mean, this can't be happening. And I broke. I just sat on the floor of my loft and I started to cry. And at the same moment, we all have moments like this, you're under stress or something's very emotional, and there's a part of you that simply rises to the ceiling and looks down and says, isn't this interesting? Yeah. That part of me absolutely understood that I had a need to let this go. Had a good cry, washed my face, had a cup of tea, and then said to myself, now what? The answer to that followed immediately. You had a witness. And my sister Helen, aspiring poet, living a mile or so north of me in the East Village, called her up. Good time to talk. Yep. I said, I've remembered something from childhood, and I need to know what your memory is of the same thing. I could just tell you, and you'll say yes or no. But if I did, I'd never really be sure that we shared the memory. So allow me to set the scene. And I describe the kind of day it was, about the time of day in the morning, where Helen and I were standing relative to each other and relative to the front of the house, and she cut me off mid-sentence and said, "Stop, I know what you're talking about." Then told me exactly what I'd remembered, with the variable that she wasn't sure whether it was 5 or 6 craft. I remembered 5 in great part because it was an even V.
Yeah.
If it had had 6, it would have been a check mark. And we worked that out very quickly the next day, because as soon as we got off the phone, I did a painting with 6 of them. And she came over the next day. I showed it to her with my hand over the one on the lower right, took it off. She said, "You're right, there were 5. So I have this moment of validation. Oh my God, they're real. But it was a split moment. At the same time as I'm thinking, oh my God, they're real, or oh my God, it happened, it was, oh my God, it happened.
Yeah, oh my God, that actually happened. Yeah.
Now, honestly, Chris, I think if that was the extent of it, I would be much more, my profile, so to say, would be a lot more like everybody in that room attending a UFO conference with an interest in the subject, enjoying it or being challenged, meeting other people, but your direction in life would have been what it was.
Yeah.
It was at that point that my sister either said to me, "But there's more, and I don't know if you're going to like it," or "There's more, and I don't know what you think of it."
Yeah.
This is 50 years ago, 1975, longer. And she then began to describe to me a series of vignettes, of frozen moments that related to that day immediately after these things appeared. They were what we would now call absolutely archetypical UFO abduction memories. I had never heard of anything like this before. Again, I had no interest in the subject. The subject of UFO abductions was not even a subject, really, except for Betty and Barney Hill.
I was just about to say that was pretty much the primary thing, and it had just happened up around that time.
There were a few supporting reports, but that was really it. And a memory, for example, 12-year-old little girl being walked through a curved metal hallway. This is probably also about 15 years before the advent of the use of the term grays. So there was no word for her to describe it to me. Not that I would have understood the word at the time in context anyway. But I asked her what they were like, what they looked like. And she said her 12-year-old memory, the way she put it together in words, was, quote unquote, little doctors with big heads who talked to me in my head, and one very tall one who seemed to be in control. Then bang, a memory of being on a table, and lackadaisical. As I'm sure you know from a lot of accounts, one of the aspects of abduction that not only makes no sense, but is kind of fabulously creepy, is the way that you're thinking and reacting seems completely out of place to what's going on.
Yeah.
A perfect example is Helen's memory of being on the table, surrounded by little grays and one big one. This is a naked 12-year-old girl who's now being prodded and things, and her attitude is like, really interesting.
Yeah, fascinating.
Exactly. It happens so often that it's part of the profile. My reaction when she started to talk about it, a very defensive reaction already, I'm reeling from what she's validated for me, was my sister's gone crazy. And then catching myself and really having a forced laugh and thinking,
but you're crazy too.
8, 9 seconds ago, it was okay to have 5 flying saucers over the Parker's house to see the light. Listen to what your sister's saying.
Yeah.
Well, finally we get off the phone. I'm devastated. I don't even know my own experience in a way.
Yeah.
I did this one painting. I have no idea how I spent the rest of the day. Helen came over the second day, And then I started to do something that if this had happened 2 years later, people would have a right to say, hey, come on. I saw Close Encounters of the Third Kind and Richard Dreyfuss doing all the mashed potato towers and things. I started drawing versions of flying saucers and UFOs, big drawings. Within a matter of a week or so, I had just gone on to something more disturbing, which was pages filled with ellipses, just tipped ellipses, almost like beads you could have strung. And after some weeks, I thought, I'm really coming undone here. And I was terribly disturbed because I had no reference to anything. I had never read a UFO book. I knew no one who was interested in the subject. I didn't know there were UFO conferences. Clueless, truly clueless.
Yeah.
And it was at that point that I began to educate myself as best I could. Also, within even months, I couldn't stop thinking about it. And I remember one late Monday afternoon, I'm walking, if anybody knows New York City, east on East 23rd Street to my alma mater, where I was also a faculty member, the School of Visual Arts, thinking about this. And at a certain point, flashing on the actor Kevin McCarthy at the end of The Invasion of the Body Snatchers. He's run out into the middle of the highway and he's just yelling, they're here, you're next. It sounds kind of corny, but I had to restrain myself from running out into traffic. Yeah. And that scared me. I finally was fortunate enough to get not just a therapist who helped me, but the most extraordinary one I could have happened to go to. Dr. Ellsworth Baker had been the first assistant of Dr. Wilhelm Reich for the last 11 years of Reich's life. And part of Reich's, the destruction of his scientific reputation was based on the fact he said he's seen flying saucers, which of course means, hi, I'm crazy, except that he had, very well witnessed by other credible beings. And Dr. Baker had had 2 sightings of his own, one with Reich out in Arizona, the other in over his home in Red Bank, New Jersey. And he helped me tremendously. First, to understand that my sister and I in no way were crazy or dysfunctional. The world was. These are real. Some of them are machines from other places, here for whatever reasons. And that if I felt that my arts career had really been eclipsed by this, there were a lot worse ways that I could move forward in the world than becoming a serious student of this and perhaps ultimately a spokesperson or someone contributing to our knowledge of this. And I continued to struggle to be a visual artist, but my intention had never been to be a Sunday painter and to show my work at crafts fairs. I was aiming for a world position. I was aiming to be a major modern painter whose work was in the best galleries and museums around the world, making top dollar, having a great loft, a lot of interesting friends. And it derailed. And there was no way to compensate. I really resented the whole UFO thing for an extended period of time, in part because I had a plan. I had a passion. I was one of the lucky ones. I was following a dream from childhood that all the wonderful adults in my life who were key to me were supporting.
Yeah.
I was an artist. I was selling my work. I knew Andy Warhol. I was apprentice for one of the last of the great abstract expressionists, Adolf Gottlieb, who was right up there with de Kooning and Pollock, etc.
Wow.
I was working in half a dozen galleries every month, being the guy who comes in, takes down the old show, pulls the nails, fills the holes, repaints, hangs the new show, and then doing construction work in Soho, helping to turn over buildings. I had a life. I had a dream. I was following it, and I loved it. And yes, I could still make believe, but I knew in my heart something more important had landed in front of me.
Yeah.
And again, I resented the hell out of it. But I kind of struggled back and forth for about 5 years and kept trying to go back to other subjects, but kept coming back to UFOs in one way or another. A very close colleague who I'd gone to art school with, a great guy and a very interesting, creative mind, was one of the few people who seemed to get the profoundness of what had happened to me and its impact. And he very wisely said, if you want to keep doing UFOs and flying saucers, you'll be relegated to, the eccentrics and a footnote to modern art and quirky. You need to find a way to utilize this imagery in a way that tells a bigger story. And it got me thinking, a UFO, a little flying saucer, it became an emblem for me of man's fear of the unknown.
Sure.
And I started to gravitate toward, I want to do one kind of masterwork. I thought, if that's going to be the emblem for fear of the unknown, what's the emblem for man? And I decided a tank. There are two ways to look at a tank. One way, they're incredibly scary, destructive machines, phallic, clunky, and inspire fear. They're about destruction and death, but they're also kind of cartoon-like. They're rolling along. They don't have, much grace. Again, phallic as hell. And mechanical in every sense, where in every sense authentic UFOs that do represent advanced technology are in every sense unmechanical. They move completely organically.
Yeah.
And the masterwork, which I still get a kick out of thinking about, was I built a sand table about a yard on each side, filled it with sand, and then created a little hill in the middle, and then started to place I did several dozen small ceramic tanks that I glazed. I used enameled cut-down toothpicks for the barrels, and working with wet clay, making swirls coming off of them, and then oil painting them. I had dozens of these cute little tanks in flames. And I set up the table with a little UFO sitting on the hill in the middle, and surrounded by tanks blowing the shit out of each other. And then even using toothpicks to create little trails, etc. I exhibited once and then moved on to other things. But it was about at that point that I was already very much involved in the subject. Bud and I had been friends at that point for about 5 years. And then what happened was he published his first book, Missing Time. And then his life changed very dramatically. He became a major force and a player within the field, and I became his assistant. And at that point, my interest in drawing and painting had become so subdued by all of this information that I was being presented with and trying to wrap my head around. And then, not quite overnight, but Bud needed somebody to work with. The mail was coming in at a high rate, and more folks were simply contacting him to say, I read your book. I think something like that may have happened to me, and I'd like to know more about it. Or, dear Miss Hopkins, I just found your book fascinating and just want to say it's a great read. And we were in business, so to say. Unpaid business, but business. And my life rolled along from there. Had I finished my talk last night, one of the points I would have ended on is that I'm currently going through somewhere between 500 and 800 drawings, paintings, small sculptures, photographs of work that's gone out in the world, and methodically creating a database. Year, materials, size, title, if any. And my intention is, by sometime next year, that I will use it for a very interesting lecture, possible material for a documentary, possible material for an exhibition, and also to do something I've wanted to do since I got sucked into this, which is, how can I say, for most folks, their relationship with art is tenuous. They're busy, they're working people, and art is either, okay, I can appreciate that. Look at those beautiful brushstrokes. That face looks so real. I'll bet that took hours to do and years to learn how to do. I see the value. And it's the same value I see in, the mercantile world.
Sure.
That's worth X, that much an hour, et cetera. As opposed to a piece of what we'll call modern art, which may be so simple that whatever the artist's ideas or the derivations behind it, you look at it and go, my kid could do that. I can't believe that people pay for this nonsense. These are such effective nonsense.
Or I don't get it.
There you go. Those are the magic words. Number one, in art, modern art, as well as representational, getting it can be the booby prize.
Yes.
Your take on it is as valid as the artist. And I will say one of my early art experiences, probably by the age of 6, was my grandfather taking me to the Museum of Modern Art, where I got to see, among other things, Starry Night by Vincent van Gogh right there, right in front of my face. And in the next room, an early Robert Rauschenberg collage, maybe 5 feet, with a stuffed goat and an old tire. And I'm a kid going, whoa, this is fabulous. This
is art?
Do this?
This is art?
I see where I'm going. Just that joyousness of the goofiness.
And the freedom. And the freedom.
The freedom, exactly.
Yeah.
I know I've taken us off on kind of a...
No, because truly it is a beautiful... It's something that, once again, that idea of being able to hold two conflictory concepts in your mind. And I think artists... I'm a musician. I've made for years and still make very esoteric soundscape art. Not melody, harmony. It's very disturbing for a lot of people. Very John Cage, Philip Glass experiment with sound, not melody and harmony. And I used to be on a local composer's night in Houston once a month. My buddy, or my dad and his beer drinking buddy would sometimes tune in at like midnight on a Sunday. And I'd see him the next week while we were like working on a house or a patio. And he'd be like, hey, we tuned in last week. Why don't you write something with a beat that like people can listen to or dance to? Like, I don't understand that. And I'm like, I appreciate your feedback. I was like, that is some of the most beautiful feedback I can get. I'm not going to say I'm going to change my style. Yeah. However, this lets me under, like, your emotion itself
That's right.
is what I'm looking for as an artist. It moved you. Even if it moved you to dislike, my job as an artist is done.
Yeah.
I am complete and fulfilled. It moved you.
One footnote to what we were talking about, for those folks that are watching and listening, we are on camera?
Yes.
Yeah, watching and listening, who may not be familiar with Philip Glass's name. He is one of our most distinguished modern composers.
Absolutely.
And even to the point that folks who are not avant-garde have made him their own. Philip, like so many of us young artists struggling, we all either learned or taught ourselves a trade in the construction industry. This was during the late 60s, well into the 70s and 80s, when one old factory building after another in the Soho district was being turned into upscale residences, galleries, restaurants, boutiques, that kind of thing. And I was a framing carpenter and wallboard guy, and occasionally working on finishing floors. Philip was a plumber, and we worked on several jobs together.
Wow. Oh, my God.
I remember sitting like in an unfinished bathroom with him.
God.
We're both eating sandwiches.
Wow.
And we had to work in coordination because we're working with either...
I'm weeping right now, Peter. That is so beautiful.
Aluminum studs
Wow.
are more often 2x4s, where we'd have to put them up so we could drill through them for him to run the pipes, before we did the wallboard. I only remember a bit of small talk with him and just, a fellow worker and a nice guy with a distinguished face. But then he became quite iconic to me because a good friend of his, the ultra super realist at that time, Chuck Close, had done a series of 3 huge black and white portraits. One of Richard Serra, who went on to become one of our most radical modern sculptors, huge multi-ton steel abstract sculptures, and one of Philip, and the other was either a self-portrait, but there it was, and he did it like gridding them off, and these 3 huge portraits became one of the great emblems of art moving forward and different ways of treating realism in the late 60s.
Yeah. Well, and the whole reason I bring up the art thing and really hammer that home is because the idea is open-minded conversation. The idea is being able to take feedback, even criticism as not feedback in that kind of way. Just being able to open-endedly receive something. And when it comes to the world of either experiencer or the person talking to experiencer, you really have to be able to hold both of those concepts in your mind at the same time. And if you can have a conversation about art and because it's a very personal meaning to an artist, and they have a very intended meaning of what they did, but what moves you in a different way, it may move you to a different point than what they even intended. And it can sometimes be the same way with with interview. I almost said interrogation, but it's not interrogation. It's the fact of asking open-ended questions, asking questions that are non-confrontational, but that still get data. And it's the same way as talking with an artist about art. Without the pointed harshness. And I think that's a very important conversation, for humanity to be able to have, especially on this topic.
Even as I stopped producing art, it has in no way even remotely diminished my love of fascination with and just deep enjoyment. One of, like you as we're one of 2 of several billion people on Facebook. We use our pages the way that they do. One thing I've done for some years is every Saturday, I post a different painting from somewhere in the world, and every Sunday, a different drawing. And it began just as sort of fun, busy work and having some extra routine. And I have been really surprised by how many people have contacted me saying, I look forward to Saturday and Sunday and learning more. Sometimes that's a beautiful painting. I want to see more paintings by that person. And it's just purely enjoyable.
Absolutely. And it takes people down the rabbit hole of experience.
There you go.
And that's just it. It's one of those, to loop this full conversation here, Peter. It's the idea of how do you bring experience forward from people? How do you make people comfortable with sharing experience? And that is a huge part of the work that you've done in your life, both as artist and as interviewer in these kind of ways. And when it comes to this kind of investigative work, it really is kid gloves. It really is the hand of empathy that has to reach out, and it's the hand of understanding. And I think especially that artist lens in that kind of way gives a very soft glove to a very hard situation, because as an artist, especially as an interpretive artist, things like that, you really have to learn to embody something in a way that people can understand, or that at the very least moves them one way or another that kind of way.
And next year, based on this particular project, I'm not sure the forum. It could be any UFO conference type event that's interested in having me there. I will be doing next year a presentation based on my evolution as an artist from 6 years old, straight up through art school, straight up through my professional work, and then bang, starting with that very first painting in the UFO theme, show all of the UFO paintings and drawings that I still have, and then the next 4 years or so of struggling with the material, with the subject matter, and ultimately just stopping. And I'm going to aim it, hopefully, at an audience, well, anybody I hope would be interested, but particularly for other artists, for mental health professionals, for counselors, and even a version for young people.
Well, I think especially putting that in the light of art as trauma therapy, things like that, you could hit a whole different realm of presentations and conferences than these, brother. Truly. And opening up that door, even of understanding of this topic to those professionals. You know? And a way for them to deal with people and handle people who come in with these experiences and that kind of That's a beautiful, honestly, a beautiful transformation and melding of your two sides and your two halves, man. Truly, that is a beautiful, beautiful point to come to. So, kudos to you for that. Truly, I look forward to that. Before we let you go, honestly, it's always great talking with you. I need to have you on a whole lot more regularly.
Absolutely.
Especially as things develop with other things that are going on that I don't want to bring up right now. We know what those are. But before we let you go, let everybody know where they can go to follow your work, where they can go to get involved, all that kind of good stuff, Peter.
I have to laugh in a way at myself. At this point, I've become almost a forced underachiever. I'm
a typical artist.
Well, I'm also turning down certain offers or certain jobs or certain invitations to speak because I just want to stay focused on this for now. My website has been taken down right now. I have a very active Facebook page. And I would encourage anybody that wants to make contact with me. Believe it or not, there are more than one Peter Robbins in the world. One of them is become a Facebook friend of mine, a photographer in the Northwest, who I refer to as the other Peter Robbins. I'm the Peter Robbins who is listed in Ithaca, or just outside of Ithaca, New York. But anybody can contact me at my regular email address, first initial, last name, home state, PROBBINSNY@yahoo.com.
Fantastic. Peter, thank you as always. Thank you for all you have done for the field and all that you always do, truly. While you were online, everybody, looking up the great work of Peter Robbins and following all of his work, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That is where you can find all of the episodes. That's where you can find all the embedded YouTube channels of our friends and guests. When we come back from this quick commercial break, we will continue with our waning coverage of MUFON Symposium right here in Covington, Kentucky, right after this.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store.
hello, everybody, and welcome back to the waning coverage of Curious Realm right here at MUFON Symposium in Covington, Kentucky. We have the great joy of being joined by Jahan Azad of Retina FM. Welcome to the show for the first time.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. You have been here vending for the last few days, and you have some pretty incredible technology. I love talking with technical people about technology and its applications, especially in fields like this. How did you first come to the field of ufology? What made you help create Retina FM?
Yeah, like a lot of us, what started it was the USS Nimitz. I heard David Fravor describe his experience. I thought it was, at the time, I wasn't that interested in UFOs. When I was a little kid, yes, but for years I hadn't really thought much about them at all. But that stuck in my head and said, I thought, there has to be a better explanation. I'm sure there's something, I'm sure this is all explainable.
Yeah.
But particularly that incident, the more you look into it, the more robust it gets. You find out that there's a lot of witnesses. They basically all agree. There's radar, there's video, there's a report you can read. And then, from there, it was kind of like a big shift where I said, actually, I think there's something to this stuff.
Yeah.
That was probably around 2020. So that was a number of years ago.
Interesting.
And then for a while, I just thought, okay, this is really weird, but I don't know what they are. I think that they're around, but maybe they're drones or something like that. And then in 2023, David Grush came out and, a high-level official testified under oath. And at which point I said, okay, this is even bigger than I thought. And then I really started to think about, like, okay, what, I'm a technology person. Like, what can I do? How can I get involved? This is the most interesting thing I could possibly work on. I want to work on this. But it wasn't really obvious, to be honest.
Yeah.
And so what ended up happening is I ended up going to a conference in 2024, which is the Seoul Conference.
Okay.
And a guy named Mitch Randall did a presentation on passive radar. And what he was describing was actually something that was first described by Peter Davenport, actually at MUFON 35 over 20 years ago, which is the idea of using a passive radar network to detect UFOs.
Yeah.
Now, that was 20 years ago. The problem then is the hardware was too expensive. If you wanted to do the signal processing, you'd need a whole cluster of computers. It would have been thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars. But after I started thinking about it, because I had a hardware background, I started thinking, like, hey, things have changed a lot. It may be possible to do this for relatively inexpensive. And so I spent about a month getting some hardware to test out, some cheap hardware, and seeing if I could get some already existing radar open source packages to work on those. Then, people had gotten them to work on their desktop, but I'm like, if I can get it to work on some cheap hardware, then this could be a thing. You could actually get a lot of people putting these nodes up. And so after about a month or so, I was able to get it to work on some pretty cheap hardware. And I said, okay, this is possible then. So now the next step is just basically making it usable. Because at that point, everything was kind of stuck together. You had to be pretty technical to get it to work. But I said, okay, just take what I know the pieces work individually, make it into a nice package, and then you can get a lot of people on the network. Like any network, the value is the square of the nodes. So the more nodes that you have,
that's right,
the more valuable the network is, which means you need to get as many out there as possible, and you make it as easy as possible so like anyone can put it up. You don't have to be a programmer to get it working. Yeah, so that's kind of how I got into it.
Yeah, and that's very interesting because the idea of having a hardware background and coming to this, not only that, but the fact of you were not necessarily a believer in that kind of right. And that's something that I brought up in my talk today, something that I bring up regularly, is the idea of when you begin investigation, why your first question should be, why am I investigating? Am I investigating to confirm a belief? Or am I investigating because of anomalous data set? And trying to, like, scientifically, it's the job of science to remove anomaly from a data set.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
so absolutely.
I love the fact that you were approaching this not as a believer, but as somebody curious about a data set. And how can we gather this data? How can we make this data available? And how can the average person process it in that kind of way?
Oh, absolutely. And if you want to hear a funny story, before I started doing this full time, because at that point I was thinking, wow, am I really going to kind of move my whole career in this direction, this UFO stuff? There's a guy who's like a somewhat like kind of known debunker. I actually paid him to write some blog posts yeah, to look into it, because he's a guy who I think was pretty rigorous and I respected. So I was like, okay, maybe he's going to see something I don't.
Sure.
And he's going to talk me out of this, and then I can just kind of go back to my regular life.
Yeah.
And so he wrote 3 blog posts, and I would say, and 2 of them were actually vaguely positive. I would say, like a little bit being like, hey, actually, maybe they're from base foundational assumptions. You should actually think that maybe there are there.
Sure.
I would say only like vaguely, but like a little bit positive. And then he did one on the USS Nimitz, and for him, he was like, it's inconclusive. He couldn't.
Yeah.
He didn't.
That's just it.
Yeah. He's like he's like, there's no obvious. He's like, I can't say what it is, but there's no obvious explanation either.
Yeah.
And so, to be honest, I had expected him to maybe debunk it, but the fact that he was like, actually, I don't know. And then I was like, okay, well,
yeah.
Then, I've tried my best to talk myself out of it, and it just hasn't worked. And so,
and the fact that you task somebody to try like, hey, tell me I'm at least investing part of my time and money and effort into something that is valid here.
Yeah.
That's a huge point. And truly the fact of bringing that point to life, bringing it to the fact of having somebody, A, error check you, and B, try and make sure that you were going down the right path, that you were actively creating a product that was for a purpose in that kind of way, and not just vapidly wasting your time as a hardware designer and things like that. And when it comes to the hardware design, I don't want you to give up too much. There are proprietary things, I'm sure, at least in how you have things connected. Not that you aren't using off-the-shelf items.
Yeah, I should say we're
like that.
We're actually all open source, so
and that's beautiful.
So you can actually
Amazing.
You don't have to buy anything from us. We have a kit, just because some people would prefer it. It's
and
convenient.
it's easier.
Yeah,
it's easier.
But everything's open source, so you can build it yourself if you want.
That's fantastic. Let's get into that real quick, because like I just spent the last few weeks designing an open source tool for my website, and my wife asked me like, "How much are you going to charge for this?" And I was like, "Absolutely nothing. I want every investigator in the world to be able to use this at absolutely no cost." Because that's the idea, is to give people access to be able to find investigative data in that kind of way. So why open source for you? Why not a product that you would put on the shelf, utterly label, and put like black gummy down on the circuit board, like so many designers do, where it's like, nope, this is locked down. You can't see what the parts are or what the values are by the color strips on resistors and things like that.
Yeah. So I'd say there's 2 reasons. So for one, we want as many nodes as possible, because for 2 reasons. So one, UFOs are a rare phenomena. So you need a lot of area to be able to realistically capture them. That's one. And for 2, we want as robust data as possible, which means multi-sensors, independent sensors. So I want users who are not connected at all to be detecting the same thing at the same time.
Yeah.
And to do that, you need a lot of them. And making it open source, making it free, makes it easier for that. The second thing is the entire field of, like, in some sense, like, why am I doing this when the FAA has radar, when the military has radar? It's because even though they have radar, they're not open and it's not transparent. And so to me, making replicating another radar system that's just closed, it's like that's the whole problem is not that there's no radar. The whole problem is that's not
you don't have access to the data.
Access to it, exactly. And so what I think this entire field needs is transparency and openness.
Yes.
And then finally, the fact is, most people, and I understand, are very skeptical of the phenomena, and especially academics, but especially scientists.
Yeah.
And if they want to. If we want our data to be taken seriously, then they need to be able to review everything from beginning to end, not just the final product of the data, but how was the data generated? What was the code that generated it?
What was the equipment that gathered it?
Yes,
and
exactly.
I literally had somebody all of about maybe a year ago that was like, "Oh, I found this signal. I've gone what was it, like 9 hertz or something like that? Like, we found this anomalous 9 hertz signal." And I'm like, 9 hertz? Like, I don't know. I'm an audio engineer, binaural beat musician. Like, 9 hertz isn't that hard to generate. Like, you're in the middle of Oklahoma. There's plenty of thunderstorms. You're in the middle of Tornado Alley. You're talking sprites and things like that generate 9 hertz. You're talking earthquakes that'll generate 9 hertz. You're talking drilling equipment. Like, let's talk more about Oklahoma than fissure lines and fracking and drilling and major thunderstorms and tornadic activity, all these things that could naturally generate a signal in that signal range. So my question was, what equipment did you use to gather this, and what was your methodology? To which I got no answer.
Yes, exactly.
And it's one of those like, I got scanners that'll go everywhere from 20 hertz up to 6 Gs. You know, like that's what I do for frequency management with microphones on property, things like that. So what is the equipment? What is the methodology? What sensors are you using in this platform?
Yes, so when you build it, you can actually use a fair number of different sensors.
Okay.
What we did is though we made like a turnkey set, and I think it's for really for two reasons. So one, it's just easier for the user. If everything's turnkey, they're not. It's like you just buy this kit, the software will work out of the box. You don't have to think.
That's it.
It's just it's an image. Operating system image.
Yeah.
You flash that image, or we actually send you, if you buy the kit, we actually send you that image on the SD card for a Raspberry Pi, which is kind of standard hardware. And then we have something called a software-defined radio, which is basically a digitizer, and we use something called the RSP Duo, which is just a good value. It's not the most expensive, it's not the worst. This is kind of a good value range where we get good data out of it, but also it's kind of it's like relatively affordable.
Yeah.
And so that's the stack we kind of ended up on. And that's just standard equipment. It's like very well understood, very well characterized.
Yeah. And proven and field tested and proven.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the main thing.
Yeah.
Field tested and proven. These are methodologies and sensors that have been used in all kinds of product.
Yeah, exactly.
Everywhere with great result.
Exactly. And I was using that testing and characterization to choose choose this device in the first place, because this is sort of standard like ham radio equipment. So they kind of have a characterization of all these different devices, and I kind of looked through it and said, okay, this is probably the one we want. It's the right price point.
You ain't going to get any nerdier than the ham communities, bud.
But they're great. They're great. A lot of them already have all the equipment, actually.
Absolutely. No, they've got stacks of the actual hard equipment.
Yeah.
They get the SDRs just to play around with while they're on the road. Like I told you, I have one that I carry typically in my backpack. It's in my bag in the
100%
in the hotel room right now. But I sit and nerdily just plug it in and tune around and listen to things while I'm in hotel rooms around the country.
Yeah. And so I guess the short answer to your question is we just picked the equipment that the ham radio people already kind of told, knew was good and know how to use it. And they said, and they're happy with it. So I said, okay, this is because my background's not exactly in radio. It's a little bit other stuff.
You also, at that point, though, have a beautiful community of people that you can lean on for functionality, for integration, all kinds of things. What are the possibilities? What are the ranges? What are the tolerances of this equipment? Those dudes know that stuff.
Oh, yeah, and they're excited about it. I did
exactly.
I was at a conference 2 weeks ago, really more like an exhibition, like a ham exhibition. And they were crazy for it. They loved it.
Now I just need to know where that nerd conference happens, bud. We're going to talk after, because that sounds cool as hell.
Yeah, it was great. It was great. So, they're great. They're kind of ideal to first get involved.
Well, and with that in mind, especially, how has the collaboration been with them, and what other collaborations are you working on with this?
Yeah, we've received a couple of grants to develop some of this, and so one of them is from the ARDC Foundation, which is basically like an amateur radio foundation. So that's like one of the first. There's actually our first grant we ever got.
Wow.
Was that to develop it, and so that's the beginning. But also, a number of ham radio operators are actually our first users, and they're kind of because they know the tech and they have the hardware.
That's it.
And they've helped us, actually.
Well, and they know how to error test it. They know how to tell you, no, what you're getting right now is extraneous signal. You're getting some crazy ground loop noise right now. And the example I give for that, I love you folks. Don't get me wrong, and believe me, I understand the Earth resonates, but the Schumann resonance stuff online, where it's like half the time it's like, no, that is an ungrounded signal that you're seeing. Like you're seeing an actual problem with the ground on the signal when it spikes like that. That's not the sun doing that. That's not necessarily the way that works, and even that kind of debunking, even that kind of stuff where it's like they can tell you at least a range of what this anomaly might be, and it's not actually that anomaly that you're looking for.
Yeah. So they're great. They've been really incredibly helpful. Like I said, they've kind of, a lot of that stuff has walked me through the radio stuff
awesome.
that I didn't have a background in.
Yeah. Now, other detection methods aside from the SDR, things like that, what other sensors are you guys using and integrating into this platform?
So our kind of approach has been to the main sensor system that I think has been missing historically has been passive radar. So other people they've used accelerometers, like magnetometers, optical methods, but nobody really had done radar, because for a couple reasons. One is regulatory. One is because the technology, like as in the processing power, just hadn't caught up yet.
Sure.
And so we're kind of mostly basically focusing on radar. But then because it's all open, we have an API. So if you have other methods, then you can kind of like
cool.
So then if there's an optical guy who's an expert in optics, then, then you can tie that in. So we're not really going and trying to be a jack of all trades. We're basically just saying, okay, we're going to do radar as well as possible, and we're going to make everything open. So if you have another modality you want to connect it to, then great, you can go ahead and grab it.
And have y'all set up any kind of like code share option, things like that, where people can put their own SDIs up, that kind of stuff?
So you can. Let's see. So everything's open source, so you can fork it if you want.
Okay.
And you can make contributions if anyone wants to contribute.
Exactly.
We'll
where it's like, hey, if you're looking to integrate a gravitometer, guys, here's a few lines of code, things like that.
Yeah, and then everything is. Everything is available on like a API so then you can probably right now the most straightforward way would be have another device that just pulls all the data.
Sure.
Something that aggregates all of it.
Yeah.
But it's just if it's on the same local network, you can just pull whatever you want from
it. And when it comes to the passive radar, because we talked to Alex Dietrich, that's what was literally installed in her ship just before the Nimitz encounter. And I have always hypothesized with that and other technologies, I've always wondered if it was a cross-platform test that they didn't necessarily tell everybody on the boat about, and even the whole rumor of tapes being taken from planes later by other people from another branch of the military, like that kind of explains that hypothesis of what happened. But how does the system work? How are you basically using the ham radio antennas as almost like a sensor network in that kind of way to use them as a means by which to sense objects between their proximities, or how is it working?
Yeah, so I'll start from just like the individual node, the individual thing that the one person's putting up.
Yeah.
And so this is passive radar as opposed to active radar.
Exactly.
And so passive radar is using the radio signals that are already around us. So in our case, we're usually using digital television, but you can also use FM radio. And so the nice thing about that is you don't need a transmitter. You don't need to send out your own pulses, so that saves that cost. Also, you need an FCC license to be broadcasting anything.
Yes, you do.
And so this allows you to not need that. You can just piggyback off of somebody else's license and somebody else's transmitter. And so what you're doing is the FCC has a database of where all these transmitters are. So you can look it up and know where that knows the physical location of that transmitter.
Yeah.
And then you know where you physically are. And then what you listen for is you listen for the original signal, and that takes some time to come to you. So you hear, whatever music or something, it comes in at a certain time. And then you'll hear an echo of that same music off of objects, right? And then when it comes in, though, it's coming in a little later because it's an echo. So it's going to go out and kind of come back. And so based on that time difference, you can say how much farther that radio wave had to travel. And so you can figure out kind of how far away that object is.
Yeah.
So that'll give you that's one piece of information, is how far away it is from you and from the transmitter.
Sure.
And then the second piece of information is there's something called a Doppler shift, which maybe you're familiar with, is when a moving object...
Red shift, blue shift.
Exactly. If a moving object encounters a radio wave, then the frequency can moved up or moved down. And so it'll be the same original signal, but moved a little bit up or down. And that's going to be based on the velocity of the object. And then therefore...
Velocity and size. Somewhat size.
Yeah. So the size will change the size of the return.
Yeah.
And so then from there you can say, okay, I know kind of relative to the tower and me, I know how fast it's moving. And those are the two bits of information. And so our system will every half a second will kind of give you a new snapshot of that. And so you're saying how far away is it and how fast it's moving. And then so over time that'll change a little bit because it's moving. And then you can make a little track. And you can say, okay, here's my little radar hits every half a second. And you kind of line up these lines as they go. And you say, okay, this is my object. And then now you have a trajectory. Now you have a location. So these can be used to, determine if it's anomalous in and of itself. For example, if it's moving supersonic or if it has very high accelerations, you can say, okay, I can tell just from the radar return that it's anomalous. Or let's say you have a sighting, and you want to look back in the historical data and say, hey, was there anything physical in the sky when I think I saw a sighting? You can go back and look and be like, hey, okay, here's an actual object that we did detect at this time.
Okay.
So that's the other thing, is so that someone can go back retrospectively.
Now, comparative data-wise, what other sources are you bringing in to compare that data against? Things like flight radar, things like Stellarium, where you can even track satellites, that kind of stuff. What other modalities are y'all using for comparative data like that?
Yeah, so right now we're using flight radar. So
which is a great one. Great one.
Exactly. So it's airplanes, commercial airplanes are supposed to be broadcasting what's called ADS-B. Yeah. They're supposed to be. They don't always.
Well, I caveat this to a lot of investigators regularly. Whenever they're like, I checked it against flight radar, and I'm like, yeah, but you're near a military base. Not all military flights have them. Yeah. Not all international flights have them. It's mainly flights outbound from the U.S. or that are, and like a lot of this is like people in South Texas, and it's like that's funny because you've got Mexico right there in your sight line. Okay. So not every plane coming into Mexico is going to have that transponder that the FAA requires.
Yeah, there's different rules. So, some older, smaller aircraft use different systems. So that's right. So just because it doesn't have a transponder doesn't mean it's anomalous. However, it does help you because you can eliminate anything with a transponder as, okay, we know what this is. Yeah. And so it does two things. Yeah, you eliminate the known targets. Yes. And then also you can calibrate your radar and you can validate your radar, right? Because if you put a radar up, you're like, how do you know it actually is working? Mm-hmm. Well, if you compare where the airplane says it is and to where the radar says it is, and if they line up very well, you can say, okay, this radar works, and you can actually say, okay, you can actually estimate how much the error is on the radar.
Well, and at least within proximity of that data delay between what flight radar is getting and what you're getting.
Yeah. So what we try to do is go direct to the source. So you can go to the internet and get that data. But also you can set up your own receiver where you receive it directly from the plane. So then it doesn't have to go all the way through the internet. It's like then that the time difference is much shorter, and then basically the data is fresher. Yeah. So we try to do that if possible. Not everyone can do that.
Well, it's running through your buffer, not through the buffer of a server, then the buffer of a browser, and then the buffer of your computer from a browser. Yeah, there's a three-way bottleneck of information coming to you time-wise.
Yeah, so we try to do that, and then that'll give us as fresh data as possible to really see how well that radar is working.
Yeah, incredible. And I mean, with that in mind, it really is a pretty incredible and forward-looking system. The fact that it's open source, people can add their own tools to it. People can contribute those tools, and even like, hey, here's the model number that it works best with. That kind of stuff. Like, you've really taken it to a beautiful community level in that kind of way, Jahan. What kind of things are you guys looking at incorporating in the future?
Well, thank you for saying that. There's one of the big things we're doing now is we're trying to collect all that data into a central server. And then that server will have historical data. So if anybody, for example, saw a sighting, they can just go back and see and like make it easy as a data explorer. I'd also like to do something like push notifications, and this would not. I probably wouldn't personally want try to make the app too, but there's a lot of UFO apps already, right? There are. Apps. If we could push to those apps and say, hey, there's a UFO in your vicinity right now, try to take a photo of it or look at it, right? Because what we want the things you want is as much corroboration as possible. Yep. And you want multimodal. So different. You want radar, but you also want human eyeballs. You also want optical, like cameras, video cameras, IR.
You want weather data.
Weather data. You want everything at the same time.
Absolutely.
So ideally, we see a thing on radar. Someone looks up at it, sees it, and takes a photo of it or takes a video of it. That's way more robust data than if just our radar got it. Yeah. And so that's I think that's the next step. And I think there's a lot of people who are kind of working on something similar. And so my hope is to just give them our data feed, and then they get pushed, and they can push it to their apps. Yeah. And like I said, the passive radar stuff is kind of so involved already that I'm trying not to get too much mission creep,
No, that's just it. Yeah. You've really, when it comes to things like this, and not that I haven't thrown a few ideas out, things like that, but it's one of those you really do have to be careful with how fast you're prototyping things, how fast you're moving things forward, especially in such a data-driven field like this. You've really got to make sure that your data is there. It's rock solid. It is what it is. It's UTC time-stamped, things like that. And, like making sure those protocols are in place. You really can't, future integrations, you really can't put in until it's like a 2-year window almost. You've really got to give things a robust 2-3 year window to build that data set, make sure it's coming in right, make sure it's being processed right, and making sure that it's going out and being filtered to people in the proper kind of way.
Yeah, 100%. So our hope is because it's open, then anybody who has an app can just grab the data. So that's my hope. There's already so many people working on this that I think hopefully this just allow us to integrate a little bit better, and you don't have to reinvent the wheel. And the mobile apps guys can do the mobile app stuff, and I'll do the radar stuff.
Oh no, exactly. And it's one of those, you don't want to mire yourself down in projects, and also make it to where you're removing the good work and time that you could be putting in sharpening this, honing it, making it better, just to make it accessible to. And honestly, it's one of those, not that mobile app isn't great, but it's more the fact of how do you get that data into systems? How do you get that data out to people? How do you make sure that data is making it out to the community outside of users? And of course, with connecting with other communities, stuff like that. How are you guys in the last couple minutes? How are you looking at bringing that data to other communities? How are you looking at pipelining it into people and cooperating with them in that kind of way?
Yes, I've talked to a number of people here at MUFON who are interested in kind of getting that data feed.
Totally.
Also working with some academics. And so that would be, giving them a large data set, and they kind of take their time and pour through it, and then, see if there's anything there, and then maybe publishing papers on it. So those are the main. And then, of course, we have a public map. This is right now. It's the early days, so there's not that many nodes, but this is at map.retina.fm, and that's a public map where you can just go and kind of see wherever.
That's great. That's great. Fantastic. Now, in the last couple minutes, how do people get involved? How do the SDR and ham operators out there find you? How do they get a kit? How do I get a kit and begin detecting for you right in Austin, Texas? Things like that.
Yeah. So if you just go to retina.fm, you can you can buy a kit. It's just a little checkout, so you can just buy it online and we'll ship it out to you. Or if you're ham, then we have a guide that'll kind of show you kind of what you need to buy and what piece, and kind of how to download the software. So you might if you already have a Raspberry Pi, you just have to buy the SDR. So you can follow that.
Sure.
If you want to work or contribute, we're on GitHub. We have a link on our page. Just go to our GitHub if you want to, or if you want to report issues, or if you want to request features, anything like that. You can do it that way. And then, also if anyone else if you have a project that's like a archive project, or another sensing project, or like a mobile app, please get in touch. We're happy to collaborate, and for us it just looks like, okay, here's the data feed, go ahead and do what you want with it.
Absolutely. Well, I'll definitely be talking with you off air here in just a second about it, but I want to thank you so much for taking the time. You've been over here talking with people for days, and it's been great to see so many people interested in such an amazing technology, Jahan. So thank you so much for the work that you've done on that. I think it's really incredible, and I very, very much look forward to not only having you on the show again and again for follow-ups, updates, things like that, but to help expose all of this to a much larger and bigger community for you. So thank you so much for all the work you've done.
Okay, thank you so much for having me, and you asked great questions, and really excited to keep going, and we'll stay in touch. I'd love to give you updates as it comes along.
Most definitely. While you were online, everybody, checking out everything from, oh my God, it just left my head. One more time.
Retina.fm.
Retina.fm. And Jahan, everybody, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can follow, subscribe. That's where you can find all of the YouTube channels of our guests. When we come back from this quick break, we will continue with our waning coverage of MUFON Symposium 2026 right here in Covington, Kentucky. Right after this, folks.
The key to good science is good research. At the heart of good research is a good data set. With the field observation and encounter log from Curious Research, you can easily keep track of your investigative information all in one place, making it easier to review cases and readily see comparisons and contrasts between them. Whether out in the woods squatching, in a back room gathering EVPs, or using high-tech gear to track UFO, UAP activity, this easy-to-carry, pocket-sized scientific data log is the perfect companion for any field researcher. You can find your copy of the Curious Research Field Observation and Encounter Log at Amazon.com or visit the official Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to reserve your copy for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to our final piece of coverage here at MUFON Symposium in Covington, Kentucky. We have had a great show, some great interviews. It has been a fantastic conference, and I am so happy to welcome to our show in this segment Brian McCabe.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Now, you run I guess the easiest way to put it is a reclamation service that brings people's archives and brings people's personal collections out to public availability.
Yes.
But in addition, you also run is it the Springfield UFO?
It's the Spring Grove Village, UFO Research Society.
Absolutely. How did you first come, A, to the world of UFO research, B, to collection specification in that kind of way, Brian?
Well, first off, thanks so much for doing this. I've never been on a podcast before, so this is my first time, so this is so cool. So what it originally came from was my grandpa.
Okay.
So he worked at a facility called Fernald in southeast Ohio, and it was a uranium enrichment plant for the nuclear weapons facility in the United States.
Yeah.
So he worked there from 1951 to 1992, and it's funny that we actually just found out what he did there. So my mom and my grandma, they had no clue. I mean, he told them they was a janitor. And that was part of the, loose lips sink ships.
Sure.
And so we actually just got in touch with the Atomic Energy Commission's legacy program to get actual photographs of him from their company newsletter, and we actually,
he was by far not a janitor.
He was not. He was one of their engineers and actually designed a lot of their disposal pools. So he built a lot of the facilities that stored the waste. Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, he died of cancer about 2 years after working at the facility and was part of the settlement program that the United States government had to give out because of the dangerous work conditions that they had there.
Because of their exposure to material.
Exactly. So when I mean, it's a pretty common knowledge that there's a lot of UFO activity around nuclear facilities.
Yeah.
So my grandpa was one of these people that saw stuff while he was working there, and he developed a big interest. So he passed away when I was about 5 or 6, but I got all of his UFO books when he passed away, and that kind of started me on a journey to where I'm at now.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible, which is, full disclosure, you buy comic book collections, you trade in that world, things, which is a huge point of joy in my life.
Yeah.
And honestly, a big part of why I build the collections of books that I do is my comic book collection.
Totally.
And the idea of this is a uniquely American art form.
Yeah.
When it comes to comic books,
Absolutely.
It started here.
Absolutely.
It's something that onboards kids to literature. It onboards kids to a different way of looking at the world. It onboards a whole different open mindset. Even whenever you get into the deep culture of things like X-Men and the first multicultural team, things like that. The first team that had men, women, African Americans, Asians.
Yeah.
It was a very melting pot idea in the middle of a very undiverse America.
Absolutely. And to that point, I mean, like you said, I came from the world of kind of comic books and records and stuff. And what really drew me to the UFO stuff, especially the older stuff from, the 50s up until about the 70s, is the art.
Yeah,
is the graphic design, is the way they laid everything out, and it is just that is what I think is a big part of what we do, because the other guys that I work with on this, Phil Valois and Justin Weiss, we are all designers, we're all artists, and that is where we come to it from.
Yeah.
And so kind of preserving that stuff and
precisely.
Exactly. And so it always blows my mind when a piece of paper from like 70 years ago is still in good condition.
Yeah.
You know, like it's just a piece of paper with writing on it. And at the end of the day, like it's so easily thrown away.
Yeah.
There's so many things like that.
That is just it. It's the idea. And people ask me all the time, like, where do these things go? I'm like, dude, where'd your friggin' He-Man go?
Yeah, exactly.
Like my 9-year-old just got into He-Man.
Yeah.
I let him watch the cartoons because of the new movie, and it was like, is he going to be into the movie? And he was. And we went to my mom's house in Katie, and I was like, let's go to the garage, buddy.
Yeah.
And we pulled out my He-Man, and we pulled out Snake Mountain, and we pulled out, and like Snake Mountain still worked. That was the best part.
Yeah.
I was like, the circuit still works.
Yeah.
Because those things were janky.
Absolutely.
But to see his joy with that, and to see the carrying on of that kind of tradition, the carrying on of art, is what it's all about. And when it comes to ufology, like one of the things that I brought up in the panel last night was the idea of how do we onboard the next generation?
Yeah,
beyond
absolutely.
beyond the point of pop culture,
Right.
Beyond the point of like, and the example I give is Alien Con. It was around for a few years. It was huge. It was massive.
Right.
But it didn't really stay around, and part of that I think is because of that. Is it pop culture or is it research and science?
Right.
You know,
right.
and there's a fine line difference there in that event when you're looking at something from a point of view of Comic-Con. Like, are you going to stand in line and get a $200 VIP picture with Giorgio Tsoukalos while at the same time going and attending a serious scientific conversation?
Yeah. And I think,
you know, and
I
that's
think
a fine line difference.
Yeah, to widen it a bit, I think it permeates through a lot of this kind of world and also through sciences where the people that are doing the research and doing those things are not the people that should be talking to everyone about it. You know what I'm saying? The disconnect is
it can be rough.
It can be really rough. So the people that are MUFON, who is they pride themselves on the research, on the credibility and all this stuff, maybe they're not necessarily the best ones to be hosting a giant event where thousands of people come because they're focusing more on the research, the science of it, and in the same sense that scientists aren't maybe the best ones to be forward public facing with some of this stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, and it's interesting because I work in the world of corporate AV, and one of my favorite conferences I ever worked was with Alan Alda.
Oh wow! Yeah,
and I love MASH.
Yeah,
big MASH freak.
Of course.
But he started many years ago using the world of comedy and improv comedy to begin teaching scientists how to humanly explain their work to investors.
Yeah,
because it's like you lost them in the first 5 minutes.
Exactly.
You lost them. You dehumanized it, and it became science. And not that the science isn't important, but you've got to be able to explain this to the common person with millions of dollars in their pocket in 5 minutes.
Exactly.
In 5 minutes.
And getting that to go back and forth, you know what I mean? To find that middle ground, it's tough. It's a Goldilocks situation. And you only have a few people that I think everyone knows that can be the ones that kind of explain it well. Yeah. And there's a level of intelligence that a person needs to be able to explain complex ideas simply. Yeah. And I don't think that type of person is very common.
No.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, it's just one. There are a few people like that in the world, and I think they're renowned for that. But it's, they're not focused on UFOs, right? They're focused on way different stuff.
They're focused on TED Talks.
Exactly,
and that's just it. If you could give a 10-minute TED Talk on this,
and so it's like me with selling stuff. I can have a very rare piece of UFOlogy history over there, but I also have to find the person that wants to spend, $100 on a newsletter from 76.
Well,
right?
it's no different than the value of a comic book.
Right,
you
right.
know, yes, Superman #1 or Action Comics.
Right. yeah, exactly.
It's like, sorry, folks, before you get on me in the comments section.
Right.
I can see my friends piling on now. Pow. But yeah, Action Comics #1 is sure has a cover price, but it's really only worth what somebody's willing to pay for it at auction.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, and it just depends on the person, and a lot of times you just have to kind of wait around for that person,
That's it.
And that's kind of, and unfortunately, that's kind of what we have to do with all of this stuff too. Is we have to wait around for the right person.
That's it. We have to wait around for the right steward, literally for the right person who's going to not just that, but stewarding the knowledge, and that's what I wanted to have you on about more than anything. Was the idea of archiving, purchasing collections, make it like our conversation privately, like you said. Many people are just looking for the fact of, I want my husband's collection to be in the right hands. I want it to be with somebody who will care about it the way he cared about it. It's not even about money. It's not even about selling their husband's collection.
Absolutely.
It's the fact that he believed in something and he had a mission with collecting all these. And I want it to go to somebody who will carry that forth.
Yeah. I mean, and I think that's common with everything, you know? And I mean, it's like everyone's just kind of looking for someone that they trust to steward the things that they've loved,
Truly.
And there are people that will go into a situation like that and take advantage and try to get the most possible money out of a situation when, in fact, it's really... You're going to have better luck if you're just trying to do your best.
Be human.
Be a
Just
human
be
being.
human.
Yeah, like you don't need to be a salesperson. You don't need to be, an expert. You just got to be cool.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really what it boils down to.
And be genuine. And be genuine about what the work is, what you're doing with it. And that's what I love about what you're doing with these collections. Because it's not like trading comic books, things like that. I'm sure that is much more what your storefront is, things like that.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you have UFO books on display too.
Absolutely,
But it's really much more the fact of how do you archive this? How do you carry forth the history of it in a respectful way while also making sure that these things end up in the hands of people that care for them in the future.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
So a good example of that is we have two books that we've just released that are re-releases of books. So in what we're doing there is, so there's a book that I don't want to mention the titles because I don't want to get in trouble with copyright or anything like that.
Absolutely.
But we are not going through copyright. We are going through the love of it. And so what ended up happening is there are a few books that I've it's been on my list for years and years to get, and they are just out of my price range every time. And we're talking single books for thousands and thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
So what we decided to do is we are going to reformat the books and reprint them and sell them to people who love this stuff for a reasonable price.
Well, and for research purpose too.
Absolutely.
That's just it. The idea of how do you get this into the hands of researchers when it's either locked away in a vault somewhere, locked away in a private collection. It may not be. So there are only a few places like David Marler's UFO library, Roswell's UFO library.
Yeah, that these even exist.
Where you can walk in and it's not a lending library.
Right.
You're going to sit there, you're going to do your research and put it back on the shelf.
Well, and then there's also an aspect of it too where the material deserves to be like presented in the way that it was presented originally. So you can I admire these archivists that are uploading all of these things and preserving all of them. Absolutely. It does take away a little bit of the vibe or something.
The tactile book research.
And then also like just the intent of it to begin with, which was to hold and to own and to absorb. And it's kind of like the vinyl versus CD kind of argument, right?
Absolutely.
Where you lose a little soul of it in a digital copy. And there's nothing wrong with those, and that's kind of where we're at with that. So what we want to do is there's a lot of out of print magazines and newsletters that aren't necessarily copywritten things, but are just beautiful and needing to be preserved, and just things that we can make collections of and make books of. So and we want to do that, and we mainly try to sell it to UFO collectors and MUFON events or at MUFON UFO events around Ohio.
Yeah, and that's just it. The idea of making this kind of material available to people again. Collecting this material, making sure it's cared for so that it goes to a future generation, to a proper archive, things like that. I think it is one of the most important endeavors that we have right now, to the point that I'm working on a similar kind of like paranormal library in Texas.
Oh,
where
that's
it's
so
like,
cool. Yeah.
How can we find angels? How can we find people like you who are looking for collections and getting collections, stuff like that? Work with them where there is a physical research library of not just, because there are UFO libraries, but paranormal, esoteria, cryptozoology, things like that.
Absolutely.
Where there is psi abilities and psionics, where there is a whole library that you can walk into physically and research these things.
Right, and that they will be cared for and kept for in an environment. Real quick, you brought up angels, and I don't know if anyone has brought this up on the podcast yet, but we've had protesters here the last 2 days.
Yes,
outside.
we have.
And I was just, I don't want to say accosted because I wasn't like frightened or anything, but he basically just told me that I'm going to hell.
Yep.
And that aliens are fallen angels sent to deceive us by the devil. And
interesting being is that there's no proof of either one.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
As a former seminarian, even.
Yes. And I thought to myself, I'm okay with it. If
you do you, buddy.
You do you. You know what? If the devil sent in aliens, I dig aliens, man. So like, I guess I dig the devil. I mean, that's a weird step, but you know what I'm saying? Like,
you have copies of Paradise Lost in your collection too, right?
Of course, and a couple King James Bibles. It's just you got to cover all your bases.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Get some Crowley in there. Get some Genesis in there, get some Taoism. You know what I mean? Cover your bases.
Every bit of it.
Yeah. You don't want to be on your deathbed like not picking the right one, right?
Yeah, honestly, it's the joke I used to make around the seminary kitchen table all the time. At dinner, was like, man, imagine when we get up there and it's Buddha, bro.
Yeah. Oh man, it'd be like, crap. God, dang it. Just the worst reaction.
I made horrible jokes. I just had carpal tunnel surgery done, and I was like, I can see God now. Like, I've been working on those dude's stigmatas for years so that he can go put the message forth, and this is what he's doing. I gotta start from scratch.
But this kind of goes to, I mean, me and the group that have been doing this, we come from a really punk rock.
That door is locked, sir.
No. So we come from kind of a punk rock background and music background and stuff, and I've got to say, event isn't really an event unless you have protesters outside.
That's how you know you have a right one,
right? So like,
if you know you got a good topic.
If somebody is so mad that they have come outside with sign, but he's wearing flip flops and shorts.
So did Jesus.
Exactly. But I'm saying Jesus was doing a little bit more than waving a sign around. You know what I'm saying? Like, at least put some shoes on if you're putting a sign around.
He was flipping tables, so be happy you don't have to set up your display again.
Hey, but I'm not setting up in a church, am I?
That's right.
Yeah. But so I mean, but as I was saying, we come from a punk rock kind of ethos with all of this stuff. Totally. So within the Spring Grove Village UFO Research Society, we have an in-house band as well.
Great.
So what we've been doing around town in Cincinnati is we've been scoring UFO movies and UFO videos at some local venues and stuff like that too. So some of the next releases we have are going to be VHS UFO footage scored by our in-house band.
I love it.
So that should be out beginning of next year, and then we've got some more books coming out this year too.
And that's just it. One of the things that I talk about regularly is how do we bring the youth into this topic? How do we expose the youth to the research, not just the pop culture side, but the research side?
Absolutely.
Of it. And once again, I think things like that, where you can tie that kind of creation to research videos, that kind of stuff.
Right. And this is just something, me personally, there is so much footage and there's so much material out there that is, there's no music. There's no audio to it at all.
Yeah.
And there's like movies without audio are horrible. I mean, you know what I mean? Audio is what creates the emotion, which creates like intrigue and sets stages. And there's none in any of this footage or any of these things. Like nothing's been scored. No one's like, there's no way to make it more palatable for people that aren't interested in the scientific aspect of it. You know what I'm saying? So that's sort of the thing that I think is missing sometimes, is the palatability of some of these things.
Well, and that's just it. You know, one of the things I keep bringing up regularly, not just on the show, I brought it up in the panel, I brought it up today. The government tranches of documents that are coming out.
Yeah.
They are not for us.
No.
They are not for researchers.
We know
who've been
all
in
this
Yeah,
stuff.
like as a matter of fact, the last tranche that had videos, 5 of those videos were in Jeremy Corbell's Sleeping Dog documentary that released 5 days before the videos were declassified.
Yeah.
They've been out in the community that long.
Well, and then
you know?
even I mean, so it's nice that these disclosures have been happening, but it from what I've seen on our side of things, it's more just confirmation.
That's
you know what I mean? And it's like, okay, good, all right, at least we got that one right. Or it's
onboarding material for those to whom this is not a point of conversation.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
And that's what's important. Is the other 40% that aren't onboarded to this conversation? How do you onboard them?
Right. So and MUFON is, I mean, let me just, I mean, for example, I mean, let's just talk about the vendors that are here today.
Yeah.
I think there are 2 people that are selling things that would consider products, and then the other things are technology companies that are trying to like help people with their research.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's about half and half right now. So it's like, I think that's a great way of going about it, which is you have something for the pop culture, for the people that are just checking this out for the first time, that want to build collections and stuff like that. And then you also have stuff for the diehards that are here, and you know, the balance is there. You know what I mean? And I think that's what is needed.
Absolutely. That's just it. It's the fact of you've got to have your head in the air, foot on the ground. You know, it's one of those concepts of, even though you've got a lofty goal, you've got to have some kind of grounding to it as well.
Right. And I think people here are the best people to hear that stuff. I mean, like these are the types of people that are okay with you saying, I disagree with you and here's why. Yeah. Right? Or hey, I think it should be done this way. That is the beauty of the research groups, or the beauty of the scientific community, is they're okay being wrong if you can prove them they're wrong.
Or at least show them data otherwise. I tell people all the time, I wear my skeptic S like Superman.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is big and proud. And the reason is because my job as a skeptic isn't to debunk stuff.
Yeah.
It's to be looking for the data that changes my mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's my job as a skeptic.
Yes,
is
absolutely.
to be looking for that data.
And if you're putting on that role as you know, as a skeptic or as a scientist, you can also put on that role of I like fiction. Yeah, I don't mind. I love a good yarn. Well, like, even if like this Klaus from the archive, and he collects the crazy stuff, the fake stuff, and the real stuff.
Because you've got to otherwise you're cherry picking the data.
Hey, regardless if it's real or not, I love all alien UFO stuff. Like, if you spent the time, like, and this may be going a little far, but if you spent the time to make a crop circle, or make an alien, or make a UFO, I'm probably going to be buddies with you, dude. You know what I mean?
At some point, I'm going to respect you at least as an artist.
As an artist, or something, or just a storyteller. Any of this stuff. I mean, I respect that too, and I'm in the same boat where I'll collect all of it, man. Even the goofy stuff. I've got an entire table full of Weekly World Newses and tabloids.
Exactly.
That stuff's cool to me too.
Well, because it's a lens into the culture. It's a lens into how society views it. It's a lens into so many sides.
Yeah.
Brian, and
well, to your point, it's like, I mean, some of the new Star Wars stuff or some of the new Star Trek stuff, it's not my favorite stuff, but man, I'm going to watch every single one of them because it's Star Wars.
That's
you know
right.
what I mean?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
same with this stuff, you know, like I don't care. It's UFO stuff. I'm into it. Like,
That's it.
If somebody says it, my ears kind of start burning a little, you know?
Well, precisely. And it's one of those, like we were just talking about with Peter Robbins about art and experiencer art.
Yeah.
And how it is a form of therapy, how it's a form to work your way through things.
Absolutely.
It really is a great way to expose people to concepts. It's a great way to expose people to different thought forms, to competitive thought forms that you know, otherwise the filter may keep that information out. But seeing it in a visual form, seeing it in a different format, may open their mind and their heart to it a little bit differently.
And there are some people here today, in fact, they've got that experiencers art. And they're kind of taking it back. You know what I mean? Taking back a terrible thing. And even monetarily, they're selling some of these pictures that they've drawn of it. And that's even more taking
it's empowering.
it back. Yes,
it's empowering.
They're taking an instance where they had a lot of trauma and a lot of damage to themselves, and it's like, no way, I'm gonna make money off of it.
That's right.
I'm gonna turn this frown upside down.
Yeah, no, precisely.
Yeah, exactly.
Precisely.
Yeah.
You know, on our way out here, how can people begin to get involved, Brian? How can they begin to take a step forward? How can they begin, if they have family that has this kind of stuff and they want to pay it forward, they want to get a hold of you, how can that happen?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are located in Cincinnati, Ohio, in Spring Grove Village in Cincinnati, Ohio. And what you can do is you can reach out to our Instagram and you can just let us know what you have and let us know where you're located. Last week I drove up to northern Indiana to buy a collection. We've been down to Florida to buy collections before. So we're all over the place. So just hit us up, just send us some pictures and tell us the story about it, and that's all you need to do. Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah.
Right there in the camera, man. Let everybody know where they can go to follow you, where they can go to keep up, where they can go to purchase online. All that kind of
absolutely.
Good stuff.
So we're at Spring Grove Village UFO Research Society on Instagram, and then we're also on Big Cartel. You can link to it through our Instagram, and we've got some books and stuff up there. I was actually saving all of our good books for the UFO convention, and so we're gonna have a lot more on the site coming up. So yeah, stay tuned for that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
a great
so
weekend.
much, man.
It's been great chatting with you while
thank
you are online checking out everything from the Spring Grove Valley.
Spring Grove Village.
Spring Grove Village. I will get
It's
that.
a mouthful.
The Spring Grove Village UFO Society. Make sure to stop on by Curious Realm, everybody. CuriousRealm.com is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That's where you can find all of the YouTube channels of our guests and friends. That's also where you can find your copy of the Curious Research Encounter and Observation Log. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your open hearts, your open minds. That is what makes the conversation. Without the conversation, humanity does not march forward. So remember, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and stay curious, everybody. We'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you for tuning into this episode of The Curious Realm. Stay tuned for more guests, forbidden topics, and hidden truths. Follow us on social media by searching Curious Realm. To download the official Curious Realm app and view the Knowledge Vault, or become a sponsor of Curious Realm, visit our website at curiousrealm.com. Curious Realm is available on your favorite podcast and video services, curiousrealm.com, as well as KGRA Radio, APR TV, and the official Curious Realm app for Roku devices. Curious Realm is a proud member of the Ground Zero Media family of podcasts. For more shows and members-only content, visit groundzeroplus.com today. Thanks for listening. Stay curious, and remember, the other side is always watching.